2 minutes, so I think we start because of the broadcast. We will start right on time. Relax, sit back, and enjoy the remaining 2 minutes. Good morning. I think it's 11 sharp, so welcome everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the second day of the Būtent festival, which is going to be as warm, apparently, and as full of discussions. Thank you to those who are gathering here already. I hope that some people will join us as well, those who are walking around and not quite sure where to go. But we've also got more audience watching us online, Nordic Council of Ministers Bureau Facebook and YouTube accounts, so we're being broadcast live. If you, who have the privilege of being here, have questions at the end of the discussion, you will be very welcome to ask them, and we are very eager to hear from you as well. We are very happy that you have chosen to spend this morning with us. My name is Jivila. I'm a journalist. I will be moderating this session, which is entitled, If Children Know About Online Threats, Why Do They Still Fall Victim? We will focus on children's vulnerability and grooming in the digital space, why awareness of online threats alone is not enough to stay safe, and what psychological, social, and technological factors influence children's online safety. And this particular discussion is organized by two organizers, Nordic Council of Ministers Bureau and the Childline Lithuania. So welcome, and I'm really happy to introduce the participants of that discussion. Before we do that, I will say that we will also explore how children become involved in online risks, and also the role of adults, including parents, teachers, and professionals, in strengthening children's critical thinking. So I'm really glad to welcome, maybe I will start with you, Regila, since you're close to me, head and co-founder of NGO Ribologia, who's working in the field of sexual violence prevention, Rugila Butkevičiūtė. Good morning. Next to her, with us, is psychologist, researcher, and lecturer with a passion for the well-being of children and young people, Dr. Aida Bikic. Good morning and welcome. There are some microphones in case you want to say good morning into the microphone. So
good morning.
Good morning. Next to her is head of, and I will ask you to take a microphone because we will ask you to pronounce the name of the Norwegian Red Cross helpline in Norwegian, Nelly Kongshaug. Good morning.
Good morning, and the name of the helpline is
Kors på halsen.
Kors på halsen.
Translated to English, it's Cross My Heart.
Beautiful, thank you. And we're also joined by the coordinator of the campaign Without Bullying a Childline Lithuania, Agle Tamulinite. Good morning.
Good morning.
And this is a topic which I hope not only women care about, because it's just women who are here in this panel. Rugile, would you have a comment on that? Because normally you are very upset that there are fewer female in panels. This is, female-only panel. Is that good news? You're laughing, but this is a serious question.
No, that's a great question, Jivila. Of course, the best way is to have as mixed panels as possible, but we do have mixed people in the audience. And as for social questions, and because I work in an NGO field, still very few men in an NGO field work as activists, but the situation is changing a little bit in our organization. We have now one volunteer after 39 volunteers. One is a male, which we celebrate.
Congratulations. Let's get started with an overview maybe of the situation when we refer to online threats. Would we say that they are increasing? Have they stayed the same in the recent years? Are all of the actions that are being carried out by the NGOs helping? And maybe it is decreasing in certain areas. From your perspective and from what you do in life, how would you define the current situation? Aida, maybe let's start with you.
Yeah, and that's a really great question. And the risks are increasing. The Danish, one of the Danish organization has been investigating, and we can see that 3 out of 4 children have experienced some kind of unpleasant experience online in the past year.
And that's children, ages...
This is children and youth. And this is we have, of course, predatory behavior, adults, grooming, but then many children have seen content that is very violent, murder. Children have access to pornography. Cyberbullying is increasing. And then also, a new aspect, which we haven't been so much aware before of, is that also the focus and concentration of children is actually affected by a lot of reels, a lot of short videos, which make it really hard for many children to just watch a movie and focus on their schoolwork.
So, but in general, there are too many screens in the lives of children, is what you're saying too.
Yes, and I think it starts, when the digitalization started 15 years ago, it was very much met with optimism, and and then we have this notion of children being the digital natives, which implied they are really competent online, which they are not. And adults have been feeling incompetent, and just actually children have had access to everything without any supervision for many years, and which really needs to change.
And very briefly, what is the situation on grooming in Denmark, you would say?
Yeah, I think the Danish helplines mostly get calls from children regarding grooming, and it's really the most popular platforms. Snapchat is one of the places where the most grooming is happening, but also on other social media.
Thank you very much. What about Norway? What is the situation there?
Well, we can actually say it's quite the same in Norway as in Denmark, and probably other places as well. What we see at our helpline is that for the last 3-4 years, we have seen that more and more children and youth are talking about this topic, and they contact us. They don't know what to do, how to deal with it. So, but we don't know if it's is it that more and more young people are experiencing grooming, or is it just that for the last years we are talking more about it and making aware of it, so more and more children are talking about it, if you understand?
But which of the two options do you think is the right answer? Do you think that it is the effect of more talking, children are more open and more willing to call and maybe more courageous to call? Or is it more cases?
Yeah, absolutely. I think actually it's both. I think it's both that there are more cases because everything is so available today. Almost everyone has a phone from they are like 7 years old. So it's quite easy. But also that we are aware, we are talking about it in schools, we are having campaigns and everything. So I think it's actually both of it. Yeah.
And if you had to single out one specific problem which is addressed, or I mean, for which, because of which young people call, would you also say, as Aida, that it's grooming, or would that be something else?
I'm not sure it's grooming, because I think also that young people, they don't understand the word grooming. They don't really understand what it means. What is it? But a lot of young people, they get messages from strangers. They are like groomed in a way, like be my friend. They are searching for relations. But they don't understand, well, they don't think that's grooming, if you understand. So
yeah, but let's see, because this notion is not necessarily used very widely. Let's see if anyone in the audience, or if everyone in the audience knows what grooming actually is. Would you raise your hands? I would say half of you, maybe. We do have a qualified audience, but in case someone doesn't, who would want to take the privilege to explain the very notion, Nelly? Because maybe you've got the microphone, you could do that.
Maybe you should, since you're working with it.
Well, grooming, for example, in Lithuania, I can talk on behalf of Lithuania. In the Lithuanian Penal Code, we have Article 152 that says grooming of the child that is under 16 years old. But grooming is basically, on the wider terms, is manipulation or luring of a child, or sometimes an adult, but let's talk about children,
online?
Of a child, online, offline, for sexual exploitation, but not only. It can be for other crimes. I work mostly with sexual exploitation, but this manipulation and luring, creating connection with a child to exploit the child in one way or the other. That's the most broad definition. And it can happen both online, offline.
Online platforms, messaging apps, social media.
Social media, during like extracurriculum activities, you're playing piano, or just creating connection with a child in different, not only online platforms, offline and online. Yeah, chat messaging, gaming, even like some sort of videos in YouTube, that can prepare for the grooming of the child.
So since you've got the microphone, what are the levels of it? Because you also did extensive research. Has it been fluctuating? Has it been decreasing, increasing? What is the situation with, first of all, grooming in Lithuania?
Well, in Lithuania, again, if we talk about official statistics, we had one official case on grooming last year, and the year before that it was 2, the year before that it was 1. So it's only the tip of the iceberg. And when we talk with legal professionals, criminal law experts, they're saying that this norm in our penal code is basically not working, really. Because after grooming, what comes next? Sexual exploitation, sexual violence, then we have more cases. But for grooming, not so much. Although, when I go to do lectures in schools, let's say, and I ask to raise hands who had conversations with people they don't know, that try to connect with them. People are like, of course, everybody, So the situation is like that. And also we don't have data. We don't have like this actual data on grooming, right? We have on sexual exploitation online, every third 12-year-old to 16-year-old in Lithuania has experienced sexual violence online. But we don't have this like nationwide survey on grooming. We don't actually know what the problem is.
But we are still trying to solve it, right?
We are trying to solve it online. If we talk about online, I usually hear adults saying, like teachers, and I don't know about Snapchat. I don't want to have TikTok. I don't have anything. So my message is, it's still about, as you mentioned, it's about the connection. Why children are being groomed? Because they're seeking for connection, for this human-to-human connection, for this trust, and they will keep doing that. So we talk about boundaries, we talk about like dangers, we talk about trust developing issues, and it works. You know?
But when you say that teachers don't want to hear about Snapchat, for example, does that mean that they also don't want to connect with the kids' problems and get into them? And do you think one of the means of prevention would be for teachers to have the Snapchat and TikTok app to know what is going on there, or not necessarily?
Not necessarily. I think teachers, at least in Lithuania, they're so busy, they're so overworked, they're so burnt out, they're so busy in filling all the forms, etc. Then when you say to them, well, you are responsible for teaching children this, and that, they're like, well, forget about it. So I'm not sure if it should be only teachers. But I can give one example from my son's school. When I asked the teacher, I said, like, will you have prevention lessons on threats online? And she said, like, what happened? I'm like, well, nothing happened really, but they're 12-year-olds, and I see what my son is doing in gaming platforms. We need to have that. And she said, like, well, maybe you can do it. So I went and did that for my son's class. So I think, teachers need to be equipped, and that's the problem of school administration, municipality, to have the budget for experts to go to schools and things.
But we also hear, on the other hand, that children are more qualified to recognize the threats and behaviors, and they do, at least they reach out to helplines more often, and we assume that's because they know more. But that was the Norwegian example. Rogila, would you just... No, let's ask Agle. Would you say that they are becoming more qualified in recognizing the threats in Lithuania as well, the kids themselves?
Well, I don't know to what we are comparing to, but first of all, speaking about the situation, what we as Childline see is that the ones who call for help tend to be younger than before. Now, other helplines from other countries say that as well, that a lot of, like a really big part of children who are seeking help after being groomed are younger than 12 or 11 even. So it actually is, I think, one of the important things when we think about grooming is that children are younger than we expect. Like the children who get groomed, they are younger than we expect. I guess this is important. And also another thing is, speaking about situation and statistics, sometimes I think adults also expect that it's mostly girls, which is also not true and changing a lot recently. And
so have you been receiving more calls from boys then?
in Lithuania, our helpline, we see a tendency that in general more boys are calling and chatting with us than before. Like the proportion is changing a bit.
Have you got any figures? Is it 50-50? Is it 40,
depends.
60?
It depends on the because our support is by chat and by phone. So for phone calls, we have kind of the same. But like 3 years ago or 2 years ago, it was a bit more girls than boys calling, like about every question, not only about grooming or online issues. But on chat, we still have a lot of girls who contact us via chat. It's still not so easy for boys to do that for some reason. But about grooming, it can be really any gender. Maybe some, like statistically, situations might be different. Like for girls, it's more like asking for photos and then asking for maybe some sexual favors, like meeting or sending more photos. And then for boys, it can be more like financial extortion. But in general, like we have to not forget that it's for like everyone can be a target. And also, it's very important that like 2 days ago, along with our colleagues from Safer Internet Center in Lithuania, we were also talking about this issue, and they asked, colleagues asked like random teenagers about their experience in grooming. So 6 of 7 people asked had a lot to tell about being contacted by strangers and being like really in not such pleasant contexts. But we are only speaking about our circles, like teenagers we see.
Yeah.
But if we speak about children from vulnerable groups, I think the situation is also quite different. And I don't know, it can be like 100%, I think, in some cases.
So you would say it's much worse?
Yes, I think that, of course, groomers are especially targeting children from vulnerable groups, from children who don't have a good support system. And so I think, yes, we do see children who seek help, but also I'm sure there are a lot of children who don't find help because they don't trust adults. And this is especially true about online issues, I think. Like when, for example, in Lithuania, in childline, the statistics we see, it's really hard to compare it to what we hear when we go to schools or when we just talk to children. Like we said here, most of them will say they had some experiences. Of course, not all of those experiences were the situations where they have to go to the adult for help. Maybe in some cases they just solved it themselves, But in some cases they really need help, but they don't look for help because I think we have a problem, at least in Lithuania, that it's really difficult for children to trust that adults will help effectively, especially talking about online issues.
But when you say they solve the problems themselves, what does that mean? They just, terminate contact with the people? Yeah, that's the only way to solve the issue.
Because if you feel like, if you're comfortable, if you have your support systems, if you're capable of recognizing that this is not the relationship you want to have, you find ways to say no, to block, and to or to say that you are going to call the police if they continue. Some children are really capable of doing that, but if you're in a vulnerable situation, if you really don't have good examples of good relationships, it's really harder to
Thank you. I want to dwell a little bit on what you said about kids calling earlier and earlier, and also the trust issue. We had a little conversation on trust here yesterday on this stage. Nelly, would you say that that relates in the problems in Norway? I mean, in the sense that not a problem, it's probably a happy occasion that kids do start calling earlier and earlier. Hopefully that means that they call earlier. It's not that they are harassed earlier, but we don't know, right? And also on the trust, would you also say that it's hard for teenagers to trust adults?
Well, yes, actually, it is. We see also that younger and younger people are calling us or chatting with us and seeking for help. They trust us because they know that when they contact us, they are totally anonymity is really important for them, that they can talk and reflect around the situation without any consequences. It's important. I mean, that's maybe the first step before you actually can ask for help. And the trust issue is also difficult because adults, they don't know so much about what happens online. And trust is not something you just get. You have to build it. And if you know that the adults around you are not able to talk about these topics, you don't know how they will react, then you probably would not trust that they will handle it in a proper way. So we see that when they talk with us at the helpline, they are seeking for help and tips to how can I talk with my parents about this, or how can I tell my teacher that this is happening to me, and we try to have this kind of conversation with them so they can be prepared, because we don't have any follow-up service, so we just have this one conversation. So for us, it's really important that they, when we end this conversation, they have some tools that they can go out and really get that help. Of course, we can help them, but they are totally anonymity. I mean, that's really important for them. We don't know who they are. We don't know where in the country they are unless they tell us. So the trust for the helpline, I think it's really important. And it's really important that we also don't break that trust. I mean, we need to be there for them and help them and talk about these things and get them to reflect around their situation, because they feel a lot of guilt and shame that they are in this situation, because I should have known that I shouldn't be there. I should have known that this kind of person would contact me and so on. So that we as adults, we need to be aware of this kind of, what should I say, what happens when you're feeling that guilt. And of course, a lot of adults, they overreact. I think if a child comes to you and tells you that I've been groomed, I would like to see that parent with an ice in them. But I mean, it wouldn't. They will be afraid, and they will maybe be angry, and what did I tell you, and so on. So that's also really difficult for children. And that's also why they're struggling to trust that they can talk with adults, because they don't know how they will react. Will they be like, what would happen? They don't know what happens. So we also create some tips for the adults. I mean, how to talk with children about these kind of topics that happens online, that we know that your feeling will be really, how should I say, disturbed. So yeah.
So tips for adults how to talk to kids, and tips for kids how to talk to adults. You were nodding your head very much at some point. Did you have a comment, or shall we?
No, I just, you're absolutely right, Dali, that adults are so angry, and the first thing that youngsters tell us is like, when I told my parent was, what? You were talking about what? With whom? Online? With strangers? And it's a very scary thing, and I think that we need to look into ourselves as adults, which I assume a lot of adults are hearing us online. Look into ourselves. Do you also share problems with children? You know, do you talk about like, my day was bad, or I go to psychotherapy to get help? Because if you're not talking about the help that you are receiving, if you're not being vulnerable, then child will never come to you and say like something bad happens, because you're not sharing about support that you get as well as a parent. So I was nodding because yes, that's absolutely true, and we need to figure ourselves first, then help children.
So at this point, we have established how big of a problem is grooming. We have also said that we get more and more calls about it. I had a little conversation with Aida last night, and she emphasized that it's not just grooming, that, you know, that is an online threat. But you do really interesting research, which is related to how screens affect children. You did talk about that a little. You work with communities that help coordinate the agreements related to screens in kids' free time. So if we are moving now from establishing the situation to talking about what is being done to solve it and to prevent it, would you maybe tell us a little bit about this research of yours and how that can also help deal with the grooming and other online threats?
Yeah, and I think really we have to. Is it working?
I would say that it isn't, but
yeah,
you know, it is.
Yeah. No, this one is better.
But this one is better.
Yeah, yeah. I think actually we have to start another place, because why are we in the situation today that children have access to everything? We don't really give them. Everyone who has children is protecting their children from dangers in real life. We would never let strangers knock on our doors and saying to us, oh, I would like to talk to your 12-year child. I mean, we would never do that. But actually, most of parents do that online. And so there is, we need to change a culture that children have early access, that children are getting phones already when they are 7, 8, 9 years old. In Denmark, like in third grade, almost everyone has a phone. because that phone gives them the access to everything and to stranger, and even, I mean, I think as a parent, even if you have a good relationship with your child, it's really difficult to supervise everything what's happening online, and your child can still fall victim to grooming, because children are developing, and they are emotionally and cognitively immature, which means that they are very easily to manipulate. They have problems, you know, like impulse control, like not doing something. It's very difficult for children, and we acknowledge that in real life. But we don't do that on like online platforms. And one of the example is that most of the platforms children are using are highly addictive. That's their design. And I mean, even we as adults, when we go to Instagram or any platform, we spend much more time than we actually want to. Yeah. And for children, it's impossible to get away from that. So what we need to do is, I mean, we need to do, and which also is happening on the political level, about age verification. Because many of the platforms, like the children are calling, they're actually below the age. The age is like 13 years. Many children are already there when they are like 8, 9 years old. So we need like proper age verifications, but we also need to change the culture, like among the parents, when you give a phone to your child.
So what is, do you have a figure, a recommended age at which children should get their first phone?
Yeah, actually, there was like a commission on well-being in Denmark, that has then extensively research and experts coming in, and they're recommending that children should not get their phone before the age 13. And before that, we should give children like a dumb phone where you can call them, but they should not have access to internet. And and actually, I can see that there's really a cultural change happening in Denmark. And I have my children myself, and my oldest is 14. And when she came to school, like she was the only child with restriction on her phone. Like she only can spend 1 hour, and she still is. She's 14. But I can see with my youngest child, who is 6, that there's like parents are much more aware and actually much more willing to delay. But we have to acknowledge that parents are afraid of 2 things. The first thing is that the child will be excluded from the
left out. Right?
Yes, left out. And the second one is that they don't want to have to conflict with the child. So what we are doing, and what I am also doing with some of the schools in Denmark, is that through the schools, and actually this is like not the job of the schools, but the school is the place where we can reach the most parents. They are doing like agreements. The parents have to sign an agreement that their child will not be on social media before of the age of 13. And
I think Australia or New Zealand banned that.
Yeah,
somehow.
they have like age verification like 16 years, but it's difficult to I mean, they are in the process, which is good. And the EU is also have like there are some recommendations on the way about the age verification, but this can take like really long time if we are thinking about it politically. And you can say like we already have like 15 years, or which we have where we have done nothing, and it can take like 5 more years. So really need to do something like among the parents and change the culture, and we can only do that on a collective level.
And this will probably, as you say, will take long. It will be rather complicated. Eventually, hopefully, we will get there. But now, since we haven't gotten there, what could we do in the situation of lack of limits that we've got? Yeah. What is the advice to avoid online threats? Limiting screen time is one, I hear.
Yes.
What else?
Yeah, but actually, it's really to start talking about this topic. And it's a difficult topic because many parents are shameful about it, because most of them know their child has much more screen time than they should. But it's actually starting at like a class level, talking already in the 1st grade. Do we want our children to have phones? What apps should they be on? Because it's just become accepted as a normality that children are on Snapchat, and this affects also children's social skills. We know from statistics that 3rd graders are only meeting twice a week after school. I mean, most parents think, oh, okay, my child is gaming and it's online with their friends on Snapchat. that's not the same. I mean, children real life connections, and we can only, I mean, the only chance the parents have competing against like manipulative algorithms that wants to keep your child online is actually to do collective agreements and talk about this topic and you know, say, okay, in 3rd grade, do we want them to have phones? In 5th grade, do we want them to be on Snapchat? Because then it's much easier to do that.
When you mentioned about the lack of social skills, I just remembered here at the reception yesterday in this very tent, I had a conversation with this teacher of the university who said, I go to teach my students and they just don't know how to communicate. So for me, it's so nice to be here because this festival is all about, you know, maybe learning to communicate. This feels like people are actually communicating, and it's something really forgotten to me. That's what he said. So this is just a comment which is not related to children's threats, but I wanted to ask Rugile, unless Aida, you wanted to finish your thought.
Yeah, I just want to say about the social skills, because as a parents, we come from a generation where we actually practice social skills because we didn't have any phones. So we had to, you know, talk to each other. And this requires practice, how to small talk. But our children are growing up and they don't have to do that. And most children just want to, you know, to message, and they don't even want to call because it's anxiety provoking. So yeah, that's also one of the threats. Yeah.
So collective agreements is something which is very important, you are saying. I want to ask Rugile about the publication that you did for the 3 to 7-year-old kids on how to set boundaries. So when we talk about setting boundaries, that's probably not a collective agreement. It should be done on the individual basis. Tell us more.
Yeah, so with Ribologia, we wrote this book. It's a book with a character, Julia, and she is learning in a very young age how to learn about her boundaries. And we have different stories. So, for example, the first story is when she is pinching her father really hard, and the father is saying, like, this is not okay. Why do you do that? You know, that's my boundary. And she's saying, well, you just threw away my project, which you thought was garbage, and that was stepping over my boundaries. Also, we have situation where she's like bathing in the bath and talking about her with her mother, and she's like, wash your private parts. And she's like, what is a private part? So we're teaching children and parents also that it's okay actually to learn about your body parts from a very early age on, because groomers, if the child is aware of the boundaries, your private parts, how are they called? It's not like your little mouse or your like flower or something. They're actually more safe. And also we have situation with this neighbor that asked her and her brother to come in to visit him because he gives candy, he has nice conversations with them. And also at the end we have something for parents as well, which is like 10 tips on how to talk with your child about boundaries and about like you know, body parts, because it's still very shameful for parents. Let's say if your grandmother never talked about that, if your mom never talked about that. Well, my mom is somewhere there, and she talked with me about all of these things because she works as a medical doctor. And she said, like, I said when I was a child, like, Mom, don't say that. And she's like, that's a body part. You don't call your hand an octopus. That's also your body part. And it gave me a lot of like freedom to talk about these things, and
eventually led you to where you are now, working with Ribologia.
Well, probably yes, with all the freedom and also gender equality in mind. And also I wanted to tell about like why we created for very small children. We thought that was a gap, and let's say children from 3 to 7-year-old usually they don't have phone because they're not going to school, right? But what they do have is like iPads, and parents are like, I have this YouTube Kids channel. It's so protective, right? And you can have it for like 20 minutes or something, right? And then you are watching what your child is watching, and your child likes, for example, Sonic the Hedgehog or Elsa the Princess, whatever, you know, like Paw Patrol. And suddenly, you know, without you looking, as the videos are changing, the child is being directed to, for example, Elsa Gate or Sonic Gate. Videos that are on more sexual manner or on a very abusive manner, and it can happen like that. So this 20 minutes, because it's still Sonic, but it's a scary Sonic or sexualized Sonic.
And it's
or
still on
sexualized
YouTube
Elsa.
Kids.
And it can jump over the algorithms because, you know, it's about Sonic or about Elsa. So they're exposed still, even from a very early age. And we as parents are saying, well, if your grandmother comes and she wants to kiss you, you need to some sort of make the connection with her. Or what
When
do you
it's a
mean?
grandmother, maybe it's fine. But when it's like, I don't know, 3 aunts that the kid has never seen before and you are asked to kiss them.
Yeah, but it's like your grandmother comes, right? And the kid is playing. And maybe the kid doesn't want to talk to the grandmother right now, right? And you're saying, well, you kind of sort of like please, because she's there. She wants to give you a present. It's boundaries. Or you open the door, right? Or you enter the room when the child is like 5 or 6 saying like, I'm going to help you this and that, or I'm going to clean your room because it's a mess. It's
Yeah.
boundaries, teaching them boundaries.
So what you're saying essentially is the earlier you learn about boundaries, the more resilient you will be when you experience cases of grooming later in your life.
Absolutely, because if your child knows that you overstep his, hers, or their boundaries all the time, and you as a parent, as a trusted adult, then they are learning, okay, so my boundaries are not important or not as important. It can be crossed. So when a stranger comes and crosses your boundaries, you're like, well, I'm kind of used to that. So there's small things like that. And adults, we want to have this quick fix and quick pills, right? And you're saying that, what should we do? Maybe I should take the phone. Maybe I should restrict. Maybe school can help us, right? So it's asking a doctor, if you feel really bad, give me medicine. And the doctor is asking, are you sleeping okay? No. Are you drinking water? No. Are you exercising? No. So change that. So, you know, we as adults want a quick fix. And not the quick fix is communication. And well, I'm sorry, you will need to communicate about boundaries and create this trust. And that's a lengthy process when you're tired and after work, you know.
Exactly. So, okay, so learning about boundaries, communicating about boundaries, advice for parents about how to talk to children, advice to children how to talk to parents, collective agreements, I think I've mentioned. What else is being done? Maybe, Nelly, maybe there is something on the state level, some structural initiatives, for example, to deal with those threats?
Yeah, of course. Well, in a structural way, we need to, first of all, we need politicians to understand what this means. And now we push everything to teachers. Teachers, they need to learn our kids, but I don't think politicians really know what this is all about. So first of all, we need to understand the problem. We need to figure out how should we solve the problem. And by setting like boundaries, setting like age verifications and all this is one way of doing it. But we also need to make parents, before they get the children, talk about these kind of things. When you give your child a phone, it doesn't matter what age, then you also need to talk about the content that they will see. It's fun, it's playful, it's an area where you can get a lot of possibilities. But you also need to talk about the challenges and what may happen there. Exactly the same way when you learn them to take your bike or cross the road or whatever. And we need teachers and we need other adults to be aware of what happens. So on the politicians, they can help, social workers. They can help other people working with children how to deal with it. How can they set these kind of boundaries? And we need to have an agreement on the level. When should it be okay to give the phone to your child? And if, why, and if, how, and so on. We need to have some more, because now we leave everything to parents. They can just choose for themselves and they can decide, because parents, they know the children best in a way. So having limits, not having phones in schools and this kind of thing is just one step, but we need to talk about, because children, they are not like dividing these kind of areas, like I'm in school and I'm at the playground or I'm home, because for them life is life. So if I'm online, it doesn't matter where I'm online. We need to talk about, and we need to understand how children are thinking and why they are doing it. And I think it's important for us to listen to children and to have them on board when we are doing this kind of work, because we have to understand them before we actually do anything. I know they are young, but still they have a voice, and it's important that they also can use their voice in this work. I think that's the best way to have good rules and routines and everything, that they can feel that they are a part of it. Then it also will be easier for us to like change where we are going. So when we are putting, like in Norway, when we was working about what age should we have on social media, we involved young people in this process. We wanted to listen to young people. What did they say?
What do they say?
Well, actually, they say, well, it's interesting, because if you ask a 15-year-old, they will just like say, we should raise the age because it's so dangerous to be there for young people. But if you ask the youngest one, they were just like,
don't limit it.
No, don't limit it. So it's interesting to involve them and to understand how they think. And but it's fun. I think it's really important for us, because then we also can say that young people have said to us that this is important and that's why we're doing it, instead of I said as an adult that this is important. They won't listen to me.
Yeah, this is very interesting and super important, involving young people into conversations too. Before I open this up to you, in case you've got any questions or comments, Agla, is there anything else that we haven't said in terms of preventing and fighting grooming and other online threats?
I think it was already said before, but I guess it's important to say it again, that we should normalize seeking help. We should normalize difficult conversations. I remember when I was a teenager and my mom came to me and tried to talk about sex, and I was like, Mom, no. And she just stepped down. She never talked to me about that again, because it was really obviously uncomfortable for her. And yeah, she thought that.
So what would your advice to her be now? Don't stop?
Don't stop. Yeah, don't step down. Maybe try again. Maybe try different situation. Maybe try different words. And just normalize talking and staying in difficult conversations. And also, yeah, normalize asking for help. And if you're an adult and if you have kids around and you think they might need help, it's also, let's normalize not being the adult they will approach first. Like, it's okay if your children will not come to you with this really sensitive topic, but maybe to someone at school, or maybe they call childline. Sometimes, I think sometimes it's a bit difficult for parents to take it, you know, that you might be not the first person, because it's really also tough for children too, to talk about this with the closest person ever. So maybe they choose someone else, but it's important that they find help somewhere with trusted adults.
And there is at least one adult that they can trust, right? I saw a question in the line number 2. If you want to introduce yourself, please do. And we are very eager.
My name is Vaid. I'm a parent here. So I just came back from the other discussion, very similar topic over there.
How is this better, right?
Obviously. But the thing I wanted to react to was, you were saying that we have to leave to the parents, or rather it is now left to the parents to decide, right? And there was one parent in that other discussion who is advocating for nothing to let's leave it as it is for parents to decide, and children are learning a lot and so on and so on. We are kind of stopping progress this way if we're deciding to take screens away. But the thing I wanted to share, that maybe last month I saw that Australia, if it was Prime Minister or any other kind of minister, I don't remember, but they they announced that they are now forbidding social media in Australia for younger than 16.
Yeah, we discussed
We
that a
discussed
little
it.
bit.
Yeah. So, but the way it was phrased, I loved, because it was said, "Parents, we got your back." And I think it's really, really important, because it's not up to any family. We live in society. If my child does not have phone, but all other children have, it's kind of hard to resist this peer pressure, or to not feel left out, or even worse, to be bullied about it, right? So I love that. And Živile, that there was a question about the government's involvement. So I think we have these initiatives, and we still need pushing. Parents either way will decide how to do that, right? But I think we need help in this game.
Thank you so much. Aida, you wanted to take that?
Yes, yeah, and we have discussed that there's actually a need, like, for changes on the structural level, like that there should be age verifications, and that manipulative algorithms and designs should be forbidden, as we protect children from gambling, which is essentially these are the same mechanisms used on social media. We should also protect children from social media in that way. But we also need to help the parents, because I mean some are thinking, well, it's a problem of the schools, and some are thinking it's a problem of the parents. But actually, when we which we also discussed before, on the collective level, when we in the class agree, our children are not going to have phones in first, second, third grade, or are not going to have social media or Snapchat. And I think also it's important to say, it doesn't have to be 100%. If there's a 70, 80%, then you're still a part of a community. And but it also sends a strong signal, just like with alcohol or cigarettes. It's not normal to smoke or drink when you are in the 4th grade or in the 5th grade. Some children will still do that, but it won't be normal for the majority. So we really need to just change the whole culture we have, that children need to be on screens. And I do not agree that they learn a lot. I mean, if you look what children do in their free time, it's most of the time they're on social media or gaming, which is not really good for them, or scrolling, and which is really damaging their concentration. So you can still have the good if your child has most studies show that the children who are thriving the best have
I've never seen screens.
No, they have not. No, actually, that's also not good. It's actually 1 to 2 hours, where you also, as a parent, should choose what content it is, but not more than 2 hours, which now is also the health recommendation from Danish health authorities and other countries. So max 2 hours, because what children really need, they need to play. They need to have time to develop their fantasy. They need to meet friends in real life. They need to do sports, and they need to sleep. And sleep is also one of the things which is most affected. And we know what children need to thrive, but we kind of forgotten it in the digital age. We now think the children need the phones. No, they really don't.
Thank you so much. I think I saw the question here in row number 1, and then the question in the row number 3. So we will collect. No, maybe let's start with you, but I will just say that these 2 questions will have to be the last ones. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. So I wanted to maybe ask your perspective on the situation that I had. So basically maybe I'll explain this with a real life example that I had. I had one friend in 6th grade who also had very restricted access to the internet. And he saved up money and bought a used phone, and within a week he got groomed because he didn't have the experience maybe or something. So wanted to maybe ask, how do you avoid kids getting on the internet secretly maybe? And yeah,
This is a very good question. Thank you so very much for asking it. Who would want to be the first one to take it?
Thank you for the question. Excellent question. We have that quite a lot of times. I think, again, conversation, because when we talk about the child that is 3 years old, that's one thing. But when you talk about the child, as you mentioned, older or a teenager, 12-year-old, 13-year-old, you can take whatever you want from them. You can cut wires, internet wires. You can provide them all the time and watch them all the time. They will find the way. The more you restrict, the more ways they will find. It's like a challenge for them to do that. It's like, I'm gonna beat you in this game, right? So what we are trying to encourage is conversation. I can give you one example. The child really wanted to have TikTok account when he was 12, one child, and you cannot have it until 13 years. So what the parents did, he said like, okay, so prepare us a presentation why you want that, and what you will do on TikTok. And the child said, well, actually my main goal, because I'm very interested in cars, is to upload car videos or check out car videos. And they had this discussion for like almost half a year, and then, you know, he was about the time to get TikTok. So again, discussions. And also not say that everything there is like completely bad, but also talk about ways how you can use it or what purpose you need it from. Maybe that child really had a purpose why the child wanted to be on social media, you know? So asking, what is your purpose? And then talking about that.
But my guess is that, what was your name, by the way? Eric. So, Eric, right? What Eric was also trying to say is that don't isolate, don't take away the phones from the screens, from the kids, because they will find a way and they will not have any knowledge, and then they will fail there. So I think we kind of have said it too, that it's bad for you to completely not have any screen time, right, Aida?
Yeah, and I think this is not either or, it's both. You know, you need to talk to when the children get the phone access, then we need to talk to them about what can happen. And most children, I mean, do not come to the parents because they are afraid that then they will take away the phone and they won't have any access. And but still, I think it's really important to delay access.
Yeah,
and
for as long as possible.
Yes, because also a very new study which came out now in just 1 month ago for 100,000 young people shows that children who have access to phones before the age of 13 have much more mental health issues when they are 17. So of course it's important to talk to children, you know, what can happen online, and just like restricting with no explanation, it doesn't make sense. But also I do not think that there's no effect in restrictions, because we have a society which is based on restrictions. And of course, children will always find a way, but there will be much less damage than if you just give free access, like now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will take one last question from Ule.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for this, to me, somewhat scary, but also very thought-provoking discussion. I am the new director of the Minister Council's Council office here in Lithuania. Let me add that Erikas behind us here is on our Youth Advisory Board. So now you get 2 questions, 2 comments from the same Council of Ministers office, but across the generational divide. I am myself a parent, not yet a grandparent, and my first question is about, I'm trying to reflect, what are we seeing coming? These young people you are now talking about being targeted, if not also victims of grooming, where will they be in this complex? And where will society be in this complex in 10, 15, 20 years when they are themselves parents, and also in schools as teachers and ruling structures of society? That's the one thing. And the other is, thank you for explaining to me what grooming is about. And I think you talked a lot about the groomees. But I'm asking myself, who are really the groomers? Do we know enough about the groomers and how to sort of go into that side of the problem? And then let me just add quickly, here it's much about sexual exploitation and other sorts of vulnerabilities, young people. But we also know that there are other people out there who have evil intent and are part of this broader cyber warfare, psychological warfare that we have also been talking about in this tent, related to societal security, who go into the specific divides, build and develop polarization between groups. And we know, for instance, from Norway, that actually young people lose trust in institutions in Norway. They lose trust in many of the things that we took for granted. So 2 questions there, and I think on what we can expect, actually. Thank you.
Thank you very much. These are also really good questions. The thing I've been reminded of was that we have to finish at 11 sharp. So what we'll do, because we've got only 2 minutes remaining, I'll ask Rugile to expand on the profile of groomers, because this is what you worked on and what you analyzed as well. And then some of you who would want to take the first question, I would be very glad to give you a chance to talk. So maybe let's start with the profile of groomers.
If we talk about the gender, it's mostly men, but having said that, some women join them as well, because women stereotypically are more trusted in a way, so sometimes they join for the grooming process, but it's mostly men. Other than that, other characteristics, it could be which other person. Usually it's the person that has like very good communication skills, that has like emotional intelligence to being able to create this connection. Oftenly it is people that have access to children or create access to children, either it's online or especially offline, working where children are around. And again, the same groomers, they're now like probably sitting in school, so if you don't have the certain information on how to prevent, what effects it has, then you would become an adult who could potentially, you know, go with this path.
Okay, thank you very much. Aida.
The question about the future. The future, it's AI. And it's even scarier because children, I mean, people are already getting addicted to ChatGPT, and children are really using ChatGPT, you know, to solve all their school stuff. And then we also have a whole other division with AI friends and girlfriends, which is already, you know, there are commercials and there are apps targeting children where their first girlfriend or boyfriend is, or friends are AI friends. Like Zuckerberg said, there's no problem with loneliness. Every child needs 12 AI friends and they will be fine. And that's really something we need to discuss. And again, like the addictive features of these technologies that are targeting children who are not able to resist because their brain is just not fully developed yet. And it's really difficult to say no to this.
Thank you. Anyone, one last short comment, Nelly?
Yeah, I just want to say something about the groomers, because we know that technology is also helping the groomers. They use technology, AI, to learn how to speak with young children. They learn the words, they learn how to approach, they learn everything. So we have to deal with the technology, and we have to put some boundaries around how should we use it, what should we allow, not allow. And we know it's happening today. So what's happening in the future is really scary. Yeah.
We have to end on something a little positive.
Yeah, I wanted to actually do that because I believe that if we think about what the future is going to look like, I think it depends. If children get proper help, the future is way brighter than it can be. Like experiences of being groomed can really last. Like it can have like really difficult consequences. But we can actually help children to deal with these consequences if the help is proper and on time.
The teacher that I mentioned who came to the festival to enjoy the live conversation and conversation skills has actually arrived again to enjoy the festival. So that just is a proof that it makes sense that we are talking and enjoying the conversation. And at this point, I think the music and all of the sounds are signifying that it's time for a break. And as much as I would want to continue, and I had a really good exercise prepared to all of you on what specifically to say to a teenage kid to teach him about grooming. I wouldn't be able to carry that out, but I will leave that for the next time, and I will leave it for all of you to think about it if you were, a parent, or maybe if you were a kid, a teenager, what were the words that you would want to hear from your parents, and maybe you could communicate that to them if they haven't done it by now. Anyway, some food for thought to all of us. But most of all, I would like to thank these wonderful women, these wonderful speakers who have spent entire hour sharing their experiences and also sharing their enthusiasm on the topic. So to do that, I will invite everybody to give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the festival. Do stay here if you want that, or look around. There are many interesting things happening. Enjoy the rest of the day, and thank you very much for coming.
Sveiki. Sveiki prisijungę į diskusiją. Kam vytis, jei galime pirmauti? Lietuvos, inovacijos, Baltijos ir Šiaurės šalių regiono augimui. Mes šiandien klausime, kaip Lietuva gali tapti inovacijų lyderį, kur jau pirmaujame, kokio įkvėpimo semiamės iš Šiaurės Baltijos kaimynių, kaip auginti regiono konkurencingumą ir išlaikyti globalią orientaciją. Ir pirmiausia, pristatau šio pokalbio dalyvius. Vienas iš svarbiausių Lietuvos biotechnologijos pramonės kūrėjų, įrodęs, kaip vieno žmogaus pastangos ir lyderystė gali paskatinti viso sektoriaus augimą, padėti Lietuvai įsitvirtinti ir pasauliniai biotechnologijų rinkai, pelnęs galybę apdovanojimų už indėlį į mokslą, verslą, inovacijas, Northway įmonių grupės vadovas, valdybos pirmininkas ir Northway Biotech vadovas, profesorius Vladas Algirdas Bumelis. Atsistoti reikia mums. Strategė, verslininkė, ekosistemų architektė, turinti daugiau nei 25 metų patirtį, inovacijomis grįsto augimo, strateginės įžvalgos ir ilgalaikio poveikio kūrimo srityse, taip pat filosofijos mokslų daktarė.
Ne. Vadybos mokslų.
Ir mes galėsim padiskutuoti, kad tai yra irgi tam tikra filosofija. Inovacijos agentūros valdybos pirmininkė Agnė Paliokaitė.
Sveiki.
Vadovas, turintis ilgametę patirtį transporto ir logistikos sektorijoje, prisidėjęs prie daugelio Baltijos šalim logistikos ir infrastruktūros reikšmingų projektų, siekiantis modernizuoti geležinkelių infrastruktūrą, stiprinti tvaraus mobilumo sprendimus ir turintis ambiciją sujungti Lietuvą ir Baltijos šalis su Vakarų Europą. Lietuvos geležinkelių grupės generalinis direktorius Egidijus Lazauskas. Mano vardas Akvilė Skiparė, aš moderuosiu šią diskusiją ir dėkui Šiaurės ministrų tarybos biurui Lietuvoje už pakvietimą ir kartu rengiame su Šiaurės investicijų banku šią panelę. Na, nieko nelaukia, pradėkime. Lietuva pastaraisiais metais dažnai buvo minima kaip lyderė inovacijų srityje, Baltijos šalių sėkmės istorija. Kaip ji iš tikrųjų atrodo jūsų nuomonė ir palyginus su Šiaurės ir Baltijos kaimynėmis šiandien? Egidijau, pradėkime nuo jūsų.
Iš tiesų, tai man geras jausmas. Tikrai galim pasakyti, kad prisidedame prie inovacijų, prasidėjo viskas nuo fintechų. O gravitacija, žinot, toks dalykas, kur gerai pasiseka, tai yra tikimybė, kad ir kitiems pasiseks ir tos drąsos atsiranda. Kuo toliau, tuo daugiau. Tai šiandien Lietuva ir su Lietuva susijus kompanijos apie 9 vienaragius turime. Ne? Tai estai tiek pat turi, Latvijai mažiau. Tai rodo, kad apetitas mūsų kyla bevalgant ir tada atsiranda matyti kitų galimybių, ne tik iš fintecho, bet iš kitų industrijų, kaip galime patobulėti. Ir šiaip matyti nėra naujiena, aš galbūt apie savo sektorių, apie geležinkelius kalbant, trains are new black. Tai Europos komisija yra labai stipriai skyrusį dėmesį greitųjų traukinių tinklų plėtrai. Tai jeigu mes savo dalies nepadarysime, tai nebūsime to tinklo dalis. Dėl to ir tas siekis ir integruotis į vakarus mums yra labai svarbus. Iš vienos pusės, iš kitos pusės yra ir liūdnos temos apie tai, kad vyksta karas, o geležinkeliai nesinorisi to minėti, bet iš tiesų labai dažnai irgi pasitarnaudavo kariniams tikslams. Tai čia antras galbūt aspektas, kuris mus irgi verčia pasitemti ir ieškoti tų visų inovacijų, kaip įmanoma greičiau padaryti tą geležinkelį, kaip įmanoma, kad daugiau naudotųsi, ne tik pramonė, bet taip pat ir kitos industrijos. Tai turim galimybę greit judėti, nes esame šiaip maži. Čia yra tokia tam tikras, kaip visą laiką, yra pliusai minusai. Būdamas mažas, tu gali greičiau prasukti, galbūt kažką protestuoti, bet padarius kažkokį tai dalyką, aišku, rinka ar kažkur tu pritaikysi, jinai turi būti žymiai platesnė. Tai kuo greičiau darome, kuo greičiau testuojame, tuo greičiau suklystame ir tada einame ieškoti kitų naujų sprendimų. Tai turim tokią privilegiją, būdami mažesni, judėti greičiau, bet taip pat mums reikia tarptautinių partnerių, be jų mes niekur neišskeilinsim tų sprendinių visų. Tai esam geroj pozicijoje, esam geram trende ir reikia daryti, kaip profesorius sakė, nereik daryti, bet reik daryti.
Esam geram startiniai pozicijai. Gerbiamas profesoriau, kokia jūsų nuomonė?
Jis neteisingai mane citavo. Tai aš pasakysiu teisingai, kaip aš sakiau. Aš sakau, kad Lietuvoje visi aplinkui vaikšto ir sako, reikia daryti, reikia daryti. Naikite kiekvieną palapinę ir čia matysit, kad visi šneka, kad reikia daryti. Tai aš sakau, baikim sakyti, kad reikia daryti, eikim ir padarykim. Ir tada viskas bus gerai ir tvarkoj ir mažiau šnekėsim, daugiau turėsim rezultatų. Tai dabar užmiršau, ko man jūs klausėt.
Ar Lietuva jau sėkmės istorija, ar dar tik pakely?
Tai aš nežinau. Už visą Lietuvos inovaciją aš taip labai atsargiai šnekėčiau. Kadangi čia antiek plati savoka, kad viską apriepti turbūt čia reikėtų. Vat Aleksandras Abišovas sėdi, tai jis gal ir aprieptų viską ir pasakytų. Čia. Bet aš... Nu gerai, tegu jį pasako. Tai aš ką galiu pasakyti daugiau apie tą sritį, kur aš šiek tiek kažką tai žinau. Tai yra tie gyvybės mokslai, bet ne vien tik tai gyvybės mokslai, man atrodo, ir neteisinga savoka. Turi būti dar gyvybės mokslai ir gyvybės mokslo industrija. Tai vat, jeigu tas dvi savokas mes nagrinėsim, tai gyvybės moksluose tikrai inovacijų tikrai yra Lietuvoje padarytų ir labai puikių. Nu, visi čia žinom žirklės, čia karpom, genus karpom, dedam laukų, nešam neteisingus, dedam teisingus. Tai aš čia, taip sakant, kadangi mėgstu visokius daiktus daryti, tai genų terapijos centrą pastačiau, kad man jis klausė, kam tau bumelį reikia, to centro. Nugi sakau, kirpsiu laukų iš lietuvių genomo patį labiausiai ekspresuotą geną. Tai visi klausia, koks? Nu, turbūt žinot. Pavydas. Bet aš skiriu dvi pavydo rūšis. Viena pavydo rūšis yra juodas pavydas, kita pavydo rūšis yra baltas pavydas. Tai vat juodą pavydą reikia kirpti laukų iš lietuvių genomų ir tai irgi nieko neprideda, kad mes gerai vystytume inovacijas Lietuvoje. Bet baltą pavydą reikia ekspresuoti. Reikia nebijoti konkuruoti, reikia nebijoti būti pirmam, reikia nebijoti pavydėti kažkam tai, kas padarė geriau negu tu ir stengtis padaryti dar geriau. Kaip aš sakau, gerai dirbti negalima. Reikia dirbti kaip? Puikiai. Va, kas ten atsakė kaip jie? O, šaunuolė.
Auditorija kalba choru.
Tai reikia dirbti puikiai. Nes nuo gerai ir puikiai tai yra distancija šviesmečiais. Jeigu dirbsim gerai, nieko mes nepasieksim ir inovacijų nesukursim. turim dirbti puikiai. Ir su to puikiu darbu aš net nebejoju, kad tų inovacijų bus. O gyvybės moksluose ir gyvybės industrijai tikrai yra ir tos šikšnio žirklės, kurios tikrai darys revoliuciją. Ir gyvybės mokslo industrijoje. Ir taip kaip genų inžinerija. Tai genų inžinerija padarė revoliuciją kokią. Tai ar pažiūrėkite, ar dabar yra bent kur lietuvaičių suaugusių žmonių, kurie nedidukai vaikšto po Lietuvą. Nebėra tokių. Kodėl? Todėl, kad anais laikais nebuvo žmogaus augimo hormonų, negalėjom padėti tiems žmogiukams, kad duoti to hormonų, kad jie išaugtų. Dabar su genų inžinerija viską tą padarėm, viskas tas juda į priekį. Tai sekanti banga bus kaip tik tos genų žirklis, kur ne vien tik, kaip aš čia juokauju, tos bjaurius genus kirpsim, pavydo genus, bet yra baisiai daug tikrai netikusių genų mūsų organizme, kurie nepadeda mums gyventi, o trukdo gyventi. Kaip pavyzdį galiu pasakyti, kaip su genų terapija išgydyta viena bjauri liga. Žinot, mes turim raudonos kraujo kūnelius, jie tokie burbuliukai, bet pas kitus jie yra tokie pusmėnulių formos. Tai vadinama pjautuvinė anemija. Tai kai tokį turi, tai į 3 aukštą laiptais neįlipsi. Tai su genų terapija jau tas viskas sutvarkyta ir žmonės puikiai gali gyventi. Tai ar mes čia lyderiai? Kaip čia pasakyti? Jokie mes čia dar ne lyderiai tų inovacijų srity, kadangi mūsų visa šalis vystosi normaliai, tik kiek metų? 35. O šiaurės šalis kiek normaliai vystosi? Tai nebežinau kiek, turbūt arti 100, jeigu nedaugiau. Tai čia nėra ką baisiai lyginti, kad mes jau čia tokiais kosminiais tempais judom inovacijai, bet proto turim, kad vystyti inovacijas reikia 2 daiktus daryti. Galvoti. Kadangi yra toks posakis. Galvojimas yra sunkus darbas, todėl nieks jo nenori daryti. Tai pirmą aš siūlau visiems galvoti. O kai pagalvojam, tai tada puikiai dirbti, bet nesunkiai dirbti, kaip amerikonai šneka. We are working very hard. Tai nereikia very hard to work. Reikia dirbti protingai, inovatyviai, išmaniai ir tikrai aplenksim šiaurės šalis.
Puiku. Plojimai, visi už. Agne, kokia jūsų nuomonė? Kur dabar yra Lietuva ir kokiam kelyje?
Kalbant apie baltą pavydą, aš esu politikos analitikė ir politikos analitikai turi tokį posakį, kad atsakymas į klausimą, kaip gyveni, priklauso nuo to, su kuo lyginsies. Tai žiūrint į tai, kaip atrodo Lietuva lyginant su kitom šalim, kurios pabėgo iš to sovietinio bardako, tai Lietuva padarė milžinišką šuolį ir tikrai yra sėkmės istorija. Fantastiškas augimas ir tikrai, kaip sakė kolega, jausmas yra geras. Bet jeigu mes lyginamės su lyderiais, pavyzdžiui, Šiaurės šalis yra inovacijų reitinguose pirmaujančios visada. Ir mano kolegos, aš pati iš Visionary Analytics prisidėjo rengiant tokią Europos inovacijų švieslentę. Nežinau, pakelkit rankas, kas yra girdėjęs. Girdėję žmonės. Tai yra Europinis inovacijų reitingas. Ir Šiaurės šalis yra, 3 iš jų yra 4. pirmam. Tai yra nuolatos, jos yra inovacijų lyderės. Tas reitingas pateikia labai aiškią indikaciją, kur yra Lietuva apytiksliai. Tai Lietuva yra vidutiniokė, nuosaikus inovatoriai, tai vadinasi nuosaikių inovatorių grupė. Ir aš dar pridursiu, atsiprašau, kad esu party pooper, bet silpna vidutiniokė. Dėl to, kad toje nuosaikių inovatorių grupėje inovacijų reitingas yra Lietuvos balas tas žemesnis negu grupės vidurkis. Tai va, tai labai norėtųsi pasidžiaugti, kad jau viskas pasiekta ir belieka tik tai mėgautis rezultatais, bet toli gražu dar taip nėra. Norisi lygiuotis į Šiaurės šalis kaip inovacijų lyderės. Ir kartais yra sakančių, kad ten tie reitingai, neteisinga ta statistika, iš tikrųjų viskas yra daug geriau, nes pavyzdžiui, galbūt Lietuvos inovatoriai nedeklaruoja ten kokių nors mokslinių tyrimų išlaidų, neužpildo statistikos, tai aš sakau, kad ne visai taip, dėl to, kad pasižiūrėjus į verslo produktyvumo rodiklius, akivaizdus yra didžiulis atsilikimas gepas, palyginus tom pačiom Šiaurės šalim, jeigu paimtume kokį čia rodiklį pridėtinę vertę vienam dirbančiajam arba vienam gyventojui. Tai nuo Šiaurės šalių net pusės mes nesiekėm. Tai va, tai tas atotrūkis yra gana nemenkas. Ir dar ką yra svarbu pasakyti, kad jeigu augimo tempai išlieka kaip iki šiol, tarkim tą patį rodiklį produktyvumo paėmus, tai nepavysim. Per ilgą laiką, net ir per 25 metus kitus nepavysim. Vadinasi, reikia ieškoti kažkokių dar didesnių galimybių, dar didesnių šuolius, dar didesnius žingsnius daryti.
Dėkui. Šiaurės šalis, švieslenčių lyderės. Ar yra kažkokie faktoriai, kurie išsiskiria, kurie nėra tik tai laiko faktorius, kad turėjo labai daug laiko tam, o mes vejamės ir pagreitis per mažas. Ar yra kažkokie tai dalykai, į kuriuos mes turėtumėm atidžiau pasižiūrėti, įsikvėpti? Ir mūsų pagreitis galbūt padidės arba peršoksim porą žingsnių?
Labai daug tų veiksnių yra. Vienas galbūt svarbiausių, tai yra tiesiog globali ambicija. Koks yra mūsų identitetas, kaip mes save identifikuojam. Man labai patinka, kadangi pati esu inovacijų agentūros valdyboje, tai aišku pasižiūrim ir kitų inovacijų agentūrų kitose šalise patirtį. Tai Suomių atitinkama agentūra, Business Finland vadinasi, savo front page rašo, kas jie yra. Mes Suomiai esame globalių iššūkių sprendėjai. Tai kitaip tariant, jų ambicija iš karto yra globali, kad mes esam globalios kompanijos, mes teikiame produktus visam pasauliui. Ir tai yra didžiulis jų pranašumas, kad tai yra labai atvira, labai tarptautiška ekonomika, iš ko Lietuva tikrai galėtų pasimokyti. Ir ta ambicija, ta strateginė ambicija yra tikrai didelė, būti geriausiais iššūkių sprendėjas visam pasauliu. Tai vat, kodėl nepasiskoliniu šito. Antras dalykas, šiaip tokia labai įdomią diskusiją turėjom prieš tai su Aleksandru Abišala apie pasitikėjimą. Tai, kadangi taip pat esu inovacijų sistemų mokslininkė, tai inovacijų sistemų teorija sako, kad inovacijos greičiau atsiranda, kai yra daug interakcijų. Tai yra, kai dalyviai tarpusavėje labai daug bendradarbiauja, daug pasitikėjimo yra, dalinasi savo idėjomis ir tada greičiau gimsta kažkokios tai nauji dalykai, naujos idėjos, greičiau ištestuojamos, nauji produktai pateikiami rinkai ir taip toliau. Tai Skandinavijos šalise pasitikėjimas yra vienas aukščiausių pasaulyje. Tiek visuomenės pasitikėjimas institucijomis, tiek ir tarpusavio pasitikėjimas, tai yra žinojimas, kad tu padarysi tai, ką pažadėjai. Ir šito akivaizdu, kad labai trūksta Lietuvoje. Tai žinau, kad profesorius šiek tiek kitaip galvoja, tai įdomu bus išgirsti jūsų nuomonę, kaip čia su pasidalymu savo paslaptimis ir idėjomis, ar tikrai reikia tą daryti ar ne. Dar vienas dalykas, dėl ko aš šneku apie tokius iš pažiūros gal nesusijusius dalykus, bet truputėlį noriu paneigti mitą, kad ko reikia ekonomikai ir inovacijoms, tai tiesiog daugiau pinigų. Ne visai taip yra, nes iš tikrųjų daug dalykų lemia šalies tą inovatyvumą ir verslo inovatyvumą. Ir vienas iš jų tai yra stiprus mokslas ir švietimas. Ta pati inovacijų švieslentė, jinai suteikia įvairius duomenis ir galima pasidaryti koreliaciją, su kuo labiausiai koreliuoja aukštas produktyvumas. Tai vat kaip tik su finansiniam paskatom, kiek išleidžia šalis verslui ten remti, skatinti, tai nebūtinai yra labai stipri koreliacija, ten labai išsibarsta tie duomenys. Stipriausia koreliacija yra ten, kur aukštos kokybės švietimas ir stiprus mokslas. Tiesinė koreliacija. Ir tai reiškia, kad inovacijų sistemose taip yra, viskas susiję. Ir negali važiuoti vežimu, jeigu vienas ratas nukritęs, kaip aš sakau, ir čia supraskit, kalbu apie švietimą. Nori, nenori, šitą reikės išspręsti. Dar vienas dalykas, ko reikėtų pasimokyti, tai gebėjimo užimti atsiveriančias žaidimo aikšteles, tai yra išsiskaptuoti globalias nišas. Iš tikrųjų, Skandinavijos šalis, ypatingai Suomija, yra išsiskyrę sritis, kur jie nori lyderiauti ir nuosekliai, strategiškai į tai investuoja ir ten jie iš tikrųjų tampa lyderiais. Tai, pavyzdžiui, žalioji ekonomika yra vienu iš tų sričių, kur pradėjo Suomija investuoti dar 80-aisiais ir dabar tai yra tiesiog nacionalinė strategija ir milžiniški pasiekimai toje srityje. Tai šito tikrai Lietuva galėtų pasimokyti ne tik tai iš Suomių, bet ir iš estų tų pačių, kurie yra į Estoniją. Ir būti greiti ir strategiškai identifikuojant, kur tos nišos atsivers, bet taip pat ir nuoseklus, investuojant ir išlaikant politikos dėmesį bėgant dešimtmečiams. Ir kad nesibaigtų liūdna nata, kad visko mums čia reikia mokytis, tai noriu pasakyti, kad gera žinia, praėjusiais metais skaitmeninio konkurencingumo reitinge Lietuva aplenkė estus. Vadinasi, mes galim tą šuolį padaryti.
Dabar publikai, kurie žiūri nuotoliu, noriu pasakyti, kad mūsų publika čia labai aktyviai yra atsikvėpusi ir džiaugiasi šitais faktais. Tai ačiū už tą gerą natą. Taip pat kreipiuosi dabar į profesorių. Kaip jūs manot, Lietuvai vejantis, kaip tą pagreitį padidinti, kokia jūsų nuomonė ir išvardintos įžvalgos, kiek jos rezonuoja su jumis, iš jūsų pusės, praktikų ir idėjų nešėjų?
Nieko gudraus nepasakysi. Jeigu nori daugiau turėti rezultatų, tai ką turi daryti? Daugiau dirbti. Ne mažiau dirbti, daugiau dirbti.
O kartu su kitais ar po vieną? Kaip jūs manot geriausiai?
Taigi šalis esam, 3 milijonai. Tai turim daugiau dirbti, o ne kartais čia filosofuoti, kad jau užteks 1 dieną dirbti, 5 nebedirbama, 6. Dirbti reikia, bet dar kartą sakau, reikia dirbti ir kad tas darbas būtų tikrai produktyvus. Nes mūsų produktyvumas arba tas koeficientas produktyvumo yra dar labai žemas, nors šiek tiek judam į priekį, bet aš truputį apie tą pasitikėjimą, kur čia jūs čia puikiai diskutavo. Mano tai nuomonė ir labai paprasta. Aš sakau, jeigu žmona tavim jau nebepasitikė, tai kas? Skyrybos, žmona. Skyrybos. Tai pasitikėjimas, jis yra moralinė viršūnė, kuri turi būti ir kiekvienam kolektyvui, ir kiekvienoj kompanijai. Kaip tą pasitikėjimą įgyti? Įgyjimas jis yra ir per 30 metų neįgyjom, kad jau tikėtume tikrai vieni kitais, mes savo valdžia tikėtų pilnai mumis, kadangi tas trust ir pasitikėjimas prasideda, mano supratimu, nuo įsipareigojimų vykdymo. Vat jeigu tu nevykdai įsipareigojimų, kurios prisijėmei, tai tada nieks tavim netikės. Tai jokių trastų čia nėra ir nebus. Tai tą pasitikėjimą įgyti reikia labai daug laiko, bet prarasti jį galima per 1 mėnesį. Vat ir viskas. Tai aš biotechnologijoje dabar esu servisinė kompanija, tiekiu paslaugas. Tai jeigu manis prašo paslaugą kas padaryti, aš ją padariau ne laiku, ne kokybiškai, praradau pasitikėjimą, nieks pas mane nebeateis. Tai čia tokie, kas sakyti, kad man skirtinga nuomonė. Ne, man supratimu vienoda nuomonė apie pasitikėjimą. Tai, o ar mes čia galim pasivyti? Nu, aš manau, kad reikia nevytis, reikia dirbti. Tai jeigu dirbsim, o nevysimės, tai viskas bus ir gerai. O ar galim dirbti geriau negu šiauriečiai? Nu, tikiu, kad galim.
Tikrai galim.
Kadangi visi, mano supratimu, turim 1% talentų. Visi. Ir šiauriečiai, ir baltiečiai, ir maltiečiai, visi. Talentų visiems užtenka, 1% užtenka talentų. Bet ne visi norim dirbti 99%. Kiti nori 20, kiti nori 30, kiti nori 90. Tai jeigu dirbsim 90, o šiauriečiai apie 30, kodėl? Na, todėl, kad jie jau turtingi. Jie nelabai benori dirbti, mes dar biedni. Tai mes dar norim daugiau uždirbti, mes norim daugiau pasiekti, kadangi dar biedni esam palyginus su šiauriečiais. Tai aš galvoju, kad mes galim daugiau pasiekti, negu kad šiauriečiai pasiekė. Tai tiek.
Aš galiu sureaguoti. Labai įdomi diskusija. Man širdžiai artima diskusija yra apie lietuvių identitetą. Ir vat mes, vėlgi su to pačiu Aleksandro Višala, kartu dalyvavome rengiant Lietuvos viziją 2050 ir ten tokios diskusijos buvo, tai koks yra lietuvių identitetas. Ar mes čia darbiniai arkliai, tokie vis nuskriausti, vis aukos sindromas, vis kažkas mus skriaudžia, ar mes visgi esam kūrėjai. Ir čia toksai tas klausimas yra work hard or smart. Tai jūs sakot, kad dirbti reikia daugiau. Kaip jūs sureaguotumėte į tai, kad o gal galima kažkaip sumaniau tiesiog dirbti?
Nu, jeigu jūs pasakysit, kaip tą daryti, aš taip ir darysiu, bet tai kad nieks nežino.
Man atrodo, pradedant nuo jūsų pradinių sakinių, ambicija yra ir daugiau, ir sumaniau. Tai reiškia per abi dvi kategorijas.
Kad sumaniau dirbti, vėl sakau, reikia galvoti. Galvoti nieks nenori, kadangi sunkus darbas, bet reikia galvoti. Tai jeigu visi galvosim, tai ir surasim galbūt taip, kaip jūs čia sakot, mažiau, bet sumaniau. Tai...
Dėkui. Egidijau, kreipiuosi į jūs. Didžiausia geležinkelių bendrovė Baltijos šalyse. Dabar daug identiteto ir klausimų, kur diskutuojam, irgi prasitestuosim, didžiulis projektas jau prasidėjęs, prijungti Baltijos šalis prie vakarų. Sakykit, kaip jūs matot visą šitą regiono perspektyvą ir iš jūsų įmonės taip pat pusės, kokios yra galimybės tas inovacijas tiek diegti, tiek galbūt netgi pirmiem jas išbandyti. Didžiulės galimybės, ne tik tai techniniai parametrai. Ir kaip jūs pats sakėt, tai ne tik bėgiai, tai galbūt galit pasidalinti savo mintim, kaip sekasi jau pradžia šito projekto, kas, manot, tiek ir mūsų pačių identiteto prasme tik padeda, o ko reikėtų dar ir kokia jūs nuomonė?
Esminis dalykas, esminis žodis yra bendradarbiavimas. Jeigu 3 kaimynai, vienas turi lentų, kitas vinių, o dar vienas plaktuką, tai kartu jie padarys namą. O jeigu kiekvienas savo laikysis, tai tada žiūrės vienas, kitą galvos, tai gerai, kad niekas nieko nepasistatė, aš nesu blogesnis. Tad tas bendradarbiavimo dalykas ir ta pati Rail Baltica, būtent skirta bendradarbiavimui, platesniam regiono bendradarbiavimui. Ir aš manau, mes turim visas prielaidas to bendradarbiavimu remiantis pasiekti gerų rezultatų. Ar viskas iki šio laiko vyko gerai ir mes čia turim žiauriai fainą situaciją? Ne, nėra gerai. Yra įvairių klausimų, yra tie patys 3 kaimynai, lietuviai, latviai, estai, kurie niekaip nesusitarė, ką pirmą reikia statyti, ar stotis, ar bėgius. Vieni nuo vienų pradėjo, kiti nuo kitų, tai kodėl nebuvo tos bendrystės, bendradarbystės. Aš džiaugiuosi tikrai, kad mes turim gerą kontaktą labai su Lenkija, su kuria mums būtina susijungti tam, kad mes galėtumėm su Europą susijungti, be to, reiškia, susijungimo viršuje su Talinu, nesusijungus su Lenkija, nieko gero nebus. Nebus veikianti ta jungtis. Tai irgi yra daug formatų, daug galimybių, dirbant kartu su jais, taip pat Europos komisijoje, šnekant apie tai, koks fundingas reikalingas tam projektui, kad jis įsigyvendintų. Tai yra daug dalykų, bet mano supratimu jie į bendradarbystę įvairiais lygiais. Ta prasme, tiek specialistų lygyje, vyriausybių lygyje. Yra tikrai nemažai formatų, kuriais ministrai, vyriausybė šnekasi tarpusavy, Europos komisijoje tos temos yra. Bet po to bendrystė, jinai kartais irgi taip išvirsta ne visai skaniai, nes Europos Sąjunga didelė šalių aglomeracija. Ir klausia, kokie italai ir ispanai, o ko čia tie 6 milijonai gyvena, kam jam tas už 20 milijardų tai bėgiai? Taigi normaliai važinėjo su autobusais, tegul važinėjo, pas mus tai reikia daryti, nes daug žmonių gyvena, va čia efektas bus. Ir vyksta irgi kautynės tarpusavį, o kas, o kaip. Tai žiūrint iš tos perspektyvos, mes irgi bedėliojant patį projektą, mes ir bendrovėje ypatingą dėmesį tam bendradarbiavimui skiriam irgi su ir mokslinėmis institucijomis, nes irgi kaip grupė įmonių pasirašėme bendradarbiavimo susitarimą kartu su MIT, su Massachusetts institutu, kurie lyderiai yra. Jiems įdomiausias buvo dalykas, ką jūs galite duoti. Sako, įdomiausias dalykas, kaip jūs įgyvendinsite patį žaliąją strategiją. Elektrifikacija dalykai. Amerikoje, sakysim, irgi jie savo iššūkius su geležinkeliais sprendžia, bet kalbant apie tai, kaip pritraukti ten dirbančius mokslininkus, jie labai aiškiai pasakė, ko nori. Netgi dabar mes turėjom jau atvykusius 2 žmonės, kurie pas mus praleido Vilniuje nemažai laiko žiūrėdami tos visus procesus, ką galime padaryti. Yra kitų formatų, kuriais mes šnekamės, kuriais mes bendraujame. Tai čia, kodėl iš viso inovacijos gimsta, kodėl jų reikia, nes pačių inovacijų dėl inovacijų nereikia. Žmonės visą laiką nuo pat gimimo nori gyventi patogiai, tai yra tingėti, dėl to visos inovacijos atsirado, dėl to ratas atsirado, kam kvadratinį tą dalyką stumti. Reikia padarykim ratą ir geriau judėsime. Antra paskata, žmonės nori būti saugus. Yra kitos inovacijos, kurias leidžia padėti. Tai tiek, jau šnekant apie pačią Rail Baltica kaip po projektą, jisai ir patogumą suteikia, ir saugumą. Tiek karinė prasme, tiek susijungimą regionų, kur irgi žmonės gali skirtingai atvažiuoti ir darbuotis iš skirtingų vietų. Tai yra viskas padaryta, klausimas yra kaip nesustoti. Nes įvairių, ne tik tai Lietuvoje, Estijoje, Latvijoje pastoviai kyla klausimų, kam jums ta Rail Baltica? Kam jums nereikalinga? Taigi viskas gerai buvo, kaigi čia viskas, čia tranzitas buvo, faina labai. Tai tie klausimai kažkiek sumažėjo, bet niekada nežinai, kokios ten vėl provokacijos išlys ir vėl, o kodėl čia? Taigi pagalvokim, su terminalu irgi buvo kiek klausimų LNG. O kam jo reikia? Taigi visą laiką vamzdis yra. Tai reikia turėti savo kelią susijungimą su Europa, lygiai taip pat su energetikai, su interkontinentiniu prisijungimu. Mes esam tas pats projektas ir norime jį padaryti kaip įmanoma greičiau. Tai to siekiame. Jeigu kas turi patarimų, kaip tą dalyką geriau daryti, su mielu noru išklausysime, bet tai yra bendrystės. Jeigu mes nebendrausime, nesikeisime poreikiais, nesikeisime resursais, nesidalinsime, tai nieko daro nebus.
Savo pavyzdžių. Atidaryti duris ir bendradarbiauti kviečiant. Taip. Ir jūs palėtėt labai gerą temą taip pat apie neužtikrintą geopolitinę situaciją. Ir diskutuojam apie įvairias inovacijas, apie kryptis globalinės, tačiau turime ir neužtikrintumus ir įvairius strateginius skersvėjus, taip pavadinkime. Netgi šitoje situacijoje, kaip nepasimesti, kaip nepamesti tų savo tų tikslų, kurie yra išsikelti, kaip jūs dažnai sakot, strateginė drausmė, kad jinai nesudrebėtų. Netgi šitoje situacijoje, kokias matot didžiausias galimybės inovacijoms? Agne, pradėkim nuo jūsų.
Apie Rail Baltica šiaip galiu pasidalinti, kad prieš beveik 25 metus, aš 25 metus dirbu su politikos analize, tai Rail Baltica buvo vienas iš pirmųjų, kur jau sakė, toj bus. Tai čia apie greitį iš tikrųjų ir aš manau, kad greitis ir bendrai biurokratizmo mažinimas, žinau, kad skamba negražiai, bet tame yra esmė. Tai čia yra viena iš tų galimybių, kurias bet kokią krizę suteikia. Yra toksai Mark Zachary parašęs knygą The Politics of Innovation ir ten jisai iškėlė tokią creative insecurity teoriją, kuris sako, kad tik tai kai išorinės grėsmės persveria vidinius interesus, tada valstybė inovuoja. Ir COVIDas ir skaitmenizacija yra pats geriausias pavyzdys. Kiek buvo kalbėta, kad čia reikia, kol neužspaudė. O kai tik užspaudė, labai greitai viskas pajudėjo. Tai tokių pavyzdžių istorijoje yra buvę labai daug. Ir šaltasis karas, ir visos inovacijos ten karybos, ir paskui perselėje į kitas industrijas. Ir panašiai. Tai dabar mes gyvenam tokiu laikotarpiu, kai, kaip sakoma, krizė ant krizės, labai didelis neapibrėžtumas ir dabar vėl su saugumu yra panaši situacija. Tai Ayrtonas Senna lenktynininkas sakė, kad posūkiai geriausiai vyksta kai lyja, tada gali daug konkurentų aplenkti. Tai aš taip pat manau, kad čia yra galimybių ir biurokratijos mažinimas, kalbant apie valstybės, bet kokius procesus, kad jie vyktų greičiau, yra didžiulė neišnaudota galimybė ir čia tų GovTecho ir kitų inovacijų tikrai daug gali atsiverti. Tai čia vienas. Antras, pats saugumas, milžiniškas strateginis poreikis, kaip tik Baltijos ir Šiaurės regionas čia galėtų apsivienyti ir man labai patiko mūsų užsienio reikalų ministro idėja, tai Šiaurės šalių ir Baltijos regiono technologinis skydas, kur mes tikrai jau galime sumesti savo resursus technologinius ir kitus ir pasiūlyti inovacijas, kurios saugotų mus pačius. Tai tokias galimybės pirmos, kas ateina į galvą, matyčiau šiai dienai.
Dėkui. Profesoriau, kaip Jūs manot, geopolitinės situacijos neužtikrintumai, kokias matot galimybės?
Šiaip tai aš galvoju, kad mes lietuvaičiai esam tokie fainuoliai, kad tų strategijų mėgstam rašyti kiekvieną dieną. Tai tų strategijų esam prirašę, nežinau, tonnom. Ir aš čia kokius 2 metus stebėjau, kadangi aš ten į Nemenčinės pusę gyvenu, tai statė naują archyvą. Didelį pastatą. Tai klausiu, ko čia statot? Sako, strategijos nebetelpa. Tai tų strategijų tonom prirašyta. Bet kadangi tonom prirašyta ir nieks, vėl čia kažkas paminėjo mano tą sakinį, kuris yra, nieks nesilaiko tų strateginių drausmių. Tai jeigu strategija parašyta, ji turi būti vykdoma. O dabar prisirašom ir nevykdom. Prisirašom ir nevykdom. Aš neskau, kad saugumas yra, taip sakant, antroji vietoje. Ne, saugumas visada, aš turiu tris parametrus kompanijai. Saugumas, kokybė, ir trečias, man pinigai, man reikia uždirbti pinigus. Bet pirmas yra saugumas, antras yra kokybė. Tai aš manau, kad negalima, kad atėjo kažkokie tai geopolitiniai vėjai ir viską, ką buvom pasirašę per strategijas, išmesti iš šiukšlyno į tą archyvą ten, padėti ir užmiršti. Aš jau buvau išsigandęs, kad greičiausiai ta biotechnologija bus užmiršta, ir buvo primiršta, kadangi buvo žalioji strategija. Tai jeigu, kolegė ne su žaliu švarku, bet jeigu jau vaikščioja ne su žaliu švarku, tai buvai ne žmogus. Tai bet man atrodo dabar po truputį toks balansas atsiranda ir su ta žaliaja strategija ir kažkas viskas atsistoja į vietas. Tai aš nemanyčiau, kad kažkokie tai vėjų atsiradimas turi nupūsti. Jau anksčiau pasirašyti strategijas, mes turim jas vykdyti, jeigu norim pasiekti ir tų inovacijų ir kitų gerų dalykų. O karo industrija tai yra vienas iš puikiausių dalykų inovacijom kurti. Tai aš Izraelį 10 metų, tai kodėl Izraelis toks geras kaip valstybė? Nu, gal kam čia kas nepatinka, bet inovacijų Izraeliui kiek nori. Kas padėjo kurti tas inovacijas? Izraeliai padėjo kurti naujas inovacijas, karo industrija. Tai jeigu mes protingai čia kursim tą karo industriją, o ne vien tik pinigus kažkam tai sumokėsim už ten tankus ir patrankas, bet čia darysim, tai tada tikrai bus didžiulis irgi postumis naujajai inovacijų bangai, gerbiamoji inovacijų agentūra.
Dėkui. Grįžtant ir į jūsų segmentą, girdim, matom ir taip pat klausomės apie jūsų asmeninę ambiciją biotechnologijų mokslų visą industriją pakelti iš dabar apie 2% BVP į 5%. Sakykit, laikai.
Ne mano čia ambicija. Čia ambicija buvo politikų. Politikai susirinko ir sako, gerai, 30 metais padarysim 5% iš naujųjų biotechnologijų.
Gal jūs įkvėpėt?
Aš nekvėpiau. 30 metais mūsų bendras vidaus produktas bus 100 milijardų. Tai kiek ir 5%, nu, tiek ir aš suskaičiuoju. 5 milijardai. Dabar yra 2, jau yra 25 metai. Tai va, tai per 5 metus reikia padaryti 2,5 milijardo arba 3 papildomų pinigų. Tai man patinka startupai, nu geras daiktas. Kadangi pasiimi kokią idėją, tau duoda pinigų, pinigus išleidai, sakai, nieks nesigavo, eini į naują idėją, sakai, vėl duok pinigų, vėl nieks nesigavo. Tai taip ir turi būti, bet iš 100 startuperių tik tai, nu, vienas išgyvena ir duoda kažkokius tai pinigus. Nu, kitiem pasiseka kartais kaip kazino, bet tokių nėra baisiai daug. Tai todėl ne mano čia ambicijos. Aš bandau padėti valstybei tuos 5% padaryti. Kaip tą galim padaryti? Čia kolega klausė, sakė, nieks nežino. Aš žinau, kaip padaryti. Reikia vystyti gyvybės mokslo industriją. Ką tai reiškia? Tai turi būti industrija, kuri gamina produktus, kurie duoda didžiulės apyvartas ir didžiulius pinigus. Tai jeigu taip draugiškai, galiu visiems pastatyti. Vienas fabrikas, kurį planuoju, jeigu Dievas duos pastatyti ir atsiras investitoriai ir finansai, tam reikia apie 500 milijonų. Kitam reikia apie 300 milijonų. Nežinau, kiek Rail Baltikai reikia. 6 milijardų. Nu, tai beveik.
Tik 6 milijardų. Tai kas daugiau?
Tai va tiek reikia pinigų įdėti, jeigu norim tuos 5% padaryti. O jeigu tiek neįdėsim, tai neatsirasti 5%, taigi čia pinigai, kaip sakė mano tėvas, kaip obuoliai ant obels neauga, nu, juos reikia uždirbti. Tai va, tai jeigu jūs sako, čia mano ambicija, čia man tai įdomu. Kadangi įdomu, tai ir dirbu. Tai jeigu surasim finansus, surasim partnerius, o šiaip tai tendencijų yra gerų. Aš net nustebęs, kad tie, kurie iš kitos pusės Atlanto, pradeda pozityviai žiūrėti į mūsų tą gyvybės mokslo industriją. Ir jeigu tie partneriai irgi atsiras, tai bus gerai. O jeigu neatsiras, irgi bus gerai, bet ne taip gerai.
Ne taip greitai.
Ne taip gerai.
Ir ne taip gerai. Taip. Taip, reikia komplekto. Pažvelkime truputį toliau. Padiskutavom, kad Lietuva kai kuriuose vietose yra pradinėje stadijoje, kai kur esam jau ganėtinai pažengę. Yra tam tikri dalykai, kur turėtumėm labai stipriai pagreitinti savo pagreitį, prisitraukti partnerius, finansuoti. O dabar, jeigu persikeltumėm laiko mašiną 10-20 metų į priekį ir pagalvotumėm, koks būtų jūsų svajonių scenarius Lietuvai. Lietuvai ir netgi, galim sakyti, netgi Šiaurės Baltijos šalių regionui, kaip lyderiaujančiam pasaulyje. Ir kokie tai būtų pavyzdžiai, kurie ateina jom į galvą?
Galiu pasakyti.
Prašau.
Tas Rail Baltica tai yra 19 amžiaus projektas. I am sorry. Aš 20 metų Kinijai pastačiau 3 gamyklas. 2 miestelėje nedideliam Tenzinis, vadinasi. 12 milijonų gyventojų. Reikėdavo man iš Pekino važiuoti į Tenzinį. Apie 150 ar 200 kilometrų. Tai taip pat kaip šįryt, aš 6 valandą dar buvau Rygoj. Dabar atvažiavau iš Rygos į Vilnių. 4 valandas. Nesąmonė. Tai mūsų didžiausi pinigai yra laikas, o mūsų didžiausia vertybė yra greitis. Tai aš įsivaizduoju, kad po kiek jūs čia sakėt, po 20 metų. Po 20 metų tikrai turi būti greitasis traukinys, vienas eina iš Vilniaus, ten pas draugus į Taliną, Rygą, dar kažkur tai, o kitas per visą Lietuvą į Klaipėdą. Tai tada nebus sostinės Vilnius, nebus miestelio Kaunas, nebus Klaipėdos, bus viena sostinė, Lietuva. Lietuva City, kaip Meksika City. Tai aš taip įsivaizduoju ateitį, kadangi taip tos inovacijos ir turėtų keisti mūsų gyvenimą. Mes neturėtume daryti ir kažką tai vystyti, kas jau yra praeitis. Mes turėtume vystyti tai, kas yra ateitis, kurios kreipiam į ten 20 metų į priekį, 30 metų. Aš labai atsiprašau, kai taip bjauriai pasakiau apie geležinkelius, bet aš manau, kad tas dabartiniu metu kiek yra važiuojant iš Vilniaus į Klaipėdą, koks greitis?
Vidutinis, 100 km/h, vidutinis.
Ar čia greitis?
Jau kalbėjom apie tai. Ko reikia?
Aš ir tai važiuoju 140, kai 130 leidžia, 10 gali dadėti.
Negražu.
Na, pratęskim pasvajojimą ir ką jūs manote, Gidėjau?
Šiandien mes nekalbėjom be gyvybės mokslo apie kitas industrijas, kuriame mes matom, reiškia, tikrai didelę naudą. Galbūt didžiausia iš tiesų tai yra robotizacija. Šiandien Lietuvos geležinkeliuose vidutinis darbuotojų amžius yra 48 metai. Ir jam reikia didžiai daliai darbuotojų tos bėgius rankomis, ten eiti, ten tarp vagonų stumdyti, tai yra žiauriai sunkus darbas. Ir tol, kol mes nepersikeliam į skaitmeninę erdvę ir mūsų visus smegenys neperkelia į kompus, į hard diskus, tai mes turėsim fizinį pasaulį. Ir mes su to pasauliu turėsim gyventi. Mes turėsim judėti, mes turėsim judinti kažkokius tai krovinius, visi nori kažką pirkti. Tai yra fizinių daiktų pasaulis. Tai šioje vietoje robotizacijos lygis, tiek, kiek pasižiūrint, toli gražu nuo to, ką būtų galima padaryti. Ir tiek, kiek galima, ir tiek su greičio judėjimu, su visų projektų padarimu, jeigu mes viską toliau darysim taip pat, rankomis, kaip iki šio laiko, tai sorry, ta prasme, tai ir toliau gal dar lėtesnis tas greitis bus. Tai iš tos perspektyvos žiūrint, kiek investuoti į tą procesų pagreitinimą, į palengvinimą ir žmonės, ko toliau, to mažiau norės tų blogų, tai kas imigrantai arba robotai užims tas vietas. Tai aš norėčiau, kad būtų vystomas į priekį, būtų naudojamas dirbtinis intelektas, naudojamas visos robotizacijos schemos ir tada mums galbūt lengviau pavyks pavyti Šiaurės šalis, nes tie 100 ar 200 metų, kai Šiaurės šalis buvo, vėlgi buvo kitokios technologinio vystymosi galimybės. Naudokim tas galimybės, kurias mes šiandien turime, kad galėtume efektyviau, greičiau bėgti ir duos, kaip sakant, Dievas ir greičiau pasivysim. Nesuklumpėmis reikės dabar bėgti, dabar galima ir su to pačiu lėtu traukiniu atvažiuoti. Bet greičiau, daug kartų negu pėsčiam.
Nu, sutinku.
Kažko sutiko.
16 amžiuje man iš Rygos iki Vilniaus turbūt reikėjo savaitę važiuoti.
Gal daugiau, jeigu ten neapiplėškas nors pakeliui.
Agne, kokią matot perspektyvą ir ne tik tai kaip vizija, bet ir kaip tą pasiekti?
Jūs kalbate apie konkrečias technologijas ar apie Lietuvos vystimosi scenarijų? Koks yra klausimas jūsų?
Lietuvos vystimosi scenarijus, taip. Bet jūsų manimų, dabar matant jau tas mikro, makro tendencijas, ką jau Lietuva, kokiam pagreityje yra, kas labiausiai išnyra mintyje, kaip čia galėtų būti tas proveržis, tai galėtų būti pavyzdžiai, kurie būtent toj ateityje mūsų bus sėkmingiausi dėl X, Y, Z priežasčių. Tai tam, kad tos mūsų strategijos ir pasikartosim, strateginė drausmė, atlaikantis skersvėjus, būtų tikrai ilgalaikės ir atsižvelgiančios jau į šitas kryptis.
Tai jeigu kalbant apie technologijų kažkokias tai sritis, tai akivaizdu, kad gyvybės industrija, čia mūsų viena iš stiprybių ir jinai stabiliai.
Pritarėm 100%.
Gerai. Tai neabejotinai, aš čia šitoje vietoje pritariu labai profesoriui, kad reikia laikytis tos strateginės drausmės ir nekaitalioti kasmet vis su naujais prioritetais, nes išvystyti ekosistemą reikia dešimtmečių. Kitas sritis, kuri turi didelį potencialą, yra bioekonomika. Yra netgi futuristų manančių, kad apie 20 metų bus skaitmeninės technologijos plėtosis, o po to ateis biokapitalizmas. Čia yra tokia citata. Ir netgi žiūrint į Šiaurės šalis, tai jos taip turi labai išvystytą aukštųjų technologijų sektorių, gerokai labiau išvystyta negu Lietuvoje, bet taip pat ir tradiciniai pramonės sektoriai yra labai inovatyvūs ir čia pritariu kolegai Egidijui, kad juos modernizavus šiuolaikinėmis technologijomis taip pat gali būti didelis proveržis, nes vis tiek Lietuvoje yra daug potencialo to paties maisto pramonės, ten atliekos žaliavos ir taip toliau. Ir trečia niša neabejotinai bus skaitmeninių technologijų, tik tai aš net nesiimsiu kažkaip prognozuoti, kas bus už 20 metų, nes netgi savo dabartinių vienaragių mes juk nebūtume nuspėję. Ar ne, tiek Tesonet, tiek Vinted, niekas nei juos ten spėliojo, nei skatino. Tiesiog skaitmeninės technologijos yra tuo geros, kad žaidimo aikštelėse tos nišos atsidaro labai greitai ir jas užimti gali greitai be ypatingų investicijų. Tai manau, kad kas bus po 20 metų net neseimu spėlioti, bet ten tikrai kažkas bus, su skaitmeniniam technologijom tikrai kažkas pavyks. Taip kaip ir fintecho nenuspėjom, bet su tam tikrų įdirbių laiku, su Brexitu suderinus pavyko išsivystyti. Tai manau, kad tikrai bus. O apie Lietuvą... Kalbant dabar apie Lietuvos inovacijų lyderystės scenarijus, tai scenarijai visada yra 3. Blogas, geras ir labai geras. Arba tasai status quo scenarijus, jeigu taip vystomės kaip iki šiol, tai po 20 metų Lietuva bus maždaug Italijos lygio šalis. Kas galvojat, kad Italija yra labai fainai, tai ten yra ir nelabai gerų dalykų, nes yra didžiuliai regioniniai skirtumai. Šiaurė pietus milžiniškai skiriasi tikrai. Tai Lietuvoje būtų tikriausiai tas pats. Tai nėra inovacijų lyderystė. Visai realus yra ir regreso scenarijus, nes aš sakiau, kad būsiu party pooper, tai dar nepapasakojau, kad kai kurie rodikliai yra krentantis. Aišku, kad geopolitinis nesaugumas nepadeda, produktyvumo rodiklis krenta ir taip toliau. Tai jeigu viskas pradeda važiuoti žemyn, tai įmanoma ir dar blogesnė situacija negu status quo. Pati esu aišku, kad už Baltijos Izraelį ir už inovacijų lyderystės scenarijų, bet tam reikia, kaip profesorius sakė, strateginės drausmės, daug dirbti ir reikia, kad inovatoriaus balsas būtų garsiausiai girdimas, visų garsiausiai.
Ne tik dirbti ir galvoti.
Dėkui. Ir kokį pirmą žingsnį reikėtų dabar padaryti, kad taip praktiškai link to ir judėtumėm užtikrintai?
Tai apie inovatoriaus balsą 2 dalykų reikia. Su vienu iš jų pati kaip agentūros valdybos pirmininkė tikrai žadu padirbėti. Pirmas yra turėti premjero ausį, kad inovatorius turėtų premjero ausį visada. Tai kaip tą pasiekti, geras klausimas, bet būtų žingsnis į priekį. O antras, tai stiprinti institucijas, kad jos būtų tas inovatoriaus balsas ir kadangi pati atstovauju inovacijų agentūrą, tai ties tuo mes ir dirbam, kada mes turime Lietuvos ekonominę specializaciją ir tą pačią gyvybės industriją. Ką mes norime padaryti, tai sukurti tokias kaip proveržio sritimis mes vadiname tas ekonominės specializacijos sritis. Norime sukurti komandas, kurios ir būtų inovatoriaus balsu. Tai yra pramušinėtų reikalingą reguliavimą, reikalingas finansinės paskatas, galbūt įmonėms padėtų susiorientuoti, nes tikrai pritariu, startuoliai yra labai reikalingi ekonomikai, beje, labai. Bet ne tik tai startuoliai sudaro ekonomiką. Yra ekonomikos dalis, kuri turi restruktūrizuotis, yra čempionai, pramonės mūsų lyderiai, taip pat yra startuoliai ir su visais jais reikia dirbti ir jų poreikius atstovauti. Tai ką galima padaryti realiai, tai stiprinti institucijas, kurios tai daro, kad iš tikrųjų tie žodžiai ir visi tie popieriai, visos tos strategijos virstų realiais darbais.
Dėkui. Egidijau, pirmi žingsniai. Kokie? Jūsų nuomonė?
Ei, dirbti, ne čia sėdėti. Ko čia dabar sėdėmis?
Turim dabar įkvėptą auditoriją, tai ką tik jūsų investuotas laikas ekstrapoliavosi į veiksmą.
Ne, iš tiesų, pas mus bendroviai prieš gal 2 metus atsirado iš viso pozicija, pozicija tiesiai, kuri pavadinime yra technologijų vadovas. Anksčiau tokio nebuvo, nepatikėsit. Bet ką mes matom ir iš tų projektų, kuriuos bandome padaryti, reiškia, yra, mes suprantam, kad inovatoriai yra, kaip čia different kind of breed, tai yra, jie kiti žmonės. Jeigu tu visą laiką darysi taip, kaip darei, nu, tai reisi tokiu pačiu greičiu. Klausimas yra, kaip suteikti jiem tribūną, kam premjero ausį, kam generalinio direktorio ausį, kam duoti, kad tos kosmintis, tos sėklos būtų pasėtos. Ir tam reikia ir kasdieniai darbai ten krenta ant galvos, surasti savo disciplinos ir skirti dėmesio būtent tai temai. Tai čia galbūt esminis yra dalykas. O antras dalykas, gavus kažką, tai bandyti praktiškai, kaip tas veikia. Tai prasme, tiesiog galvoti, kad ne, šitas neveiks, nu ir tas neveiks. Tai vien kalbėtis, sukurti kažką ir sakyti, kad neveiks, nu, yra tik tai resursų švaistymas. Klausimas bandyti, galbūt mažesnį skeilų kažkokiu tai bandyti daryti ir tada galbūt bendradarbiaujant išplėsti ten tas veiklas. Jos pagaliau visos inovatyvios, kaip čia, idėjos mutuoja. Tas pats Uberis, kaip pirmas atsirado, ar ten Airbnb, tai po to daug klonų atsirado, kurie su skirtingais pavadinimais darė tą patį. Klausimas, kaip išlaikyti fokusą, kaip likti tuo pačioj, vėl tos pačius inovatorius klausyti ir ką galim padaryti sekantį žingsnį. Tai matyti nieko daugiau.
Dėkui. Na ir mūsų diskusija jau artėja į pabaigą. Ir paskutiniam pamastymui aš norėčiau paklausti, kas jums teikia daugiausia optimizmo ir arba palinkėjimas toliau. Profesoriau, pradėkim nuo jūsų.
Man tai labiausiai patinka, kai visi pradeda diskutuoti apie gyvenimo prasmę. Tai aš turiu tokį paprastą apibrėžimą, kas yra gyvenimo prasmė. Gyvenimo prasmė yra gyventi. O kaip gyventi? Tai čia mes visi patys nusprendžiam, niekas mums negali priversti ir pasakyti, kaip mes turim gyventi. Jeigu norim būti inovatoriais, reiškia patys turim norėti jais būti. Niekas čia nei premjero ausis padės, nei kitos kūno dalys. Tai mes turim patys suprasti, kad mes to norim būti. Jeigu norim būti, tai būsim. Jeigu ne, tai nebūsim. Tai aš manyčiau, kad man toks įspūdis, kad šiaip tai inovacijos dažniausiai atsiranda nuo tingėjimo. Kadangi žmonės tingi dirbti ir galvoja, kaip čia padaryti, kad, nereikėtų tiek daug dirbti. Aš turiu tokį pavyzdį, šieną, man reikėdavo žolę pjauti, 3 hektarus sodyboje. Tai 2 dienas žolę reikėdavo pjauti, bet dabar, kai atsirado inovatoriai ir padarė tos bobikus, kurie žodį bliauna. Tai tie bobikai pjauna dieną, naktį, nei valgyti prašo, nei ko nors dar. Inovacija superinė. Man atrodo visi dabar, kas turi tik tai žolę pjauti, visi perka tos bobikus ir su tais bobikais pjauna žolę. Iš kur jie atsirado? Iš tingėjimo, kadangi nieks nenori tą žolę pjauti. Tai bet čia aš su tokiu jumoru šneku. Aš galvoju, kad inovacijos atsiranda iš noro geriau gyventi. Tai vėl tas susiveda į keistą tą daiktą apie gyvenimo prasme. Mes visi norim geriau gyventi. Tai jeigu norim geriau gyventi, tai tada ieškom, kaip tą gyvenimą geresnį padaryti. Kažkokių tai naujų idėjų, naujų atradimų, naujų palengvinimų. Tiek mano pasakymų. O šiaip, tai aš sakiau, bus labai greita šalis, ne tas Rail Baltic, o 500 km per valandą tikrai traukiniai važiuos. Ir būsim biotechnologijų šalis. Sutinkat? Paplojau.
Na ir po paskutinį vieną kitą žodį, prieš uždarant mūsų diskusiją ir iš jūsų. Egidijau, koks palinkėjimas ir optimizmas, kad mes kaip regionas būsim inovacijų lyderiai?
Surasti gerą balansą tarp optimizmo ir pesimizmo, nes pesimizmas nėra savaime blogai, nes vėlgi, kai vyksta kariniai veiksmai ir sakyt optimistų būti, ne, pas mus neteis, normaliai, aš optimistas. Tai matyti ir tų pesimistų, kurie, ar realistų, kaip jas be pavadinsi, yra poreikis ir juos subalansuoti tarpusavę. Tai jeigu mes turėsim tą balansą, kalbėsim, mes tarpusavę bendarbiausim ir turėsim tą rezultatą. Nebereikalo kūne skausmas sugalvotas, dėl to, kad reaguot, nekišk rankos į ugnį, negu nenori nusilti. Tai reaguokime, o optimistai, aišku, variklis stiprus yra visuomenės, duokim jiem laisvės ir renovuoti. Ir nemiegosim.
Taip, dėkui. Agne? Šiaurės šalės ir taip gerai gyvena, yra lyderės inovacijų, tai aš apie Lietuvą. Man optimizmo suteikia inovatorių mafija. Visi žino, kad Estijoje yra Skype mafija, tai yra nuo Skype'o atskilę vis naujos atsiranda kompanijos. Tai Lietuvoje, žinokit, irgi jau atsirado inovatorių mafija, dėl to, kad technologinės įmonės vienaragiai apsijungė, susikūrė savo asociaciją ir išsikėlė tikslą. Švietimas numeris 1 Lietuvoje, ne Lietuvoje, Europoje. Tai yra, įsivaizduokite, nepabėgo šitam visoje geopolitiniai situacijoje, nepabėgo į užsienį, jie kaip tik nusprendė duoti atgal savo šaliai. Tai kas gali būti geriau? Ir jeigu tai toliau vystysis, tai tik tai geri dalykai laukia mūsų šalies.
Ačiū labai. Puikus pabaigiamieji žodžiai. Dėkuoju panelistam.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to see all of you gathered here for a conversation on the invisible battle, whatever that means, but obviously we are going to focus on a particular aspect, resilience, psychological operations, and dealing with them from a variety of perspectives. I'm Linas Kojala. I head a think tank based here in Vilnius, Lithuania, Geopolitics and Security Studies Center, and I'm very happy that we are, again, here in an event organized by the Nordic Council of Ministers office in Lithuania, together with the Swedish embassy. We are going to have a couple of speakers who are going to share their insights, again, from a variety of perspectives, but my initial ask is to be active and participate. Hopefully you'll have some engaging questions or remarks to make, because we would like to make it a conversation rather than a lecture. I'll now introduce the speakers. So we have a guest, Magnus Hjort, who is Director General of the Swedish Psychological Defense Agency. Hello, Magnus. Monika Garbačiauskaitė-Budrienė, Director General of LRT, Lithuania's public broadcaster. And Dr. Lauri Palsa, a postdoctoral researcher at University of, and now you're going to have to say the name.
Jyväskylä.
Yeah, I'm not going to repeat that. Also a chairperson of the Finnish Society on Media Education. So again, we'll proceed in the following way. I have a couple of questions for participants. We'll avoid long monologues at the beginning, and then hopefully we'll speak with you together. We have 1 hour for all of this. So Magnus, I would like to start with you, because you wrote me the email last. So I'll start off with you. You had a very interesting institution in terms of its name, which is quite unusual, maybe in some countries that don't have an equivalent, and maybe you could share if there are some equivalents in other countries and how they are called. Can you just briefly tell us what you do on a daily basis? What's your kind of focus and emphasis nowadays?
I sit in panels like this one. I do lectures. No, besides that, psychological defense, and I'm so glad that you chose the name for this panel. How can we equip society for psychological defense? Sweden didn't invent psychological defense, obviously, but we were quite early in using that term in a security environment from the early 1950s, actually. And today we define it as society's ability to resist foreign malign information influence, and in case of war, we also need psychological defense to resist all the attempts from foreign adversaries to break down our will to defend ourselves, our will to resist, our resilience. But that's what's going to happen in a war. An adversary will try to break down our resilience, will try to make us surrender. And the message from Sweden is we will never surrender. We don't know how, actually. There's no law actually explaining how we should do it, so we can't really surrender. We have two remedies from the Swedish government. One is to constantly monitor what foreign adversaries are doing towards Sweden in the information domain. And it's no secret that Russia is our main focus, but of course China, Iran also. And Sweden has always also been the target from Islamist activists in the Middle East targeting our social services. That was a couple of years ago, a huge campaign from those entities. We also build resilience, and we have a whole of society approach. We work together with civil society, local and regional government agencies, in trying to build awareness, readiness, preparedness. Sorry, is this a long monologue?
Relatively.
Okay. Should I stop?
No, you can continue, but I have some further questions for you, just maybe to more specifically focus on how the Swedish society perceives the current landscape. Because in Lithuania, we were speaking about resilience since the restoration of independence. Disinformation was a constant threat, and maybe we didn't use hybrid warfare as the main term to describe some of the things that we were facing. The reality on the ground was more or less the same. But it seems that for many countries, especially further to the west in Europe, also the United States, maybe 2014 or even 2022 only became the threshold since when it became an issue also for them. So how is it with the Swedish society?
It's more or less like you described it. When the Cold War ended, the Berlin Wall was torn down, a lot of new countries was established, new democracies. We all were cheering. Democracy is going to spread all over now. There will be no more wars. Eternal peace is here forever. Russia is going to be good now. Russia will never invade anyone. So we thought, and we dismantled our total defense. Psychological defense was never mentioned again. Although we should have been aware of, things like the Chechen wars, the murder of Litvinenko in London, the attacks on the cyber attacks on Estonia 2007, the Georgian War 2008, and still we didn't react. We thought these are bad things. Russia shouldn't do this, but we didn't understand the full strategic effects of this. So it was until the war 2014 when we were waking up, basically. This was a wake-up call, and we started to discuss, shouldn't we have a total defense? Don't we also need to defend ourselves? Psychological defense. We had that once. What is it actually? And we started to rebuild our total defense in 2015, and also discussing, because that's what we do, democracies. We discuss things, we have inquiries. So we started an inquiry in 2019. Should we have psychological defense agency? Yes, we should. So we were slow, but 2014 was a wake-up call, and of course, even more, 2022 with the full-scale invasion.
Yeah, we are talking about resilience, and we have to be very practical in this, because we have to be resilient on stage, and you have to be resilient in the audience, because the basketball game is on now, and we obviously would like to see the result, but maybe let's keep it to the end of the conversation. Monica, I would like to now switch to you. You had the public broadcaster, which is very important for every European country in order to maintain societal resilience, to inform the society, to adapt to the changing informational landscape. Could you describe some of the key challenges that you are facing today, knowing that we are constantly under the bombardment coming from Russia, Belarus, China possibly, and other unfriendly regimes that would like to destroy democracies by using some of our systemic features that maybe some authoritarian regimes do not have, and think that they are more resilient because of this, such as freedom of speech, freedom of opinion.
I think there are many challenges, and the media industry in recent years has gone through a lot of transformation, and not only due to geopolitical situations. This is only one of the aspects, but in general, how people consume information, how they switched from traditional media to social media, which became often their main source of information. The presence of social media and how the manipulations are being, what kind of manipulations are taking place there. Also now AI and its impact of it coming and it will have a tremendous effect on media, and we don't feel it yet so much, but it's coming already. So this is one of the aspects. Another thing is that it is very important that in the democracy, to have the independent media and independent broadcast, public service media, which could provide for any parts of society, any audiences. And we see that due to audience fragmentation, we see that also due to the geopolitical situation and political trends, and on how politicians are manipulating the audiences, we see increasing fragmentation. And for public service media, it is increasingly difficult to serve these fragmented audiences. Meanwhile, tackling all the challenges that it was mentioned here today, also we have another challenge is the constant fight for independence of public service media, which also has to be put on the table, because it's a constant battle. It's not that you fight it once and it's done. No, because they come back, and now we have a situation again in Lithuania, and these fights take a lot of energy and time that we could have dedicated for much more meaningful purposes on educating society, on creating the projects, on thinking on how to resist and so on. But of course, we are doing our best, and there are all kind of ways to build this resistance. Fact-checking, fighting disinformation in a fact-checking way is only one of it, and I would say not probably the main one, because once people have their convictions and are in a certain bubble, it is very difficult to change their opinion. But I'm sure that the other panelists have much more profound knowledge in this and will elaborate on that. But I'm sure that it is very important to have a trusted media, and so that the media would provide, trustful news, trustful information, quality analysis, but also good entertainment, good education and good entertainment, and various initiatives that could unite people. And sometimes, a basketball game is much more important, or any other game that Lithuanians are winning in sports, much more uniting than any, and they have much more impact than any other, I don't know, fact-checking initiatives that go on and on, telling that no, you are not right. It's not, you shouldn't think that way, or educating people in this way. So we try to go all this kind of directions, also try to be closer to people, and so that means that we should have a lot of different operations and be in TikTok, for example, provide our news also for youngsters and the projects for young people and try to engage them. Be in YouTube, be anywhere where we in the platforms that we cannot control, but since the audience is there, we have to respond to this need. So yeah, I will.
Let me test one assumption that I have. I remember one case, probably 6-7 years ago. There was this rumor spread by someone that some soldiers that are stationed in Lithuania, some of our allied soldiers from Germany or the United States, raped a girl. And this was a rumor spread using emails and some other ways of communicating. But I think we were good in dealing with this because media did not publish it, even though obviously that would gather a lot of clicks and attention. And they were not rushing to be the first ones announcing something that was not verified, even though, again, it's a very competitive media landscape. They were talking to one another, communicating with one another among different editorial agencies and boards. And in the end, I think the effectiveness of this particular PSYOPs, if we can argue that this was a PSYOPs, was probably not even felt by anyone. So it seems that Lithuanian media companies, editors, journalists really know how to deal with this, at least in general, and some of the cases seem to prove that. Do you agree with this?
Yes, I would agree. Of course, it happens, sometimes that these messages go through, but it's very rare. I would say very rare case. I cannot even remember myself. It's sometimes, I think it happened that we republished something from BBC who it was their fault that just got hooked on some disinformation. But in our case, yeah, and it's not easy as you mentioned because in its speed is very important in Lithuanian case. So you have to be very quick, and of course everybody knows that speed is the enemy of quality. So here, yes, but we see that there are a lot of attempts. There are a lot of attempts also using the familiar TV journalists and host faces and having them, having fakes produced with the help of AI. And also, by the way, we recently just had a case with a supposedly letter written by Belarusian opposition Wojciechowski, written in Russian, which was a fake, and
sent to the General Prosecutor's Office.
So journalists it didn't go through the media, but it went through General Prosecution Office, unfortunately. So really, the institutions have to be very careful, and we will have more and more of it. For example, we had a case during elections, presidential election debate. I think we had I think it was Vaitkus candidate, Vaitkus pro-Russian candidate, who took our debate, and they put a different text in Russian in the into the lips of the participants and distribute it on YouTube. So luckily this time YouTube, because it was a content that was produced with the help of AI, and they didn't mark it, so YouTube was very quick to move it down. But it's not always the case. Sometimes you really have to prove it, that they stole your content, that it is being distributed in the wrong way, and it takes a lot of time. And so the relations with the platforms is a different story. It's a painful thing, and it really, it's sometimes you have to fight for your information to not to be removed, the correct information, or to fight to remove the information that shouldn't be there, that is, the infringement of copyright and so on.
Thank you. Lauri, I would like to move on and ask you a question on media literacy, because firewall, produced or created by the media companies is essential. The quality of journalism is absolutely crucial. But in the end, we have a lot of consumers facing a lot of different ways of gathering information and getting information nowadays. And then we talk about the issue of media literacy and how to improve it. And as far as I know, you focus on this quite extensively, and you have vast experience in dealing with this particular issue from a variety of perspectives. So first of all, can you define what media literacy is and just inform us on the ways you are trying to improve it?
Thank you very much for your question. And this is a topic that I have been wondering about like 15 years, and I have not yet find a conclusion about what really the media literacy, but I have different kind of suggestions what that could be. The traditional way is to understand it's some kind of ability that is you can critically analyze, understand the media that you are consuming, like the metaphorically, like reading the media in different forms. But then there is also the ability to write. So also the ways in the skills and knowledge that you need to produce the media. And I think that is like changed the media literacy landscape for quite radically during the past decades. Because not only the people are not only like the consumers and readers of the different kind of medias, but they are more and more participating in creating the shared media culture that we actually live in. So I think more and more focus should be also put on the writing part of literacy, not only about reading, but also like the responsibility of what kind of a media culture are we creating when we participate in this situation. But even though I have been a really big advocate for media literacy, I think my history has also shown that there is also limits in media literacy, because one thing that I see a problematic here is that media literacy is often proposed as a too simple solutions for too complex problems. If we have different kind of societal problems, lack of democratic participation or populistic media or misinformation and disinformation and that kind of information warfare, I think it's quite imbalanced assumption that we think that, okay, we just need to teach people how to read media. Because I think that puts too much responsibility for the shoulders of an individual citizens. Because these things are, as we have already discussed, they are too complex to be left for the responsibility of one stakeholder. So that leads me to this conclusion that I think in the future we should like reimagine or transform our basic idea of media literacy, in a sense that what I would like to suggest is that media literacy should not be only like how one person can defend themselves against these kind of threats that we are facing in the society, but rather than like changing the perspective in a way how we can take care of each other. Because this is not only about everybody stands for themselves, but we live in this society, and I think it raises and strengthens the resilience of the society if we see the different ways how we can support each other and take care of each other in the families, in our friends. And for example, when my grandmother talks about things that she sees on TikTok, because I'm not in TikTok, but my grandmother is. And then when she faces something unusual there, then we can discuss together and find solutions, what this actually means, and how we can respond to those emotions that those media actually raise in ourselves. So, story short, long story short, media literacy is different kind of abilities that people have, but it's not only about taking care of themselves, but also taking care of others.
I'm on TikTok. Please recommend your grandmother to follow me. What I wanted to ask you was on this point in particular, because what struck me in terms of the email that you've sent me about your focus was the fact that there is too much responsibility on the shoulders of a regular person. And it seems that the narrative is the following. We certainly face the problem, which is that disinformation and propaganda is a very relevant issue in our daily lives. Then the solution is media literacy. So we have a lot of campaigns and programs in order to increase the literacy of each of us. And then if it fails, it supposes that those people that are still failing in this are quite illiterate. And that probably fragments the society even more, because it kind of pushes people who are not kind of looking at this from a critical point of view and maybe consume information without having their understanding of what's real and what's not real, and maybe the tools to distinguish. So do you see the shift in this paradigm? Whether it's really shifting and we focus on the understanding that there might be different needs in different communities, and the solutions may not necessarily come from top to bottom, from the governments or institutions. Maybe it should be done by using, as you say, communities more.
Yeah, I think one thing that I have found, one problematic aspect of this kind of, because it's really difficult for me to discuss the downsides of media literacy and media education, because I'm a great advocate for it, but what I'm proposing is that it's a great solution, but it's not actually easy solution, because media literacy is something that is, for example, in Finnish education system we have developed already from the 70s, so 50 years already. It's not like a simple thing to do, and if we propose media literacy as a solution, we need to make sure that it's not only about talking the talk, but also walking the walk. It needs resources, and it needs this kind of deep transformation, which doesn't happen easily, and it doesn't come from the education system to the education system. But the education system should be greatly involved in this discussion. What are we already doing, and what could be the relevant and significant solutions that we could find? Not that in a way that I have been working as an expert in policymaking for over 10 years, and I understand that it shouldn't be left only for the policymakers and politicians to recognize that, okay, we just need media literacy, and then we throw the ball to the teachers, and the teachers are what? They are often left out from this discussion. So what I would like to suggest is that we should focus more on this kind of a participatory development to involve those stakeholders who actually are part in this process to the discussion about these issues that we are facing. So I think when we discuss this kind of a societal resilience or invisible battles, then we should invite the teachers and the schools also taking part in these discussions. Yeah.
Yes, interesting to hear you, Lauri. I think media literacy is absolutely inevitable. It's something that we need. But I quite agree with you. It's not enough, and it kind of puts a lot of responsibility on the individual. Yeah. So and we try to work with youth organizations, with teachers and schools in order to enhance understanding of how the media landscape looks like. But I think perhaps we also need to make the social media platforms more accountable to what they are actually spreading, because they are making money from both criminal ads and also from the stuff that Russia is pushing out. They are making money from this quite blatantly, and it seems that they are not bothered by this. So I think we have to work on different front lines here together with the social media platforms, with regulations, with schools, teachers, enhancing media literacy, but also learning more about how the adversary is actually working, how they are doing it, what are their strategies, how do they keep targeting our vulnerabilities? Because if we do not address our vulnerabilities as societies, then they will keep attacking those vulnerabilities. And they are different in different societies, but we all have vulnerabilities.
I would like to ask each of you one particular question. You represent 3 different countries, so do you think your country is an example to follow in this particular field? And also, could you give one very particular example of a success story? What was done right, especially over the last 2 to 3 years? Because as Lauri was saying, maybe some things that were effective 15 years ago are irrelevant nowadays because of relevance of social media and many other technological and non-technological developments. But let's look for success stories, because I think Nordic and Baltic countries are always cooperating closely on very practical matters and exchanging ideas in order to implement them in different environments. Monica, maybe you could share some examples.
Yeah, I could. I'm thinking about. Do you mean like more media literacy?
From your perspective, that could be media literacy. That could be media companies dealing with the new informational landscape.
No, I could. I'm glad that LRT took not only on news and on producing content as what media usually is supposed to do, and it does, but also on certain campaigns. For example, Radarom. I would name for our guest speakers. I would just give a context that after the war was launched after Russia targeted Ukraine and full-scale invasion in 2022, we decided to, together with our partners who work with Ukraine, providing all kind of help, we decided to launch a fundraising campaign. For us, it was a success case in a sense that we already done, I think, 3 of that every year. And in the first one, we collected, I think, 14 million euros or something. I don't remember now, but it was an incredible amount of money. And also, it was an incredibly unifying event for Lithuania, and it was quoted, and also world media wrote about it. It was also extraordinary thing that on money that were fundraised on the live air or on air of public service media, military equipment was bought. From radars that protect to all kind of protect other protected next year of protection equipment, and on the last campaign this year it was drones. At the same time, we tried to enhance the capabilities of Lithuanian producers. Also to participate in it, to donate, and we try to add up to their capacity to grow and produce the weapons that will be probably needed in the future. So I think that was a very powerful tool. And the businesses also very much participated in it, not only the citizens, but the citizens, from kids to elderly people, to senior people who were calling this number and donating. It was really incredible. Also, it was for us, LRT team, it was also a very useful exercise, because our team, from journalists to TV hosts to cameraman to everybody, was so engaged. We're so trying to help that for us, I think it was the best trans department exercise, just breaking silos exercise ever. So I would say that this kind of things, and we are planning to launch some more of things like that. We are trying to work out useful campaigns, for example, with the Red Cross. We will have next season the pretty big campaign, also teaching people on how to survive, how to cope with difficult situations when this day comes, if it comes. We are trying to make the powerful campaigns and not to let all kind of small things, just to scatter the resources on smaller things, but try to make our input in the campaigns like that. So I would say that this was a very, very good example.
Magnus?
Yes, first of all, well, I think it works to our advantage that we do both threat assessment and analysis and also resilience building in the same agency. And that could be unique for Europe and the West. There are other agencies like Visionum in France. They do great analysis, technical analysis, but not so much in the resilience building. And I think it's a good thing that we have both those things in our house. Success stories. It's always difficult to assess the effect of information campaigns, information warfare, and also the countermeasures are also difficult to measure, actually. But one thing that is certain is that when we started our transition into NATO, after the full-scale invasion, the debate went up. Should we enter NATO or not? And a couple of parties had been pro-NATO for decades. Some parties were hesitant. 2 parties were perhaps against. But it was quite soon decided that we should apply for NATO membership. And a few voices was heard saying we need to have this in the general election in the autumn, or we need to have a referendum. We don't have many referendums in Sweden. We've had like 5 or 6 for the last 100 years. And we do not do referendums on our security policy normally. But it was decided that no, we go together, the government together with the opposition, we unify in proceeding with our NATO membership. And that was a good decision, because I think everyone knew that should we have had a NATO discussion in the general election, then this would have been an extremely interesting target for Russian influence. Since this was decided before the general election, there was nothing to do for the Russians, except, of course, disturbing the process, like accusing us of being Islamophobic in order to make Turkey hesitant about letting Sweden in, etc., etc. But they could do nothing to prevent the Swedish transition, the Swedish process. Decision process, I mean. And that is a way of reducing vulnerability in your own country, by reducing the things that a foreign adversary can target. So,
thank you. Yeah, Lauri. I really like both of your examples, because they not only show the importance of the results, what is come up, but also the way of working and what kind of effects that might have. I think that's really important, that we not only aim for the technical, like instrumental objectives, but also focus on the ways that we are doing them. Because I think if we raise funding for important cause, I think it's also a platform for people to come together and cooperate, and that's really important, and it brings this resilience. And also I think it's also about the political parties. If there is like this example that people really can, despite their disagreements, can come together, I think it's a powerful representation in the society. Okay, my best practice that I would like to share, it's a bit boring, forgive me, but it's we need sustainable structures if we want to clearly trying to achieve some important aims. And here, from the media literacy point of view, I would like to mention that in Finland there is national policies for media literacy, and they are these kind of cross-governmental sectors, so there are different policy sectors that are involved in the process. And the way in which those policies are made is through extensive participatory, not only within schools or together with the cooperation in the school actors, but also in other sectors of the society. For example, media literacy and media education is really important topic in the libraries, in the youth work, in the media sector, in different companies, in different NGOs, in different public policy institutions. So what is important, if we want to make relevant and timely structures for develop those policies, then we need to really involve those people who are really taking part in the final outcome as well. it's a hard work, but it's I think it pays off because it already, if we create these kind of structures to even make those policies, that it is a sign for different people that their voices are valued, heard, and I think it results to the better outcomes as well.
But it certainly took time for you to do that, because this was not started in 2014 or 2022, right? With Finland not being a part of NATO for many decades. Was that a part of the story which may not be directly applicable to some other countries? Because, for instance, in Lithuania, we thought history has ended in 2004. We are in EU and NATO, that's it. We don't need to do anything ourselves. Everything's going to be resolved automatically for some reason. And now it seems that that's not necessarily the case. So is the kind of Finnish story applicable today to others because of its uniqueness?
I think this kind of policy is not, but the way it has been done, it can be, because it's not only about because I think the media culture and also the societies and the structures, the cultures are so different. It always needs to be relevant for the local settings. That's why we need to have places for discussions, sharing these experiences, sharing these kind of contextual features that we have, and also the structures for the cooperation. So I hope that in the future, for example, in media literacy or education or this kind of societal resilience, I hope to see more emphasis on the international cooperation within the Baltic and Nordic cooperation between different states, and to find and to share these examples and share, because nowadays the media culture is more and more international, and also the threats that Europe is facing, they are international. So I think it really we need to find ways to make this cooperation more evident.
Wonderful. I'll ask one more question, then I would like to involve you with your questions or remarks. And this is going to be a very simple, very, very concrete question about artificial intelligence. Does it impact the work that you do, and in what particular ways? Because I would imagine, again, that if we had this particular conversation 5 years ago, some of the focus would be slightly different, because we wouldn't talk about LLMs, about ChatGPT, about some of the videos being produced in a quality that suits a professional studio while it's done by a person sitting in his bedroom. And we are just at a starting point, I would imagine, with this kind of growing as an issue in the next weeks, possibly months, and certainly years. So how does that impact your daily work? How your agenda is changing because of it? Maybe priorities also shift. Monica, could you start? The traditional media company, LRT, public broadcaster, you have to stay relevant, and AI is certainly a major inflection point.
It is a part of our job now, and we do use it to make some of our tasks easier, and we use it. But just for you to understand, we do have a very clear strategy and guidelines on how we do it, and all how we market this content and how we But I encourage usage of it. We do have a strategy on it, and for example, it brings very positive effects. Like now we are testing on subtitling. At the moment, the main TV channel, the LRT channel, is being subtitled live in 5 languages. So it works out already pretty good, although this Lithuanian language, as it is a small language, so the models are lagging behind a little bit, but it's already doing fine. And I think in the future we will subtitle all the channels, which means that for the minorities or for diaspora who want to consume our content in Ukrainian, in Russian, in English, they are able to do it, and all of our content, which is a positive example. Of course, we use it for transcription, for cleaning the sound in the radio, for example, and noises, and also our back office use it, and very happy with that. So it's just one thing on our internal operations, but speaking about general how it will impact media, so it will have a tremendous effect, and it's not going to be a very good effect. It's coming, and I already read about it in international press, and we also see in general in Lithuania the decrease, I would say, in the reach of news websites, which means that more and more people are probably, consuming information through ChatGPT and not even coming directly to any website, so just getting the digested information and don't really very much care about imprecise or on mistakes, on errors, So it will have an effect, and I think that we don't even realize on how big it will be.
Yeah, as far as I know, some media companies have already signed agreements with ChatGPT and others in order to get at least some of revenue back, because the LLMs are using their content without accessing the websites themselves. So Financial Times, I think, have signed an agreement with ChatGPT and others, but this is very early kind of stage. Lauri, maybe you would like to add on this.
Yeah, it's a really difficult topic, and it's really must discussed in the field of education, because I think in education it's a bit different than in a professional context. In education, because I see that in some of my research I've been analyzing or thinking about this kind of a concept of temptation of ease that the technology brings to us, and it's not, of course, it's very tempting to make things easier, but in education not all things supposed to be easy. Learning, growing up as a human being, democratic participation, those are all things that they require challenge, and they require difficulties, so we can grow and flourish as a human being. So it's a important discussion that we have to really define what are those things that really can be benefited from the AI, and what are those aspects in education that might disempower us or even disengage us in different things. Yeah, so that's really, and of course, there are material consequences, the environmental impact and those things are really important also to take into account in the educational setting. So it's a really difficult question. But in terms of media literacy, I think it requires more and more redefining and discussion about what we really mean with the media literacy and media education in today's context, because the context is completely different than we had a couple of years ago.
Thank you, Magnus.
Yeah, I think it's becoming a game changer now, in the way that it's so much easier, so much cheaper, goes so much faster to produce fake materials, fake videos, fake new video clips, fake voices, stories, and etc. So we need to adapt to that. We need to follow it closely. And that we do, of course. And I think we need to change how we look at media literacy as well, because this is a game changer. You can still see the kind of images where you can, they have 6 fingers, or there's a leg too many. I saw a picture of those that kind just a week ago. It was from the meeting with the European leaders and Donald Trump, where Macron had a third leg. But it will become history. The pictures, the videos will become so much better. So it will be practically, not easy to distinguish real ones from fake ones, and most people will not have that ability. So we need to find new instruments. We need to find a new way of looking at this, because the content will always be, I think, the context, will be perhaps the key. And the pictures are becoming perhaps too perfect. And that could be a clue. It's too perfect. This view, this angle, this everything. It's very difficult to find a photograph like this, but using AI you can. So we will have to find new tools, but we will do that, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's certainly an issue. I teach at the university, and sometimes I think that the submitted papers are written by AI. but I also think that some of the evaluations are done by AI as well. So AI talks to AI. Yeah, let's start conversations. I see one hand here. If you could just briefly introduce yourself.
Sure. Beatrice Gražienė, Franklin Lithuanian American Chamber of Commerce. And I couldn't resist temptation to use ChatGPT as you were talking, asking the same question. So ChatGPT is also very smart. So he definitely talked about media literacy and other things. But I'm really interested in building on what you said. Really, the topic is too complex to look for simple solutions. But you mentioned communities. And what ChatGPT suggests, and again, building on my prompting before, as I come from leadership sphere, but he says maybe we should try building leadership and helping leaders to become better in psychological safety, like training them, and so that they would be better leaders in their certain communities. So I was just thinking, what's your take on that?
Maybe we'll gather just a few questions and then I'll give a chance for you to respond, please.
Thank you. I'm Frederick Foy from the Swedish Psychological Defense Agency as well. I have a question for Monica, actually, regarding how do you see public service being able to equip society for psychological defense in a Nordic-Baltic context? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Odelia from Swedish Chamber of Commerce. So I'm trying to understand this term, psychological defense, and what I've heard is media literacy. I've heard getting to know adversaries and their strategies, but how much of it is building trust of the in our government that on day X they would do what they have to do, building trust with NATO, that we would trust NATO as an organization, you know, and that on the day X they will do what they promise to do. So a bit on trust side.
Thank you, and just two more.
I want to ask regarding, Rolandas, I don't want to share more. Regarding those sustainable structures that were mentioned, I'm specifically thinking whether if it's even feasible to get some examples that we can learn from the other Nordic countries, considering the quite different contexts as they were built. Let's say if Sweden for 50 years could have had that experience of slowly building up, but without the context of global internet and global trade and all the other factors discussed, which allowed a little bit of a seclusion. Now Lithuania and other Baltic countries being bombarded by those things, and a lot of much more consumerism, and again lack of leadership, and plenty of incentives for media also to kind of strive to just keep on using clickbaity titles and nonsense articles just to get some funding, like the environment being very different. And is there anything that we can really just take from other countries as examples, maybe also other countries, non-Nordic ones, that would be feasible to implement?
Hello, and thank you very much. I am the very newly landed new director of the Nordic Council of Ministers office here in Vilnius. I also happen to be a Norwegian, and my question goes to the editor-controlled media. Surveys in Norway indicate quite clearly that young people under 18, in particular young men, do not access editor-controlled traditional media at all, almost. It's a question of accessibility, relevance, but also about credibility. And certainly for young men, it seems to be a question of trust. They simply do not trust the editor-controlled media. So what are your strategies to meet this? Because if they don't trust you, it doesn't really help if you go out TikToking. Thank you.
Wonderful questions. Please, Magnus, maybe you could start.
Yes, can I address the question about trust, or the questions perhaps? Trust is absolutely crucial when it comes to building societal resilience, psychological defense. And we in Sweden, or perhaps the Nordic countries, we are quite proud of our high degree of trust within each other, in trust in institutions. We call it the Nordic gold, I think, I heard yesterday. But in fact, trust is unevenly distributed in our populations, which is a vulnerability. I saw a study a couple of years ago that mentioned that trust where I live, in Södermalm, in Stockholm, this is a high trust community. We have very high trust to each other in media, in institutions, government, etc. But if you take the subway train to Rågsved, just 10 kilometers from Södermalm, trust goes down quite low, perhaps 31% from 80% in Södermalm. And if you take a train to Malmö and Rosengård, trust goes down even lower, quite low. So trust is unevenly distributed, and that's a vulnerability that we need to work with in Sweden and possibly in other countries, I think. I don't think Norway is any different. Trust goes with education and the feeling that you are included in society, that you are part of a society, that society is also for you. And that's the thing for us in the public sector. We need to be sure that we are working for everyone. And I must applaud one thing you said, Lauri, at the beginning. We should support each other. That was a very good thing to say, I think. And we need to talk about these things at the kitchen table and dinner table and at work, what is actually happening out there. I think that's crucial. Support each other.
Just a little bit on maybe international cooperation, because that's what we've discussed via
great.
email, how important it is to exchange ideas amongst the Nordics. And
Can I show something for the audience here? This is a brochure that we have translated into Ukrainian. This is our handbook. It's available in Swedish and English and now also in Ukrainian. So we brought this along when we did exercises and training courses in Ukraine, because supporting each other out there is absolutely crucial. We need to do this because otherwise Russia will take country after country. We need to work together.
Thank you. Moni.
Yeah, so I will maybe start from trust, and it's a very good points addressed. The researches that were carried out in Baltic countries show that these parts of society that do not trust public service media, they don't trust the media, as they say themselves, the mainstream media in general, and they do not trust parliament, government, and other state institutions. So it comes together. But I think for public service media, of course, it's crucial to maintain this trust. This, as I say to my team, is our main currency that we use. And if the audience doesn't trust you, it means that you cannot. Basically, there's no sense of existence anymore. So. Inclusiveness, I think what that was mentioned here, it is very important. So all kind of societies, all parts of societies, all different audiences have to find something for themselves. Also, I think it is very important for us to, it is difficult because you have to adapt and speak in different tones and voices and for different audiences and choose different channels, as it wouldn't be possible to do with one channel. And it's good that we now also have this digital presence, which is expanding in LRT case, and with young people we speak in their tone. For example, now in this season we are going to launch a special project for young people on a state and on a proper citizenship, and we really had hard time figuring out on how this project should look like. And then we realized that we are not able as editors, even younger editors to figure it out themselves, because they always go in this traditional way. So we consulted young people themselves, we consulted the creative agencies, and we switched to entire different model that we were planning before. So we also have quite a lot of part of content for young people that only is on social media, on YouTube, for example, primary on YouTube. It is also now a platform, but primary on other platforms, because they do not consume anything else but YouTube, for example, or TikTok. It also has to do with the change of culture, how journalists think and work. And what I always encourage them to do is that they have to think about the needs of audiences. They have to not to do, not to only think about the topics that they think that are important, that they are interesting for them, switch from the corridors of government to be closer to the audience and meet audiences' needs. So it is a culture change, it's a shift of thinking, and also tone and things like that. So we are talking a lot about that in European Broadcasters Union family with the other public service media, and we quite a lot of take good practices and implement also from Nordic neighbors, just to answer your further questions about cooperation. So to be honest, Nordic broadcasters is a big and very respectful benchmark for us. We always, as LRT, we always look at them because of the, if you can see, of course they are bigger broadcasters most of the time, but still, you know, it's very, very, for us it's some benchmark that we want to orient to, because usually BBC is just too large, or France Info, and these societies and their, how they organize their public service media and how they are popular and trusted, how they engage with their audiences is a great example for us, and we use these practices. We already used some of it. Regarding the rebuilding the resilience, so we are cooperating close, and also now in this autumn we will have one first meeting of not only Pan-Baltic but also Scandinavian, so Scandinavian broadcasters and also Pan-Baltic Baltic broadcasters will come and discuss on how we can operate on situations like that. So I think it's a great progress.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And yeah, I would like to answer your question about the responsibility and also the leadership. I think it's highly important, not only because maybe traditionally media literacy has been something that involves only like children and young people, but now we can see that when the media culture changes and transforms and the AI is coming and so forth, it's not only the children and young people who need these new skills and knowledge, it's also the adults, and where the adults are, they are in the workplaces and they are in different kind of hobbies and so forth. So this kind of fragments or broadens the media literacy and media education landscape, and in those communities there are also always leaders who take the responsibility that they see that, okay, I see that this is a really important thing and I have something that I can contribute to making this better the situation. And I think the leaders are in a central role also to make this more sustainable within their practice, not only in a way that there are only those active workers or active people who see the importance, but the leaders can make really the difference. So, and also the leadership, I think it also, from a broader perspective, it can be like organizations within the field. So I think, for example, in our association, we work for our members. So we invite members from all the sectors of the society, the schools, education, libraries, youth work, and so forth. And together we try to find this kind of spaces for discussion and cooperation, that how we can make things better and how we can promote the media education in the future. So it's not just that, okay, I think that what people should do, but I want to create spaces for people to tell them what they see are important and what they could do, and then we can find shared answers and things to do. And also maybe a final thing, yeah, I think the topic of our discussion, this kind of invisible battle, is really important, and I was curious to think that to what extent should we make this whatever invisible battle that we are facing, to what extent should we make it visible, and what ways, and to what degree? Because I think that there is a risk that if we only focus on the downsides or the risks or the challenges, then there is also this kind of unwanted consequence that it creates fear or distrust or anything like that. So I was thinking that maybe in media literacy, because we are traditionally very critical and we want to point out different mistakes and challenges and things that you cannot trust. But if we only focus on those things, then I believe we are having the consequences that we are losing the trust in general. So I think in media literacy we should focus more on the things that we can trust, and then how we understand, for example, how the institutions work in the society, how the journalism works in the society, and those kind of basic structures, then we can also note the things that we maybe cannot trust. So yeah, I think we should emphasize the role of trust in the way that we are working.
That's a wonderful way of ending the conversation today. I would really like to thank all of the participants here on stage for their insights, again, from a variety of countries and perspectives, and optimism. I think we've heard some really good success stories, and also the need to trust, not only to distrust, but also for all of you for participating, joining, and asking questions. Thanks a lot, and the game of basketball is not going well, so please have a round of applause at least for us.
Welcome everyone to our session and one more discussion about politics. So this topic is highly relevant today, I think so. Across Lithuania and Nordic countries and many other democracies, decision-making is still dominated by older generations. For instance, the average age of Lithuanian parliament members in 2024 is 50 years. And only 1.4% of member parliament aged 18-29, the youth age. In local government, the average age is 53 years, with men holding 67% of mandates. At the same time, we see inspiring examples of young leadership. So today in our discussion, we have the youngest municipal council member in Lithuania, 19-year-old Andrius Grumadas. So hi, Andrew. And also we have the youngest mayor in Norway, Howard Hendeland. Sorry if I pronounce your name not perfectly. Hi, Howard. Also, today we have President of the Nordic Youth Council, championing the power of youth organization, Alexander Winch. Hi, Alexander. And today we have Alma Jokinen, Finnish EU youth delegate, working to amplify youth perspective in Europe. So, hi, Alma. I will moderate this discussion. I'm Gintarė Kučiauskaitė, psychologist and board member of the Lithuanian Youth Council, and this discussion will bring us to the question, is politics only for boomers? Bringing young voices to the table. So quick info for those who are listening us. At the end of the discussion, we will have a space for your questions also from the audience. So I will inform about that at the end of our discussion, and just please raise your hand. The volunteer will bring you a microphone, and if you can just shortly introduce yourself by name and quick 1-2 sentences question. So we are very welcoming your involvement in this discussion too. Let's start talking about our topic. So I mentioned the statistics that older generations are still dominate in decision-making processes. So my main question is, why, according to your point of view and experience, how do you feel and how do you see? Do politics still feel dominated by older generations? From your perspectives, from your countries, from your experience? Maybe some of you could start this topic. Maybe someone has an idea.
Yes, I can start. First of all, thank you for having the chance to visit Vilnius the first time. A long trip from Norway, but it's a nice city. I feel that in Norway many forms in the formal politics are dominated by the boomers or the older generation. But in my municipality, I think it's actually an exception. We have quite a young age in our municipality council. And I think the general underrepresentation of young people in politics is a self-reinforcing effect in that young people doesn't see formal politics as an arena for them to contribute because there are so few young people in politics. And they maybe think, okay, it's not a place for me, I'll wait, and maybe they also don't go vote. but from my experience, I was elected as a mayor at the age of 19 years old, not normal in Norway at all, but still I feel many young people in my municipality feel that the city council is a place to go and see when we have meetings. They take contact and have thoughts on the cases we discuss. So I think getting young people into politics, formal politics, will also make their representation more balanced, and the political parties has a special responsibility when it comes to nominating young people. In Norway, it's normal that some people have, like, on the top 5 candidates, 1 seat is always for the youth party or a young guy or woman, and that contributes to more young people into formal politics. So the underrepresentation has...
Still, older people dominate in politics.
Yeah, first of all, hi everyone, it's very nice to be here. And like you said, my name is Alma and I'm the Finland's youth delegate to the European Union. So my work is primarily about inspiring young people to get interested not only about politics, but about international politics. And if we're talking about young people not being as active in politics, when we're rising above to the international level, it's even worse. If we're talking about the average age of parliamentarians on national parliaments versus on international parliaments, such as the EU, it's much worse. So especially in my work, the contrast is so much bigger at international levels. I'm usually the only person under 40 at foreign minister meetings, for example, not only because the elected politicians are older, but also because Finland is oftentimes the only country who wants to add a youth delegate member to delegations. So in this panel in general, I feel like I want to raise the perspective of not only elected politicians, but also youth delegates in different arenas, because it's not only about party politics and parliaments, but it's also about providing young people different levels of participation. So in a nutshell, yes, the situation is very bad on an international level. However, I do understand my position as a Finnish delegate, because our situation is relatively much better than I've already learned about you guys.
So, Andrew, maybe you could continue about the situation in Lithuania with young people being in politics.
Yeah, so hello, everybody. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for coming to Lithuania, my dear colleagues. Actually, in Lithuania, so my name is Andrius. I'm from Prienai district municipality. I was elected when I was 19 years old. Now I'm will be 22. And probably I'm the youngest ever elected politician in Lithuania. So, but I hope the next elections there will be more and even younger. And actually, it's really nice here now to speak and sit and not be the youngest one, because I think the Harvard now is the youngest one. You are born in 2004, yeah? Yes. Yeah, so, so it's nice. In Lithuania, usually I'm the youngest one. So, yeah, I can say that politics is dominated by usually older and male politics, and to be elected or even to participate in the elections in Lithuania is really hard because of the political hierarchy, because of the age bias, because of the time that you not have to do canvassing or to be popular, because usually you compete with older people who are principals, directors, are really active in political life. So it's really hard to be noticed and to be elected. But I think we will change it somehow.
Okay, thank you for your sharing. What about you? What do you see in your country and more broadly?
Thank you, first of all, for the invitation. I'm Alexander. I'm from Sweden, and I'm the president of the Nordic Youth Council. And first, a small explanation about what a Nordic Youth Council is before I go into the question, because it kind of builds up to it. So we're a cross-political organization between all the political youth parties that has a mother party elected to any Nordic parliament. So we gather youths from left to right on the political spectrum, from Finland in the east to Greenland in the west, and together we work to create a better Nordic for young people. And we especially work towards the Nordic Council, but also towards the Nordic Council of Ministers. And the situation it depends on what municipality you're in. For example, I'm also a municipality politician at home, and in my town we actually have a few young local politicians that are active and that even work with politics. But then if you go to the next town over, Linköping, the situation is very different. So it differs a lot. But since after the pandemic, the youth parties have seen an increase in membership. And this is not just one youth party or one special ideology. This has been the case for all youth parties. And I think that's the actual key into getting more youths into politics. It is to work with the youth parties and together both educate young people, work with other young people, and have the opportunity to not just see old people when you go into a room and discussing politics, that you can discuss it with people your age. And you can also change the rules of the party, which we did in the youth party that I'm from. So now a quarter of the candidates on our list.
Which just graduated and why. But also some guys, which was quite like the guys in the 80s, said, no, that role suits best for the elderly generation. And I was elected, and now these guys said, oh, I've changed my mind, it works. So I think by breaking those norms, the world goes a little bit forward, and you have to push a little bit in what's normal. And the youth councils, we also have a very active youth council in Norway. I think this is an effective way to get youths into politics. In Norway, everyone has to have a youth council in their municipality. And also, as a mayor, it's important to invite them into the formal part of the politics, because they doesn't decide anything by themselves. They just say what they think in cases we decide things in. So invite them into the meetings, give them speech time, and make them see this as an arena for also young ones. So I think by going forward as young ones, we can break a little bit in what is normal. So when the state channel is interviewing people in 40 years, maybe they will say, oh, it's normal to have elderly people in politics, young people in politics. You have to have a balance. And what I also think is, I think by having young ones in formal politics, the general trust in the society raises to the politics. Because for myself, I only own a bike. I don't have any other interest than politics and making the best things in my municipality. Other elderly politicians may be owning land. They have money interests, people in their back, which make them, okay, you can question their agenda. By having us in politics, you probably doesn't own land or have a big wealth. Our agenda is long-term. So by saying that politics today is dominated by old people, I think also the politics today is dominated by short-term perspectives. And the young ones give input on the longer term, because it's the future we are discussing. And we are going to live longest in that future.
And what I heard is that when society see example of young people being in politics, they probably feel more trust, right? And maybe some fears regarding about youth being in politics, maybe with less experience, vanished, right?
I don't think you should see young people as a threat in politics. Look at the world. Look at the news. Who is the threat in politics today? Who's creating chaos, wars, all the mess we have to handle when we get old in the higher positions? It's not the young ones who is creating the chaos in the world. It's not the boomers, but maybe those before the boomers creating the boom.
Okay, I saw Andrus wanted to react.
No, now I can just only agree with what Howard said and applause that you are a really inspiring speaker, actually, and no wonder why you got elected. But who's from Lithuania here, actually? Can you raise hands? Oh, that's a lot. I thought that you are foreigners. Okay. So, but in Lithuania, compared to the North countries, they have a really bad situation, probably. I don't say it's dramatically bad, but it's worse. Imagine, okay, the youngest ever elected mayor we have, it was in 2011, it was Mindaugas Sinkevičius, mayor of one of our district. He was 26 years old. Now, in the past elections, we elected the youngest, these elections, we elected the youngest mayor. He was only 31 years old. So we are behind your back, behind Norway's back, 10 years. So you can imagine and compare that.
And probably we will go deeper in the discussion how to involve young people in politics. But another aspect I would like to explore is why young people don't go to vote. It's not just their privilege, but also responsibility. Maybe from all of you perspectives, you have some insights. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, when I grew up, I'm born in '98, by the way. So I remember when I grew up, I was always told that my generation would be the first generation that would be worse off than our parents. And this was issues that we knew of, but didn't do anything about. And I don't think that the people who told me that knew exactly how right they would be. Because what young people grew up into today is an unsecure society, rising housing prices, an unsecure labor market, and so on and so on and so on. And these are not issues that we didn't see coming. It's definitely issues that we could see coming and that we could do something about in the past, but we didn't, or the politicians of the past didn't. So I think that has lowered trust in politics for a lot of people, at least from my generation. And I'm pretty sure that that trust has not increased with the generations after and the people born after me. So I think that my generation sees it like, well, people go to vote, the politicians tell you that they're going to fix all these issues, but they don't. And I think that's the main issue. You don't see the point in it because you've heard all these issues being discussed for 20 years, but nothing has been done about it.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many different factors to be taken into account, so it's hard to even know where to start. But the biggest and the best way to start, from my perspective, is to look at the data questionnaires. According to the European Union Eurobarometer, that follows the political activity of young people, both in the European Union as a whole, but also in every single European country. In Finland, the biggest factor why young people didn't vote at the last European elections is lack of knowledge. Now, usually people only think about the first side of young people aren't told enough about what they're voting for. What is exactly is happening in European elections? What does it have to do with my life? It has to do with civic education in schools and resources of campaigning and information about voting polls and voting stations. But there's also the other side, which is there's a factual lack of knowledge, but there's also the feeling of not knowing enough. Officially, this is called the political self-efficiency, which in Finland is a very big problem. So it's not just about what young people actually know, but about how they feel in themselves about how much they know. So it's about confidence and not seeing young people as valid people to vote about things. And this has so much more different factors rooted into it. And it's a much deeper problem of young people not feeling competent enough. They don't feel in themselves that they're valid voters because they don't feel like they know enough and they don't trust their own skills. And this, like I said, is such a deeper issue than just the factual lack of knowledge, and it has to do with more broader societal pressures and societal images of what a politician looks like and how much you should know about politics?
I would like to turn the discussion on one point also about why young people don't vote, don't go to the elections. After last parliament elections in Lithuania, me and my colleague, we was psychology students at that time, discussed what happened because the young people involvement in elections was dropped. It was just about 33%. So we discussed that maybe it's because of that in political programs and politicians' speeches, young people don't hear themselves. They don't hear the problems that are
most important factors when it comes to increasing young candidates in elections. Firstly is the funding. Factually, one of the biggest factors in elections is how much funding you have for your campaign, and like has been discussed, young people don't have a big network of sponsors or anything like that, and it really limits the opportunities of young candidates. Also because although you are campaigning for yourself, behind every candidate there is a huge number of people supporting that candidate, and young people aren't given enough network and support and inspiration to campaign for themselves. The second thing is support for first-time candidates. It's a scary thing for young people. It's a new thing. It's something that you can't prepare yourself for. And it's also the responsibility of the parties themselves to really inspire and add support for the youth and first-time candidates. And then the last thing is space for young candidates. Invite young people to election panels, invite them to different events, invite them to speak at schools, take them seriously. We have, at least in Finland, we have young candidates, but they're not seen as serious candidates and thus aren't invited to serious events. And this in itself is making it even more and more difficult for young people to even get elected.
Thank you for your insights. I also see Alexander want to react.
Yeah, I mean, because that differs a lot between the Nordic countries as well, because in Finland you elect persons, you elect a candidate, so you vote for candidate number 80 or whatever, and then you need to get a certain amount of personal votes in order to get elected. That's not the case in Sweden, for example. We have list elections in Sweden, I mean, the big issue there is that the parties do not put young people on the lists, or they put them very far down on the list. You can get elected as a person, but then 5% of the total amount of votes on the party has to be a vote on you. So it's almost impossible to get elected as a person. Usually it's the top candidate who gets elected as a person. But the main issue in Sweden is that the parties don't put young candidates on the lists, and also that they do not promote them in election materials and folders and so on. And the issue going to young people voting is that when they get a folder, they don't see a young person, they don't see the issues that they face. I talked about the housing market before, for example. In Stockholm, you can have to wait up to 25 years to get a first-hand contract on an apartment. And yet housing has not been discussed in any party leader debate for the last 10 years. So I think that's also a very important issue, and I also agree with the parties actually that they have to put trust in young people, and especially in Sweden, put them on the lists.
Howard.
Yes, I agree with everything that's said, and as the Vice President said, we also have a list democracy in Norway. You vote for I mean, there is a nomination committee, and those are the guys you can vote for on the party. And I think, as you said, the moderator, everyone, maybe when they hear politicians or want to take part in an election, they look for who's talking about my problems? Where are my problems in the discussion? And maybe that's too far away, and I also think it's are connected to representation again. When there is a huge underrepresentation of young people in formal politics and young voters, it creates distance between the formal politics and the young's interests. So I think if you get to do something with representation, maybe more people talks about the young's problem and everything. You can see, I heard a good example from the United States, another president who in 2015, when Donald Trump first won the presidential election, he came out of Trump Tower and he said, oh, how many people there are here, how many people there are, and maybe 20 journalists. And he said that the American dream is dead. And no other presidential candidate had said that before, but very many people thought about that. The American dream is dead for me. So you had a guy who was talking about my problems, and then they voted for him, even though he didn't represent their problems or had solutions for that. So politicians who talk about problems or interests of the young votes, maybe there's too few of them, but it's connected to representation, I think. So the parties have to have a seat for the young ones in the top candidates, if there is a list democracy, as in Norway and Sweden.
So it's really a nice insight. Andrew?
Yeah, about young people voting. As you mentioned, only 9% of young people in Lithuania trust in municipals, and they think that they can do impact to decision makers. But I think about the activity of voting of young people, it's coming from two places. First one is from the family, from the parents, because actually in Lithuania, as far as I know, the trust in politics is really low, and if the parents or the families on the table speaking bad about politics, about decision makers, but really in a bad way, and they don't show the example to young people that you should vote, you should come, you should raise the questions to politicians and not be afraid. So that in that case we have really low activity. And the second, as Alma mentioned, I think in Lithuania we have really bad civic education. It only starts in a teenager age, around in the 5th or 6th class. It's too late. You should do it earlier to actually explain to young people, to kids, why you should vote, what municipal is accountable for, what parliament accountable for, what European parliament accountable for, and so on. So, yeah, that's all.
Yeah, continuing from your points, when we talk about issues regarding the youth, the narrative often drifts towards there's something wrong with the youth, when in reality it's almost always about something else than the youth. So it's easily about blaming the youth about something, when in fact, according to a ton of research, the voting behavior of youth is hereditary. So it's not only about young people not being active, but their parents being active. And not only that, it's certain families and certain lines of families vote, which is, again, even further making the democracy and democratic system harder. But then another point that I think is important when it comes to us, the seldom young leaders that have gotten a space in these hard tables and have this responsibility of representing youth. At least for me, when I sit at foreign policy and foreign ministry meetings, very scary places, I feel a pressure to be like an adult, which is exactly the opposite of what I'm supposed to do. I am there to represent the youth, and I encourage all the youth representatives and youth leaders to not kind of bend towards that pressure of being like an adult or like pretending to be an adult and knowing more than you do. In my role, for example, my responsibility is representing the youth, and I don't do that accurately if I act like an adult. And that's not what I'm meant to do. And I am a professional at this because I am a young person, not because I'm officially a professional. And that is the responsibility. And this comes down to very small things about what kind of language you use. Do you pretend to be a bit more smarter than you actually are? Sometimes you can skip the blazer if you go to a school to speak. Sometimes you can be more bravely young. And it has a lot to do with inspiring other young people to actually participate as well.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying, because me as well, I mainly work with guys from what I call the moon landscape, elderly people in politics and bureaucrats. So I also have to attend festivals to be re-youted, not to forget the youth in myself in the work. So it's important to not grow too fast in these jobs as you can. But one example, when you see the connection between voting rate and representation, is in the school elections, which is at this time in Norway on every school. The election rate is up to 80–90% in the schools. So the young people can vote. There's nothing wrong with the young people. But you have to have, and you see it when politicians speak their language, as they do in the school elections. The language can be a little bit rough and bad sometimes, but it works. I mean, you have to have someone who inspiring the youths, and then they vote. So there's nothing in the way for youths to vote. They do it in the school elections. Whether representation in the panel is different from the real election. So there is a connection.
And I saw Andres want to react. A quick remark.
Yeah, I just probably I will push myself in front of the train now, but I thought, yeah, I remembered my campaign and how I did canvassing and my posters and booklets, and actually out of 10 probably my priorities, only maybe 3 or 2 were targeted to the young people, and probably as I did canvassing and had a conversation with people, probably I was elected by boomers and older people, probably, yeah. But it's still, I'm elected, you know. Yeah.
That's democracy too, you know.
Yeah, that's democracy, because actually for older people in Lithuania, for example, it's, yo, you are beautiful, oh, you're young, let's vote for you. You will be great, you will be good looking.
Okay, so I hear that boomers also vote for young people. Maybe we have to reinforce young people to go to politics. And Alma, before this discussion, raised a quite, I think, a quite interesting and important topic, that when we are talking about youth in politics, it's not only about voting and it's not only about going to the ballots, right? So maybe you have some experiences from Alexander, from your point of view, and Alma from you work in youth councils, in NGO, so maybe you can develop a deeper topic about how do you started your career in youth organizations, and maybe what barriers are there for young people to involve.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, like I said, I work outside political parties, and for me it's very important, while I understand the perspective of you guys, my personal goal is not to make every single young person a political candidate. I know, especially in Finland, it's a very big problem of young people not wanting to commit themselves to political parties at a young age, and I don't think that should be the only option. In order to be active in society, there should be youth organizations, national organizations, different opportunities to, on a low barrier, get to know the society. And like I said, my personal goal isn't to make everyone a political candidate. My goal is to make every young person feel like they're a part of the society, a part that matters and a part that can influence things. And that being said, I do personally highlight the role of youth organizations and other opportunities. the other aspect of my work outside of representing youth is providing young people in Finland opportunities to learn about the European Union and foreign policy and meeting European decision makers. So it's not only about making the young people themselves candidates, but also teaching them about political candidates, for example. Then coming to my personal story, I started my activity at 13, which was crazy, and people looked at me like I was crazy. I chose my first organization solely for the fact that it was the only organizations that had the minimum age of 13 and not 15. But for me, the biggest barrier before anything else was where I lived. I come from a very small town where nothing is possible outside of football and scouts. So I had to drive over an hour for the first ever political event, and it all started from there. But coming from this path, I know how hard it is for young people from rural areas to get started, and that strongly correlates with the voting activity, for example, in Lithuania, how it concentrates on young people from bigger cities, because here you see the elections so much more. You have so exponentially more different opportunities to learn and participate yourself, whereas in rural areas you can't join almost anything.
And how to encourage people? Maybe Alexander, you could share your experience in youth organizations.
Yes, of course. Since I come from a political youth organization from the beginning, before I was elected into the Nordic Youth Council, I myself joined at the age of 13 as well, and was, as it usually is when you join a political youth party. It's one issue that you're very mad about, and in my case, that was the change of the school system, and especially the grading system, which I felt was very bad. So I think in the beginning I just joined who wasn't in government, and then I was happy with my choice. Now, even 13 years later. So that's at least something. But I think that one of the things that we do in Sweden and that we haven't been able to do for the last 10 years in the way that we want it to be is to actually let the youth organizations be where young people are, in schools, for example, or on other events where there are young people, because I think that one of the most important ways to encourage young people to be active in society is that you get a chance to meet them. Because we did a survey in my youth organization about membership in political organizations, and one of the questions were, why haven't you not joined? Because first they got to answer what party they were voting for, and then the people who voted for my party was asked, why haven't you joined the youth organization? And the number one answer was, no one has asked me to. So I think that youth organizations have to be better at being where young people are, but also that schools and other institutions also have to let youth organizations into the school or the festival or wherever young people are.
So, as I understand, we have a quiet way to involve people, just inviting them to come, right? And we are talking here about a lot of problems we are facing in Lithuania, in Sweden, in Norway, in Finland. Maybe you have some advices, maybe from your experience. You see what works, what brings young people into politics, or just in youth organizations, in civic life, that politics would not be just for boomers, but young people would come. Alexander. Sorry, Howard.
Yes, thank you. I also started my political career in the youth council in the secondary school. And the first question I asked myself when I sat in the first meeting was, what am I doing here? And I think those who are in charge, the secretary of the youth council, has to have an answer to that question. What are you doing here? And what can you do in the youth council? And I think I'm from a small municipality in Norway, west coast, steep mountains, deep fjord, industry, only 5,000 inhabitants. And I also feel the challenges of being a politician from a rural area. But digital meetings, of course, helps. And every small municipality in Norway screams for people. I mean, we are being fewer people, more elderly people. Where are the teachers? Where are the students to be in these schools? And I think there is a beneficial recruiting effect in getting young people engaged in their local community. So what I have experienced in the youth councils was that, okay, now I have a chance to learn about my municipality, the politics, where does the income come? Income comes from the school structure, the services of the municipality, and I saw the municipality more as a project that I could affect and have a role in. And that helped me, okay, I like this place, let's stay in it, engage more, and then I ran for office. So there is beneficial for small municipalities to have youths being interested in local politics, because then they are also interested in their municipality. It's a reason to stay and come back to the municipality when they are finished studying. What was the question? I think
It was about some advices for, I don't know, governments or just young people, how to involve them in the youth organization or in politics. But I think you quite
I have an
answered
example,
that
actually.
question.
We have actually started something new in the municipality. It has lasted for 1 year, but every second weekend we have what we call politics, pizza and pils. Pils in Norway is beer. So I think the politics has to find the youths. If the youths are about to find the politics, fewer youths will find it. If the politics is in arenas where the youths are, where they can share some pizza slides, discuss a little bit of politics, and then maybe more politics, and learn about cases in that forum. Yeah, I think that works. Many youths are coming and hearing, listening, discussing.
Okay, Alma, a quick remark.
Yeah, maybe 3 most important tips from my perspective, both towards states, governments, parliaments, youth organizations, but also to the young people themselves. Firstly, like I said, from my experience, the most important thing to add inclusion in youth activity is low barrier events. To add more easily accessible events with no strings attached, no organization status required, no political status required, just for people to learn and meet each other. This is super crucial. Also to meet politicians as well, without it being a political event. Secondly, politics is everything. It's not only EU and NATO and these hard bureaucratic events and conferences that I go to, for example, and I'm interested in. Politics is culture and sports and the store that you go to every single morning. It's the language you speak and the things that are being taught in schools. And making this visible to young people towards events and through events is super crucial. And it's important to think about if you're someone or from something that organizes things to young people. Does it always have to be about hard security in the NATO-EU relationship or, geopolitical transformations? Or can it be about something that really touches the young people on a concrete level? Politics isn't just these abstract things. And then the last thing, especially towards young people, like I mentioned before, you know enough, you are an expert because you are a young person. If there are events calling for youth delegates or youth delegate positions like mine, if there are youth events, they're targeting young people and inviting young people because you know enough because you are a young person. And making sure that young people have the security and confidence to apply things is the most important thing. Half of my things and the incredible opportunities that I've gotten are just simply because I've had the courage to apply to them. And not enough young people have that.
I think we could discuss as young people being in politics or in youth organizations, not just an hour, but all day. But maybe let's open the floor to our listeners. And maybe someone has a question, so please say your name and maybe to whom you would address it, okay? So I see one person, maybe our volunteer could take a microphone. No? Okay, I I can. Thank you for this talk. My name is Jana, and I do have a question. Actually, this question even have continuation, but I will start from this representation issue with youngsters in politics. There's been one nice point that actually voters can kind of learn from experience. They see young politicians, they see that they can do the job. So Alma raised the issue that there is not much of an opportunity to raise funds. However, Alexander told that he had some success in changing policies. So maybe we can look towards some quotas for young people. Do you see it possible? I think everyone can answer this question.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your question. Yes, I think that it can be a good thing to do that within political parties, like we have done, for example. And what we did was that the national youth organization, we all went together and we tried to affect our party on a local level first, send in motions and suggestions to our local level and then to our regional level. And then when they all agreed, or at least the majority of them, the decision was made. So I think that we have to do it together within parties, because now we have the rule that at least 25% of our candidates has to be under the age of 35. And I think it's possible. I think it's also a good thing to get young people into politics. It's not the only thing, of course, because there can still be some issues with older people not letting young people in. So as of your last question, with a tip, that would be trust a young person as well, because we need to try to build up trust within the organization as well, and that goes both ways. But I really do think that our system has worked very well in order to get more young people higher up on the lists and into councils and into parliament.
Andrew, I saw you wanted to react, so just a quick, if you can remark.
The question is for everyone. So I don't think that we should change any policy, because probably we should have to change the constitution. But in my party, we have a quota. We have, like, if it's female, so then male, female, male, female. In every 10 seats in the electoral list, we have to have a young person under 35. So yeah, so. It's quite nice, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to react? Just a quick remark, or we can. Save time. Okay, we can save time for one more question. Maybe some other questions. Okay, another one. Okay, you can ask. As I already told, my question have, let's say, continuation. We can go from another side. So at first, I will provide some context of my question. We surely saw all the talks about Joe Biden and about his health. And we know that certain jobs have health requirements. Do you think, is it possible to discriminate old people, for example, by their health? Let's say some diseases can be, let's say, a problem, something like a border that people cannot cross to become a politics. I know it's not an easy topic because, again, discrimination sounds hard, but it's very possible thing to discuss. And it's one of the maybe factor how we can bring more young people. Mm-hmm. So maybe Howard,
you have
some insights.
Thank you for the brave question and the important question. It is something that is constantly being talked about and should be talked about. It emphasizes a lot of different problems. Personally, I don't support things like a maximum age for voting or health checks for voting, just for the pure reason of how do you draw the line when it comes to democracy and discrimination. However, I do think instead of kind of lowering the maximum age, we should support the lower end by the things that we've mentioned here. It's not only that we have people like Joe Biden, it's also because we've built the system where people like Joe Biden have the privilege of being there. So it's not only about, attacking the old people, but also supporting and rising above with the young people.
Okay. We have some more insights.
Yeah, short answer to that, if I understood it correctly. With I think that it shouldn't be a roof of age. I think the democracy will sort those people out by people not electing one with clearly semi-dementia. So I think that it works by itself, I think. But I think the problem with the Joe Biden and the reason why there is only elderly people with money in the United States running for office is they also have a lower age of running. Is it 35 or something? But I think the root problem there is that you has to have much money to run for election, and you has to have a huge network, maybe in finance, big guys in the back. And you doesn't have the social mobility as we have in Norway, for example, where you can run for office if you are poor, rich, young, old. So I think you have to attack the root problems, and that is not the age, I think. Yep.
Okay. If there would be one quick, short question, we could have a time. Okay.
I'm not a young person anymore. So I give you a question, and I missed quite a bit at the beginning, but the question is, if you fail to vote as a young or old person, should you lose any social privileges or rights as a citizen in any city or country?
Okay. Did you hear the question? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Maybe someone. Yeah.
If you don't vote? Yeah.
If you don't vote, yeah. Do you have some consequences on your rights?
Thank you for the question, first of all. I don't think so, because I think that in a democracy, it's your choice to either vote, and not voting is also a choice. And there can be plenty of reasons behind why you don't vote. Maybe you don't have a trust in the politicians that you can choose between. That can be one issue. But there can also be other issues to why you decide to not vote. But I think that I know that certain countries have laws where you have to vote. I don't think that's a good thing, because I think in a democracy you should also be able to choose not to vote, and that should be your choice only.
Mm-hmm.
I guess in Norway you have like penalties if you don't vote or something, no?
Not that I know about. Of course, we throw them in prison if they don't vote for 20 years. No, we don't. We don't have any penalties for not voting. Then 30% of my population would be under a kind of a penalty. So it's a good thing. I think also it should be a choice, and I don't think you solve any problem by giving them a fine for not voting. You clearly wouldn't know who hasn't voted as well, maybe. I think you should again go to the root problem is not the age of the candidate or those who not vote. I think you have to ask the question, why are they not voting, and then go to the factors of why, and then maybe you will see a rise in voting, the voting rate. So I don't think you should have maximum age or penalty for not voting. Go to the root problems and try to solve them instead. But creative proportional.
Yeah, thanks you again for a very important question. I agree with the previous comments about not supporting a penalty or a sanction for people not voting. Firstly, because it would make people vote for the very wrong reasons, and they're not the reasons that I personally support when it comes to voting. But also because the data revolving around people, and especially young people who are not voting, is in itself very valuable information for a democracy and a civil society. Like I mentioned, the Eurobarometer annually made examines the exact reasons of why young people and citizens in general do not vote, and there are different factors, and that itself is very valuable information.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe also tell the young ones in society. I mean, half of the population of the world lives in a democracy. The most of the population, the majority, doesn't live in a democracy. So the privileges we have in having a free election and everything, I mean, we should appreciate it, and more should. So sometimes I would also think that they should have a penalty for not voting. It should be something you have to do because it's such a huge privilege. Yeah, we should think about it.
So, Andrew, a quick.
I think
remark.
voting is like paying taxes. You should do it, and you must do it. But about the penalties or some, I don't know, social losses, I think it's open question, and maybe we can discuss someday after maybe 20 years if we don't solve the activity of voting in Lithuania.
So our discussion is going to an end because the time is running, and I think the time ran very, very fast in this discussion and these interesting insights from different countries. Maybe you have, if the person is sitting, young person is sitting in this audience or watching us online, maybe you have a very, very short advice or a word for young person considering political career or just wanting to join. What would you say very, very quickly for the last word?
Yeah, so for young people, don't be afraid to stand up, and for the government or the older people, I think don't be afraid to trust in young people.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I agree. And the 2 points that I've raised already is first, politics is so much more than the things that you see in media. Every single thing that you are interested in your life and you are passionate about has something to do with politics. So focus on that instead of the symbolic stereotypes of politics. And the second one is, like I said, you are a professional because you are a young person. You know so much more about what concerns young people than those boomers at the parliament.
Thank you, Elmo, very much.
Yeah, a short and obvious one is that the decisions made today is affecting the future we are going to live the longest in handling the climate change, the demographical shift, technological revolution. Every decisions today will have a huge impact on the future we are going to live in. So it's important to bring young voices to the table.
Thank you.
And I agree with everything that's been said, obviously, but I think the most important point is to the young people that no one knows better what it's like to be a young person today than you do. And your perspective is important if we're going to create policy that really affects the issues that you face in your everyday life. And to the older people in the party, please put your trust in a young person. Because you don't know, maybe that young person is the next minister, the next mayor of a town, or it's just going to be a very, very active party member, but still an important part of your party. So make sure to put your trust in a young person.
Okay, so thank you very much for each of you, for all our speakers. Thank you for all of you who came here live and everyone who listened us online. I think it was an inspiring discussion, and maybe with these discussions, more young people will be enforced and encouraged to go to politics and youth organizations. So thank you very much for your attention.
everyone here. It's really nice to see you. I'm Algimantas Kvecys, chairman of Lithuanian Skeptic Association. And today we will talk about critical thinking. So the topic is critical thinking really available to everyone? Psychological resilience and social politics. Sadly, Grażyna will not be able to participate due to her health. So that's the panelists, and I will introduce them. Here's Pontus Bokman. He's a chairman of EXO, the European Council of Skeptical Organizations. Here is Ramunė Dirvanskienė, assistant professor of sociology at Vytautas Magnus University. I am reading Grażyna's, sorry. Associate professor at Vilnius University Psychology Institute. Here is Brigita Gaitanji, educational scientist, founder and lecturer at Platform for Non-Formal Science Education for Adults and the Promotion of Critical Thinking. And here is Kostas Gaitanji, artist, associate professor with research interests in epistemology, philosophy of science, military and totalitarian propaganda. So I will refer to you as a power couple in this panel. Critical thinking everywhere. Everyone needs to be good critical thinker, but is it really available for everyone, and in what terms? So that's what we will be talking about. So just a short introduction. Britannica dictionary describes critical thinking as educational theory, mode of cognition using deliberate reasoning and impartial scrutiny of information to arrive at possible solution or a problem. So it involves such keywords as breaking down a problem, reveal its underlying logic or assumptions, recognize and account for one's own biases in judgment, experience and collect assets, relevant evidence, adjust and reevaluate one's own thinking. Ramunė, critical thinking as a cognition mode in some sense sounds like a very alien activity. Or are humans wired for such a demanding cognition mode? What do you think?
No. What you've listed is a list of very high-level cognitive functions that are difficult to perform. And it takes a lot of training to learn how to do that. So to be able to analyze, to plan, to decide, to evaluate, and at the same time to self-monitor if you're doing it correctly, and to compare what you're doing now with what other people are doing or what you've done in the past. So it's very complicated. It requires high-level cognitive skills, and that's not innate. That's something that you have to learn step by step and train how to do it.
Anyone want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, I can only agree that critical thinking is very hard. It's not natural, as you say. We would rather take quick decisions based on our feelings, and feelings are fine, but we should be aware that sometimes our feelings lead us astray. So rational thinking, critical thinking is something that needs to be trained.
Well, sorry. Yes, I would tend to agree with previous speakers, as the critical thinking is something that like higher mode of a human intellectual activity. It requires some basic skills of thinking, not like a very practical thinking, not like everyday thinking, but much more connected with theoretical knowledge. And if we take this question historically, we have to say that for the most part of human history, critical thinking was a very rare exception from the common rule.
Pontus, maybe a question for you, and everyone can elaborate on top perfectly. Critical thinking, psychological resilience, and social politics. How would you layer, prioritize, and merge these three domains to make sense of the interplay?
How long do I have? So, no, I think we should realize that critical thinking is very beneficial for the individual. There are studies to clearly show that people who have been trained in critical thinking, they are more successful in academia, they are more creative, and they make for good citizens, if you will. So also from a society's point of view, we want people to be good critical thinkers, because that drives a community ahead. The society benefits from that. But it's it's hard to do it, so we need training.
Ramune, what do you think about these interplays and how psychological resilience plays the role? Can people be good thinkers when their situations psychologically are very uncertain? What do you think?
First of all, I'll add my bit to the previous question. So when we talk about critical thinking, the research and the literature splits into two main domains. First, critical thinking as a cognitive skill that we've presented and we agreed that it needs to be developed. Second, in order to analyze and evaluate, you need to have something to analyze and evaluate. So it depends on knowledge. To be able to evaluate critically, you need to have information to compare. So another part of the literature, of the scientific field, targets what theories are we more inclined to believe. So we more tend to believe theories about things that we don't know, about foreign lands, foreign cultures. For us, it would be more difficult to believe a theory about something that happens in Lithuania, because we have a lot of knowledge of how things happen in Lithuania, and we have a lot of concrete knowledge. Whereas what happens in far, far away countries, we think about events there. We have many holes in our thinking and our knowledge, and we think more in abstract terms about what's happening there. So our thinking abilities are more loopy, and we tend to believe more various theories about things that we know less about. So when we talk about critical thinking and societies, etc., so it's not only about the skill, it's also about knowledge. And if you want to make me more resistant to some kind of theories, I need to know more about them. If you want me to be more resistant to theories about some cultural group, I need to have more knowledge about the cultural group so that I wouldn't believe those theories. Your second question was about emotional state. So as we agreed in the beginning, it's very hard to think critically. And when is it hard for us to do difficult things? When we're tired, when we're stressed, when we're emotionally aroused. Then we want things to be simple and quick. So if there's an opportunity to go for a simpler answer, we switch to it when we are in aroused state. We tend to believe our thinking tends to go into black or white. We are not that successful in seeing the gray areas. It's harder for us to analyze, to compare, and we talked before that when societies undergo some stressful events, they are more prone to cognitive biases, and they are more than prone to black or white thinking, and they are then more prone to believe all sorts of falsehoods.
Kostas, you are interested in propaganda technologies and elaborating on what Ramona said, how that unstable situation, psychological or socioeconomical, can influence and maybe reignite, let's say, as an example, Russian propaganda tactics, and how that interplay is being carried out.
Well, now it works. Okay, thank you. Yes, I just forgot how to use it. Maybe I make it too rarely. Okay, that's. I think it is a quite good question because the propaganda, especially visual propaganda, was one of the main interest of my research and of some courses I teach in university or in international university networks. So the problem is like that this requirement for critical thinking is a relatively new phenomenon because until the end of 20th century, critical thinking wasn't something what was usually expected from a citizen, from making a good citizen. Because in most cases the state had more or less monopoly to the main political discourse. And it could be especially clearly seen in totalitarian communities, but even in democratic communities in cases of world wars. The propaganda campaign wasn't targeted to people with critical thinking. It was like that that is not necessary to be critical thinker to make a good citizen. And what maybe changed in last decades and why these critical thinking skills had become so important, so significant, is that there's no more monopoly on political discourses, and that truth, yes, we have this concept of post-truth and so on, that's maybe the most a clear example that in Orwell's book 1984, the government tried to hide the truth, to falsificate it all the time, and to propose the only one true version of this truth, so-called. But for now, we have millions of discourses. And that, like Russian propaganda works, like then they shot down this Malaysian Boeing. They didn't say that's one version. They created lots of them, and they were completely contradictory, but they just filled these social medias with these different discourses, narratives, and in this case, it's a very big problem to find the truth in this pile of garbage. So for now, I think that this critical thinking, it has becoming a very central part of civil resilience, psychological resilience, and to still exist as a autonomous human person.
Okay, so we all agreed that's important, but Brigitta, I want to ask, what is the current state of critical thinking education? Because we are educating school children, we are educating adults, there are a lot of programs, a lot of brought from Scandinavia, and funding programs, and programs are being copied, tools, etc. But what is the state of that education here in Lithuania now?
Aš kalbėsiu lietuviškai, mane išversite. Tai turbūt pirmiausia, tai mes turime problemą tokią, kad mums trūksta kritinio mąstymo išmanančių arba suprantančių mokytojų. Sistema yra tokia, kada mes galime ugdyti, kai mes patys suprantame.
So briefly, it's that the biggest problem in Lithuanian educational system is the lack of critical thinking skills in teachers, because most of them have big problems in this area.
Mes negalime sakyti, kad visi mokytojai nesupranta, kas yra kritinis mąstymas arba kaip ugdyti kritinį mąstymą vaikuose. Tai nėra absoliuti tiesa, bet mes visai nesenai matėme prieš kelis metus toksai buvo mitingas maršistų, kai visus mokytojus kvietė ir jie nežiūrėjo, kur eina, ko eina ir visiškai net nesuvokė, bet jie ėjo prieš kažką kovoti.
Surely we shouldn't generalize like everyone of Lithuanian teachers lacks this critical thinking, but just a few years ago we had quite a good example of so-called marxists who were marching for like family values and so on, and most of teachers were sharing this stuff in social medias without questioning what is this, who are these peoples, and what they are fighting for.
Kaip to istorija parodė, ten buvo ir žmonių teisiamų, bet mokytojai ten buvo. Tai tokiu atveju kalbėti su mokytojais apie kritinį mąstymą pirmiausia reikėtų universitete, kai mes mokome mokytojus.
So in this case, we should begin this conversation from the educational, higher educational system for a teacher, for educological education.
Nes pirmiausia, mokytojai turi suprasti ir kontekstą mokymo. Labai dažnai išmokstama dalyko, bet kodėl dalykas skirtas kam ir kokiame plačiame kontekste tai turi būti. Tame ir atsiranda kritinis mąstymas, kam tai reikalingo, kodėl, kokios tai yra sąsajos su kuo ir būti atviram naujoms idėjoms.
So that could be like a central problem because sorry, it was a quite long sentence, so I just forgot the beginning of it. Maybe we should translate by shorter pieces.
So one of the key ingredients is reflectiveness, and reflecting on what you are saying. You know, the microphone is popping up. Okay, so maybe I get the gist that a critical thinking education should start at the university for the teachers which are implementing these programs, tools, and curriculum into the actual lectures, into that content, either that history, how it's called?
I would say that it's like a contextual more learning. Yes, it's like
it should be included in all the topics, not as a separate. Yes. So, you want to elaborate on that? Upon this? Sure.
Yes, so I'm from Sweden, and I've been looking into the teacher situation in Sweden and in education that you get in university, and on paper, it all looks good, I think. Also in lower classes, you are supposed to embed critical thinking into every subject on every level, really. That's what it says in the plan for educating children. And teachers are learning this at university. However, I feel that the tools that they are given are not good enough. It's sweeping statements that make sure that critical thinking is always part of the curriculum. But how? Where are the tools? What are the exercises you can do? Some teachers do this very, very well because they're burning for it, or they have this skill to do it. Other teachers, they just skim over it because they don't know really how to do this. But I think it is important. Critical thinking teaching needs to start. I think you can start even before school. You know, good parents teach your kids not to trust everything that happens, or at least to see that there are different ways of looking at things, because that fosters creativity, good thinking, and so it's hard to do. But I agree, we need to start with the teachers. We also need to make sure that the school plans are fully developed to help the teachers to do this, to deliver critical thinking learning.
Ramune, I want your insight from university. Is the scientific method applied in university in some sense equal to critical thinking? And how do you see critical thinking agenda implemented at university curriculum?
There are many parallels. The scientific method, for those who don't know, is the way you approach how you build an understanding of what you're observing. So it starts from raising a hypothesis, then doing the testing, then formulating a theory, then testing the theory. So this kind of circle, and checking if what you're thinking, if that's really happening. Now, regarding critical thinking, the way that I understand it is not jumping to conclusions too fast. In preparation for this talk, I checked a couple of studies into how can we screen for people who will be more prone to cognitive biases or who have lower skills of critical thinking, and the theorists, they claim that we can identify them because they tend to collect less evidence before making a decision. So by doing simple tasks such as pick in the bag, there's blue balls and red balls, and you need to decide which color balls there are more, and you pick one ball, you pick second, and the more balls you pick before making a decision, the better your decision is. But some people, after picking one or two balls, they end up with a decision, it's red or it's blue, etc. So those people who jump to conclusions faster with fewer observations, they are more prone to believing many fallacies, and they have lower level of critical thinking. So first is checking, and then there was something else that I wanted to say, but I most likely forgot. So forgetting is one trait that we do.
It's okay. So as I see, all the panelists agree that critical thinking education is possible, yeah? Because there are some theories that it's highly unlikely to become a critical thinker at all. There are some research which suggests that it's possible, but there are some skeptics, total skeptics about that. Pontus, this is where I will roast your country a little bit, maybe, I don't know. So I will tell a myth, and you will debunk it or not, I don't know. So there is a conception that Nordic countries, especially Norway, have vast natural resources which are used to fuel welfare or modern social state, advanced social politics. In Lithuania, it would be gerovės valstybė. What do you think? Does it have anything to do that Nordic countries have way better results compared to Lithuanian in critical thinking measures in all demographics, according to PISA research results? Is that conception true about Nordic countries? And is there a tie between those things which I mentioned?
Well, I think we should be careful. I think it has something to do with it, because prosperity, in a prosperous country, you can afford to do things that are a bit of a luxury, like critical thinking, right? But I don't think, as a skeptic, I also know we should not be too quick to attribute a whole phenomena to only one thing. I think there are many factors here. And I don't know, but I can speculate a little bit that I know that the monarchies in Sweden and Norway, they are old, but they have traditionally been rather weak, which means that people have, for hundreds of years, been able to criticize the central powers. It has not, well, sometimes you got punished, but it's not like in other countries. And I think that's part of it as well, because that has fostered a culture where it's not forbidden to question things. And that is very important as well. But yeah, I guess it helps to have a lot of money, or forests, or water, or oil in Norway. Of course, it helps when you want to have a prosperous society. But I think there are a number of countries in the world, I won't try to give examples, that have big natural resources, but still have been very hard dictatorships, autocratic societies where you are not allowed to criticize the government.
Kostas, elaborate on that.
Okay, thank you. So I think that, yes, I think it's a good point. That I wanted to add is that you know, we shouldn't be too optimistic about the power of education at all. Because, you know, one guy called Antoine Helvetius in the 18th century said that everyone is tabula rasa and you can teach people whatever you want and you can form there in any form you want. Yes, but this never happened, really. And it's like, you know, that even our ability to teach critical thinking is a bit limited, because some people maybe could take it just very few aspect of critical thinking, maybe just some practical, and some maybe is not able to think critically at all. I don't know. That's surely we can say that in some countries situation is better, and in some countries situation is worse. I'd like to say that in Lithuania, for example, we can say that we have roughly about 30 persons. As it showed our presidential elections, yes. We have about 30 persons, people who participate in these elections without any degree of critical thinking. I mean these people who vote for some guys, yes. I wouldn't mention their names. And it seems that in United States of America the situation is even worse. And this doesn't directly depend on level of economical development or on level of like social welfare and so on. But yes, surely I would agree that to some degree things like welfare, like prosperity, good, and it makes impact on the spread of critical thinking.
Can I push back a little bit on that? Not to create a big controversy, but I know that there was a big study done in the UK last year, a meta-study looking into academics in the UK, so it was limited to the UK. But they found that those academics who had received critical thinking training were more creative and more successful in their academic studies and more successful overall. So we shouldn't give up either. I think you can teach critical thinking. And I want to say one more thing. Critical thinking sounds very dry and academic, but it's fun. critical thinking is really, really fun because you turn around something. You have a problem or a proposition, you turn it around and you look at it from different angles, and suddenly you learn something quite new and you realize that you have this aha moment. And if you get used to doing that, I think critical thinking starts not to become so hard as we have said that it is.
Ramune, isn't Pontus too optimistic? I see you were raising eyebrows about how it's fun to be wrong, almost, you know, how it's fun to raise big questions or something like that. I think you want to demolish that, no?
I was thinking about Lithuania and our people. We have a lot of learned helplessness. And in order to engage in all the beautiful things that you were describing, you need to have a lot of confidence in yourself, in your thinking ability, in your importance, in your ability to change things. And that doesn't go well with learned helplessness. So I think it has to go along with increasing self-efficacy as well as skills.
Brigita, one of the main aspects of critical thinking is being open to new ideas, concepts, and possibilities. There is a big emphasis to be a better critical thinker now. Can we expect that, I mean critical thinking, from politically, ideologically, and religiously entrenched groups of people? Can we expect that from them?
I don't know. It's very hard, I think.
Maybe I'm also talking too much. Well, you know, that it's quite hard to expect such things because if this group is already entrenched in any religious, ideological, or whatever meaning, so it's very hard to push these people out from their like entrenched position, because then you speak something that comes in contrast with their belief. They experience this cognitive dissonance and they just become aggressive. So it's I would say that I'm not very optimistic about these groups.
No, I just want to agree with that, and I say it's not in their self-interest, right? If you are deeply religious and somebody wants to question the existence of God, then that's not something you as a religious person would encourage. You become angry and you defend your belief. And so I think, and also from fundamental, if you look at the political spectrum, if we look far to the right and far to the left, people tend to be more locked into their beliefs, and there it is harder. But the rest of us will have to try, I think.
Is it easy to change your mind and other minds?
We psychologists, we have this joke. How many psychologists does it take to change a light bulb? One, but the light bulb needs to want to change. So that's the answer to your question. If the views are complementary, if believing a theory makes you better, makes you superior, and argumentation against what you believe would take that superiority out of you, of course you're not inclined to believe, even though you might agree with the facts, but it makes you feel good to think that you have something that...
I will try maybe to elaborate on that too, because I want to, and I have a position to do. me as a chairman at Lithuanian Skeptics Organization, I'm very interested in different aspects of various groups such as new religious movements, esoteric groups, political groups, etc. And again and again and again, people asking Lithuanian skeptics, why are you not creating a new religious movement, a skeptical movement? Because people then tend to open up. They'll find the community to talk to. They have new topics. They feel welcomed and love-bombed. So that's a tricky question. So longer I think about that, the longer I think that logical statements and persuasion is not going to change anything in minds, but welcoming communities where people feel that they are, the people which feel that they are alive, that they are unique in some sense, we have anything to say or to be heard, that always breaks the walls very quickly, not the arguments, just my point of view. Brigitte, again, I will try one more time, okay? You have worked with children in private schools where food, shelter, education, resources are definitely not the problem for these children. But are these children of wealthy parents better critical thinkers?
Vėl lietuviškai atsakysiu. Negaliu suabsoliutinti, nes mes vėlgi susidurėme su problemomis kitokiomis. Jeigu mes turime išdėstyti demokratiją pradinėse klasėse,
we couldn't generalize, because if we have to learn these children democracy from their first classes,
tai nebūtinai gali sutapti klausimai užduodami arba atsinešti vaikų į mokyklą, nebūtinai gali sutapti visų absoliučiai šeimų pozicija. Tarkim, kažkada atsinešė vaikai klausimą, ar tiesa, kad Trumpas sako, kad žmonės valgo šunis ir kates. Ir aš į tai atsakiau, o kaip jūs manote?
Some things children are bringing into school from their families. And one time Brigitte got a question from the children like, is it true that Donald Trump says that someone in America is eating cats and dogs? And she asked, how do you think?
Nes būtent klausti vaikų ir yra mokymas kritiškai mąstyti. Taigi nepridedi savo pozicijos, bet klausi vaikų. Bet jeigu namuose yra kažkokia labai griežta pozicija, gali labai stipriai nukentėti vaikas, jeigu kiti vaikai sako, nesąmonė, tai aišku, kad žmonės nevalgo kačių. Bet tuo tarpu vaikui, kuris namuose yra sakoma, kad tai yra visiška tiesa, jis patiria kognityvinį disonansą. Kuo tikėti? Tada ar tuo, kas čia ir vyksta, ar tada tuo, kas namuose. Tuomet jisai patiria labai labai didelį psichologinį spaudimą.
So the main way of teaching this critical thinking is just asking these children, so what do you think? And then one more problem emerges, because usually these children their parents has some kind of weird political beliefs, and then in the same time other children are like beginning making jokes from this cats and dogs story, and the child suffers from this cognitive dissonance between things that he or she hears in home and things that children in class believe or not.
Taigi mes galime sakyti, kad, na tai, privačioje įstaigoje mes gal turime tėvus, kurie labiau rūpinasi, labiau stengiasi, sakykime, pagal galimybės, na, pasirūpinti emocinę gerovę, bet tai nereiškia, kad viskas yra taip šviesu ir gražu ir visokių pozicijų mes turime. Ir vienas svarbiausias dalykas, mokytojas turi išlaikyti balansą tarp namų pozicijos ir, sakykime, demokratinės pozicijos, kuria valstybė vadovaujasi, tam, kad apsaugoti vaiką ir išmokyti jį mąstyti, bet pirmiausia, apsaugoti vaiką.
So the teacher comes in this ambiguous situation because have to hold this balance between democratic values that should be learned in school and these values of like not creating a conflict between child and her or his parents. Also, surely that in private schools most children came from the families who has more care about their future. They pay money for this school. They giving more attention to this child, but this guarantees nothing.
Ramune, maybe you will want to elaborate on cognitive dissonance aspect. Since you will pick up microphone, I mean, even it ties up with all questions here, mostly that there was a certain example of USA small community of New Age religious group which have 5 to 7 doomsday dates that actually none of them became an actual doomsday, but we keep on continuing to believe in their belief system. Does it illustrate the same thing about critical thinking? You know, maybe people don't want to engage in that because it will, shatter all my foundations or some of them, and you just simply avoid them. What do psychologists are saying about that?
I don't know how much that relates to cognitive dissonance in this question per se, but people tend to join those groups when they feel powerless, when they feel unsuccessful, and when they're looking for, in regular world, they're not having much success. So they're looking for alternative ways. Maybe there's an alternative truth in which I will be able to realize my potential and become important, become happy, because in regular society I'm not successful, I'm not rich, I'm not happy, I'm not important,
not valued, yeah.
Not valued. So maybe if I believe some alternative truth, if I join a cult that believes in doomsday, if I believe that I'm the chosen one, and when the doomsday comes, everyone else who are now successful, they will die, but me and my group, we will persist and we will become valued and important. Well, that's very tempting.
That's it, yeah. That's the promise.
That's what makes me believe in the second, third, fourth, and fifth. That's the potential that someday everyone will learn that I am important, I'm valued, I'm better, even though I can't show much evidence for that today.
Okay, I want to go to Pontus. We will finalize step by step this discussion. Please share, as a chairman of European skeptical organizations around whole Europe, what you could say skeptics can do, what we already done, the main things, and is there a future for such organizations, to be involved in that discourse and for sure on the impact of critical thinking education and making people better thinkers? What do you think?
Well, I think there's a lot of things you can do, and there's also a lot of things that skeptical organizations are doing. And when you hear the term skeptic or skepticism, think critical thinking, because it's almost synonymous. That's what it is, really. So what a lot of skeptical organizations do, both in Finland and in Sweden, but in many other countries as well, is that they award people or organizations for doing something really right, or pointing to organizations that do something very badly, or anti-vax propagators, things like that. So in Finland they have the hoo-ha prize for people or organizations that have done something really wrong, who have propagated something that is obviously false and illogical, non-rational. And then they have the Socrates Prize for people or organizations who have spread good thinking, good ways of spreading logic or other things. We have the same in Sweden. We have the translation is a little bit of a joke. We call it the confounderer of the year, somebody who has confounded the public or misled the public the most during the past year. And we also have an award called the enlightener of the year, and that is actually accompanied to some money. You don't get the money for being misleading, but for doing something good, we can give them a little bit of money, and there's a prize ceremony, and it usually gets some attention in the media, and that is good, because that means that people hear about these issues like anti-vax or something positive, and things happening. The other things that we are doing is we have a magazine. We have in Sweden we have over 2,000 members. So they get the magazine and they spread the word as well. Some of us, including myself, sometimes get invited. We try to get invited to schools and talk to school children. I usually like to talk to students who are in secondary school, so that's 16, 17 years old or 18. But that's different, and that's just my preference, really, because I think that's very stimulating. These people, 16 to 18, they are basically adults, but they have almost zero experience of being adults. So they're very inquisitive. It's very easy to get a good dialogue going with them. They want to ask questions. How do you know this? What do you think about that? Blah, blah, blah. And it's very good. You get engaged people. So we try to do that, and that's what we should do. But I should say one thing, and this is all run by volunteers, non-profit organizations. But should it really be that? Should society really hand over that to, if some people want to do this very important job of monitoring what is fake news, what is conspiracy theories, what is alternative medicine claims that are obviously bogus? Should that really be left to people like me to do on their spare time, or should it be part of society as a whole to fight?
What our panelists think what we should do in Lithuania regarding critical thinking? Would it be psychological resilience, or would it be better social programs, better critical thinking programs? I don't know. So let's close the discussion, okay? Ramune?
I think that we shouldn't focus only on the cognitive aspects. We should also focus on the emotional aspects and building some trust in and building the want to utilize those cognitive abilities. I'm referring to what I was saying before about the learned helplessness, so empowering to use, because one is to teach how to do it, but if you get a lot of messages coming at you, don't do it, what's the point, who are you now, a thinker? We do in Lithuania get a lot of messages like that.
Don't raise your nose, you know, you are a better thinker or something like that. We don't want to see that, yeah? Okay. What we should do here in Lithuania, Kostas?
I think that we have a quite unique situation for now, and I'd say that it's very promising to some sense, because I already mentioned this situation, like then this propaganda, then these conspiracy theories, and all this, sorry for my French, bullshit that comes in internet, social media, and so on. It creates the very clear dangers for existence of state. So in this case, the state institutions, at last, they are more and more interested in spreading these skills of critical thinking. So I think that we have quite a good possibility for now, and I think that skeptical organization could be also very useful, and maybe it's to have some kind of tactical union with state government institutions. Whatever is it good or bad, but we have such possibilities.
Brigita?
Tai aš gal pirmiausia, vis tik tai aš grįžtu prie mokytojų mokymų ir manau, kad stipriau turi būti mokytojai atrenkami. Vis tik tai ir, kaip ir minėjo, labai geras pastebėjimas nuo darželio. Mokytojai turi būti labai stiprus nuo darželio, apmokyti ir kritiškai mąstyti ir suvokti tą dalį, kad čia yra ateitis, mes negalime leisti savo duoti bet kam ugdyti mūsų ateities.
Brigitte says that we should begin from the education system, and even from the very basics of education system, even from kindergartens, primary schools, and so on, because we couldn't give these missions to anyone. That it means that people who work with children should be educated in proper way.
Does anyone have any questions, please?
Okay, sorry. I wrote a question here, and it's for Pontus, I believe. So I wrote, what tools are needed for teachers so that they could teach children critical thinking? Because you said teachers need tools, first of all. So what are those tools?
Well, maybe we should ask the psychologist here. So, because I'm not an expert in how to teach children things, but I do think that teachers do need books or exercises and things recommended to them. This is tests that you can do with your children to learn, to teach them how to think that, or to realize that things are not always what they seem. You can turn around a problem. I think your example from before with the different colored balls that is actually a good exercise, I think, because it teaches maths and statistical probability, but it also is a fun thing. It's physical, you do it, and that is unusual. Normally you sit with a book or you read and so, but everything you can use, all methods you can use to teach things is good. There's a myth that we are either visual learners, auditory learners, readers, or tactile learners. Actually, what it seems to be, according to research, is that we all need all of that. And if you do something with many different ways of learning, then you learn better. So that kind of thing. Smarter people than me should develop methods to do that for kindergarten children, for primary schools, for secondary schools. I tend to go to the secondary schools because I can talk to them with fairly sophisticated words, so that suits me. But that's not how you do it for kindergarten children.
Brigitte, what works for younger children? What works? what tools do teachers need to have to bring that critical thinking into the classroom, to support them to be able to do that, because not every single teacher is prepared for that, if I understood the question, yeah.
Aš kai kalbėjau visą laiką, kad mes turime stipriau mokyti. Nu, mes negalime taip paprastai, kaip dabar mokom. Tai tuos instrumentus, pirmiausia, ir atranka, ne tik tai motyvacija turi būti, bet ir atranka į mokytojus turėtų būti stipresnė. Žodžiu, mokytojas, tas prestižinė profesija yra ne juokas. Jeigu tai būtų gerai parengta ir tai iš tiesų ištiesėta, tai būtų labai gerai mūsų ateičiai.
So we have to better select teachers, but I would confront that we already have such a lack of teachers. We don't have anything to choose. Everyone who wills to be a teacher will be accepted, because we have scarcity of teachers.
More money for education.
I will try to give an example, maybe, but it's more parenting stuff, not maybe teaching. I was amazed how just a couple encyclopedias, despite that some facts are old, you know, in them, but how it changed the lens, the width of the lens for children. So that's the tool, I think. So for when children have their own time, give them encyclopedias to just to look at. That would be my example. Ramona, maybe you want something.
As it should be taught in the same way as we teach all other skills. So first of all, critical thinking needs to be broken down into functions. So we started this discussion with listing separate functions. Ability to compare, ability to analyze, ability to break down, ability this, and then build a curriculum, how to build those functions bottom up, starting with the level of ability that the child might have. So we know that the higher level mental abilities, they are not that prevalent among 3-year-olds. They slowly arise, so new functions should be introduced at the pace when the child is developing. So initially it could start in very early kindergarten with describing what you saw and is this true or false, and then as the child grows and his ability to learn grows as well, these listed functions increase, and then when they reach about age 8, 9, they can start monitoring their mentalization processes. Is this the right way of thinking? Am I doing it the right way? So the theory of mind one develops, and then you can introduce those things as well.
Sad news. I did a research on what it's done. So 10 years we are bringing up the question, but there are still no good tools. You can bet. Another question? You want? Kostas wants to react. Okay. Sorry.
I wanted to add briefly from my own experience that I think worked best for me, and where I got my basic skills in critical thinking was a teaching of geometry, because it was just only part of school curriculum in the Soviet times, where you should research something by yourself and prove it. So it was a very, very interesting part of it. And I think that such method is very important, and also introduction of basic methods of logic, because it works both for mathematics and it works for language, because language is also based on the same rules of logic, and maybe some lessons that would touch these questions of logic, of logical fallacies, and so on, because it's almost non-present not only in school curriculum, but even in universities. Not all programs has these basics of logic, of philosophy, and so on.
Any questions?
What impact do you think fairy tales and belief in Santa Claus has for children in critical thinking for children, let's say?
I can say I used Santa Claus as a tool to teach my children a lesson when they were small. So I taught them about Santa Claus. And traditions are different, but in Sweden you actually usually meet Santa Claus. You have somebody dressing up as Santa Claus. So they have actually seen Santa Claus. It took until they were 4 years old. Then they said, no, this is that person dressed up. And I said, no. And then they learned a lesson that also adults, your parents, can be wrong, or sometimes they lie to you. And if you do it the right way, as a game, as a fun exercise, and not making a fool out of them, making it as a sort of playful thing, then it can be useful. I think it worked well. They no longer believe in Santa Claus.
Ramona, how that fantastical thinking and influence magical made thinking impacts children?
So I believe that stories not only need to be read, they need to be talked about. So not only tell the fairy tale, but discuss what happened. Is it real? Is it not? We have fairy tales age as well. When I read the fairy tales from my childhood to my kids, I need to do explaining. And it's a good exercise to do that explaining, that sometimes you will come across sexistic information, you'll come across all sorts of things that are untrue, and just because it's written doesn't make it true. And here's what we believe it, and that information can change, and things can age.
So that's it because we run out of time. Thank you for our panelists. Let's applaud them. Thank you very much. This was Lithuanian Skeptical Association's organized discussion. Support Lithuanian skeptics. Be good critical thinkers. If any questions after the discussion, please come and we will answer. See you soon. See ya.
vakaras. Hello, everybody. We have to switch to English. We have to talk in English, because, and you will soon know why. The topic of our discussion you see on screen, and you will be seeing different things on screen while we will be talking. Now I would like to probably start and present all the speakers, and you can see I'm so happy that everybody agreed to participate in this discussion, and among them are 2 students of the Scandinavian Center at Vilnius University. Thank you so much that you came. Both of them are participants of this Renkuosi Mokyti program. I want to teach program. And you will tell probably more about yourself when you start talking. Then we have Agne, who is also have been a Renkuosi Mokyti person for a long time, and now is you can see a deputy principal in a school. And also we have an expert in dyslexia, among other things. And here we have Lina Narkevičienė. She will be talking in Lithuanian, and we will manage to translate to her. And myself. And then we have Satu, who had to fly from Helsinki for this talk. So, and again, I'm so grateful, Satu, for you, for that you could make it. So, and myself, Loreta Vaicekauskienė, teacher at Vilnius University, and the one who really. The education is one among my civic interests as well as professional. So we will talk about Nordic. The idea of this discussion is to talk about Nordic ideas and practices, and also to compare what we have in Lithuania, what we probably can do better, what we probably can change when learning from Nordic countries, and these things, and you will hear the questions. You will see them on screen as well. But also, I included some young people's voices on quotations from a girl high school pupil who got diagnosed dyslexia. I took interview with her, and some quotations from our students who had a course in education, and the reflections of the Nordic ways of accepting every person in school. So you will see the quotations while listening to us. But now I would like to ask you, the audience, do you agree with the statement that there are no special needs, just laziness? No, that is why you are here, to listen. Another question then, do you know people who have been neglected or left behind at school? Can you raise a hand if you know any? Too many. Even one would be too much, but so many. So this is why this topic today. And I will, before we start, I will also present this very fascinating vision by Nordic Council of Ministers, who say that we have in the Nordic vision they include how to say, a goal to make Nordic region to be more greener, more competitive, and more sustainable, and among other things to include child's perspective, which means that you have to consider child's perspective in any decision you take. All ministries have to take into decision also to listen to young people's voices, but to include their perspective in any decision they make. What a nice goal to have. And there is just a quotation, translation from Swedish. The Nordic region should be the best place in the world for children and young people. And yesterday I had a discussion and a promise that the Nordic region will include Lithuania as well. So we hope good things for our children as well. But now I would like to start the discussion and ask the participants each to comment very shortly, very briefly, what the child's perspective mean to you based on your experience. So if we start with, for instance, Satu.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation and the possibility to be here. I answer in the context of teacher education, where I work, and school. And I think for me it means to take every child, every young person as an individual with his or her special challenges and strengths and needs, and also in today's world with his and her linguistic background and linguistic resources, very often in several languages, and with religion, orientation, sexual orientation, race, nationality, everything that comes with it.
I think it's an approach where the system has to adapt to a child and not the other way around. And there's a classic example when you see monkey, fish, and lion and ask them to take the test to climb the tree. And of course, just a monkey can do that. So I think it's about, seeing that the problem is with the system, not with the fish, and asking ourselves how to see the unique perspective, uniqueness in the fish, and build a system around that.
It is an approach where child's needs, interests, and interests shape the learning process. So instead of expecting that all the children will fit into one rigid system, teachers adapt methods, tasks, so that everyone can succeed who is learning in the classroom. A very important condition is also a social well-being. So to me, it means seeing every child as a unique individual and making sure that he succeeds.
Svarbiausia kurti vaiką palaikančią mokymosi aplinką, kurioje jis jaustųsi suprastas ir priimtas. O tokios aplinkos kūrimui, mano supratimu, didžiausia įtaka tą daro požiūris. Požiūris į vaiką ir konkrečiai apie vaiką turintį disleksiją.
Okay, so short translation of Lena's thoughts. So the perspective should be child-centered. So teacher or the specialist who works with the child can create an environment that supports learning. And the child is an individual which, their learning is the main goal.
Lietuvoje po truputį situacija gerėja nuo požiūrio, kad vaikas, kuris turi skaitymo, rašymo sutrikimą, tai yra disleksija, tinginys, nesistengia, nesimoko, nepakankamai dirba, einama prie šiuolaikinio požiūrio, kad disleksija tai nesutrikimas, o kitoks informacijos apdorojimo būdas.
Ačiū, Lina. Mes paskui dar šitą pratęsim. Disleksijos gilesnį pažinimą.
Yeah.
We will continue with this dyslexia talk afterwards. Yeah?
And this change of opinion from the lazy student to a student who has a different kind of quality and just a different type of how the information is processed. And for me personally, because I'm a teacher, so this child-centered perspective for me always will mean that the child is the most important person in the room, in the classroom. So this authoritative figure of teacher is gone. The teacher is the mentor more than the person who decides everything. Why, what, and how should we learn? The child chooses how can he learn.
So nice to hear. So good things to hear. And here are the, once again, I mentioned already, I will show some quotations very slowly so that you can follow both, read and follow us. But now I would like to ask Satu to give us a short background into Nordic, some essential points in the Nordic or Finnish education. We know all Finnish education is considered among the bestest in the world. So yeah, let's listen what Satu has to tell us.
Thank you.
And Satu, sorry, and I did not introduce. Satu is my colleague at Vilnius University, but she teaches for future teachers at Helsinki University as well.
Thank you. Yes, I've written down some focus points, and now when I was listening to you, I could hear very many familiar principles like those ones that we try to follow in Finland, so I think we agree on very many points. The Finnish school system is very strongly based on the idea of equality, and our teacher education, I think, is of rather high quality, and all teachers in the primary school, elementary school, and secondary and upper secondary school, they all hold master's degrees. And the third point is that our focus, I think, lies more on motivating the children and the learning process rather than grading and assessing them and testing. During the 3 first years of primary school, pupils do not get any marks. They get oral feedback, written feedback, so formative assessment. And also the teachers try to engage pupils very much in the learning process, as we also heard that you do here, that pupils are not so much seen as recipients of knowledge, but as producers and learners and seekers for information and learning. And teachers try to engage them in critical thinking and discussions and conversations with others. And the fourth point is that pupils with special needs get special education from early on, and I think we shall come back to this maybe later. And my fifth point is, as you know, that Finland has 2 official languages, Finnish and Swedish, and also Sami in far north. And those pupils that do not speak Finnish or Swedish as their first languages, they get Finnish or Swedish as second language tuition at school, instead of Finnish or Swedish as a mother tongue. And this is a different pedagogy from foreign language pedagogy, of course. And the aim of this second language tuition is to integrate the pupils as soon as possible into the first language education. And there's an ongoing discussion how to integrate these 2 language levels, first language education and second language education, even more tightly into one another, and how to take the very multifaceted linguistic and multilingual resources of the pupils better into account. And then we have this thing like your own mother tongue or your inherited language tuition. So every pupil who speaks some other language as the first language is entitled to 1 or 2 lessons per week in this his or her first language. There are, at the moment, I think about 60 languages that are being taught in Finnish schools. Of course, we are also facing difficulties and challenges with this because the groups tend to be very heterogeneous, and also there's a lack of qualified teachers. But this is the aim, to keep up the first language of every pupil also.
So, if I may interrupt, do I get you right that if, for instance, a child born in a Lithuanian family, is in Finland, somehow his or her parents emigrated, then he or she can get classes in Lithuanian?
Yes, yes, this is the principle. And of course, with so-called bigger languages, it's often easier. But also now in the times of Zoom and Teams, you can then join groups from smaller schools also via internet into these first language education sessions, if there are not enough students of Lithuanian, for example, in your own school or in the region. And then there is another thing called the preparatory education that is for refugee children and for pupils with immigrant backgrounds that come to Finland. And they are entitled to take a 1-year preparatory class in Finnish language or Swedish language before they are integrated into the so-called normal classes. But this, of course, has its challenges. And now the situation I have been describing here, these are the aims and the visions that are like from our national curricula and from the educational documents. But it is clear that in real life you can understand that not everything goes as smoothly as theoretically put. We are also, of course, facing some challenges and difficulties in making all this happen, but we are doing our best.
So this was it, yes?
These were my focus points that you.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
I tried to be quick.
Okay, thank you so much. So again, you cover 60 languages in theory, yeah? And if there are conditions, then you teach those languages to all those many children. Yeah?
Actually, yes, these 60 languages are all being taught. So that is not theoretical. They are all being taught in different parts of Finland. So I'm quite sure. I tried to find information about Lithuanian tuition in Finnish schools, but I'm quite sure there is such a thing. But I don't have any facts about it now for you, unfortunately.
Okay, so let's continue further, and probably we can take this main question for our discussion. So what does it mean not to leave a pupil alone behind based on your experience? So probably I can start with Ivor, as you made you wrote a bachelor paper on this topic, comparing Norwegian and Lithuanian schools. So can you probably comment on your experiences? What did it mean, and what did you experience when you researched this topic?
Yeah, so first of all, very briefly about my research, I analyzed teachers' attitudes towards children with special needs in Lithuania and Norway in the context of inclusive education, where children with special needs attend the same schools with other children. I focused on special needs related to diagnosis related to behavior and emotions. So all the teachers that I interviewed were elementary school teachers. So first of all, from my interviews with Norwegian teachers, I can say that they are focusing on child's social skills and emotional well-being in the first place. So first of all, not leaving a child behind means creating a safe environment where everyone feels safe and can be themselves. So teachers use a huge variety of methods to include everyone socially. They promote social contact by organizing gaming activities between students, discussions before lessons start. They also use strategies to solve situations when, for example, a child with special needs misbehaves during a lesson and needs a support. So, for example, they talk with the student, helps them to analyze his behavior and maybe gives some tips how he could in the future make the right choices instead of making maybe the wrong ones. So it seems that social skills comes in the first place, and then we can talk about academic skills, because if a child doesn't feel safe, so it is not possible to think about any academic progress. This stands in contrast with what I found out during interviews with Lithuanian teachers. For example, they all named that they use a grouping strategy where children with special needs work together in teams with other children. And I asked them what they expect of this kind of task. Everyone mentioned that they expect that children with special needs will learn something from other students, and it seems that social skills only come in the second place, and here we have a problem. When a child with special needs, he struggles with this learning material, teacher gets frustrated, and some teachers approach inclusive education as a big problem in Lithuania through what we call medical problem, when medical attitude, where child diagnosis is considered as a problem. And some teachers believe that the whole class can fall behind academically because of one child's difficulties. So yeah, this is a really good example of how two cultures can have very different attitudes. And in my opinion, we should take a look at teachers' training, because in Norway, for example, teachers feel well prepared. They have to attend courses. It's mandatory to attend courses in Norway, and they feel self-confident when they work with children with special needs. They solve all the problems really, really effective, while in Lithuania is solely voluntary to attend trainings. So teachers get a lot of stress and frustration during this process. So in my opinion, it's worth to take a look at teachers' preparation in order to prepare teachers well so they can feel better and the children could get a better quality education.
Thank you very much, Ivar. So now we have to continue with Elena, your experiences.
Lietuvoje vadovaujamasi
Aš parodysiu trumpą vertimą.
Gerai, pagrindinių įtraukties principų. Nuo mokyklos visiems prie mokyklos kiekvienam. Ir požiūris į kažkokių tai ypatumų turinti vaiką ir konkrečiai apie disleksiją turinti vaiką keičiasi nuo problemos į ypatumą. Taigi aš norėčiau gal patikslinti, kad iš tikrųjų tas požiūris į kitokį vaiką, į vaiką turintį sunkumų po trupučiuką keičiasi ir Lietuvoje. Vis daugiau kalbama, kad disleksija gali būti ne tik sunkumas, bet ir stiprybė. Šie vaikai, kaip ir visi žinom, gali būti labai kūrybiški, gali mąstyti nestandartiškai, gali turėti gerą vaizduotę. Lietuvoje šiems vaikams padeda ir pakankamai gera jau sukurta teisinė bazė. Tokie vaikai gauna specialistų, logopedų, specialių pedagogų, psichologų, socialinių pedagogų, specialiųjų pedagogų, mokinio padėjėjų pagalba. Jiems pritaikomos programos atsižvelgiant į šių vaikų ypatumus ir jų gebėjimus. Vis daugiau suteikiama galimybės pasinaudoti įvairiomis priemonėmis, tai audio knygomis, skaitimo programėlėmis, IT įrankiais. Mokytojai turi galimybių, bet ar visada nori? Irgi klausimas. Gauti žinių reikalingų mokant ypatumų turinčius vaikus. Bet dėja, iš tikrųjų reikia pripažinti, kad mokytojams vis dar sunku atpažinti, konkrečiai jeigu kalbam apie skaitimo sutrikimus, tai disleksijos požymius, jie vis dar bando ištaisyti tokius vaikus, kaip jau čia žiūrėjot ir matėt skaidriai interviu vienos merginos, su ironija, vis dar dažnai su ironija komentuoja šių vaikų daromas klaidas, nemokėjimą tinkamai skaityti ir panašiai. Norėtųsi, žinoma, kad mokytojai kuo anksčiau gebėtų atpažinti ir norėtų padėti vaikui mokytis kitų būdų, mokyti vaiką mokytis. Norėčiau pabrėžti, kad labai svarbus ir šių vaikų tėvų požiūris. Tėvų požiūris į vaiko patiriamus sunkumus, pagalba namuose. Tėvai privalo bendradarbiauti su mokykla, su mokytojais, dalinti savo pastebėjimais, kas vaikui geriausiai padeda namuose. Tėvai privalo, pasitarę su specialistais, dirbti su vaiku ir namuose. Labai svarbus, žinoma, ir tėvų emocinis palaikymas. Girti ir už pastangas, o ne tik už rezultatą. Vaikas neliks nuošalyje, jeigu mes visi, kurie prisiliečiame prie vaiko, dalinsimės patirtimi, kalbėsim, nebijosim žodžio disleksija ar kitų žodžių, kuriais vadinami vaikai turintys vienokių ar kitokių ypatumų, tai kažkokių tai sutrikimų. Ir aš norėčiau palinkėti, kad kuo daugiau mūsų Lietuvoje visuomenė suprastų, kad disleksija tai yra neurologinis ypatumas ir kiekvienas toks vaikas be baimės būti išjuoktam, pažemintam, galėtų garsiai pasakyti: aš turiu disleksiją ir man reikalinga pagalba.
Labai ačiū, Lina. Man atrodo, aš jau ir išverčiau Barborą, tai nebereikia, sorry for this shift. I translated for Satu, but Satu, can you comment on what for instance, how do you solve this thing, dyslexia in Finland?
Well, I very much agree with Lina's starting point, seeing dyslexia not as a problem, but as a quality of a child. And I think also regarding the severeness of dyslexia, you can either have very slight, a slight problem or a very severe problem with dyslexia. In Finnish schools, the focus is on inclusion, also on this matter, and starting with the first step, of course, is early identification of dyslexia of pupils by tests and observation by the class teacher or the special teacher in the school, and. We have, as you have also, accessible materials for pupils with dyslexia, like plain language books and pupils, and also assistive technology. Pupils can use text-to-speech software and other digital tools if needed. And teachers, of course, modify their assignments. For the kids, they provide visual support, audiobooks that were also mentioned here, and other channels in order to help with these reading and writing problems. And if you are diagnosed with dyslexia, you sometimes get more time in your exams or to do tasks. And also in the matriculation exams, which are like the final point in the Finnish school, with a certificate of dyslexia, this dyslexia is taken into account in the assessment. So you are not, you don't lose points for making mistakes that are typical for dyslexia. And of course, teachers very much try to stress that it's not a hindrance, like it is just one quality, as Lina very wisely said.
So if you have a dyslexia in Finland, you can enter university, can't you? University studies, can you?
Yes, of course. Yes. And myself, for example, we all have had students with dyslexia, and they very many of those speak openly about it, and about the different types of well, like what I mentioned, that help them to study the methods and methodologies, digital tools, and we try to take that in account, of course.
Thank you so much. Now, whom can we ask? Now, Agne, maybe you can comment. Your perspective.
Yeah, there are a lot of
being
thoughts.
a teacher as well. Yeah, you are a teacher, not just the vice deputy. Vice principal.
Yes. So, I think the most important thing that we are talking about the shift in mindsets, and this is like the base of everything, because like we can have technologies, and for example, we have technologies like we always say for teachers, use computers, use text to speech, use anything. We can buy anything. It's not about the money. It's not about the resources we lack of, but and I see that teachers are afraid to see differently, to see it not as disability, not as something that they are doing wrong with a child, because we still believe because of very good reasons that I have to teach this child to write or read in the way that every standardized student do it. So it's about moving from the perspective that they are all standardized to more individual curriculum, and I think one of the key words is assessment, because when we talk, and what Ivaras was talking about, like making more time for social skills, for well-being of child, for anything that are about pupils being valid, teachers usually say, "Oh, but we have exam. We have to prepare for exam." So this is something like, they were saying that tail wags the dog. So I think this is one of the things in Lithuania that we are all afraid of. And it's not about teachers. Teachers, we have great teachers, but they are in like very hard conditions nowadays because we have those boxes we have to be in. So yeah, for now.
Okay, good. Barbara, can you say a little?
For me, well,
as a teacher as well, yeah.
But I have worked in the school only for 1 year. So, and I'm working with younger students, with 5th and 6th graders. So I don't have to have this fear of assessment, which Agne talks about. For me, this inclusion was more practical. So always trying to come up with different types of offer choices of how information can be thought and learned. For example, when I have slides, I also have printed text, printed slides, a text with visual aid, and just students can choose what is right for them, how they can reach the information that they need to have. And from my personal perspective, every pupil that I had and every parent that I had talk to me were very grateful for my minor efforts, because the normal, at least in my school, in my experience, the normal thing still is to be ignored, for the special needs to be ignored. Yeah. But then Lina had a question for Satu, right?
Yeah, sure. Give.
Aš norėčiau paklausti, kaip jaučiasi vaikai, jūsų šaly vaikai turintys disleksiją. Ar labai daug tokių, kaip čia matėm, tam pasisakymė merginos, kaip jie jaučiasi?
I mean, do you have any of that type that they were, now I already spoke from, but that they were, for instance, did not receive any help, as in this particular pupil did not receive help before she was in 10th grade, and she was mocked by teachers. Is there some cases in Finland of this?
I sincerely hope no teacher, that teachers never mock their children, their pupils, and I haven't heard of such an occasion. There are certainly very many stories, so there is not one and only answer to how do the kids feel about dyslexia. How could I? We try to give them support and aid from the very early on, but of course it very much depends on the child himself or herself. I am quite sure that unfortunately there are also feelings of shame or not being able to do the same thing as the peers in the class, and then with a good teacher, this teacher realizes the situation in the class and can tackle it, and if there is some bullying, then the teacher can take it up and solve the problem. But I'm not saying that it's a rosy reality where nobody suffers from dyslexia. I'm quite certain that unfortunately there are also kids very much suffering from it, despite all of the support and all of the aid that they are getting. But I hope that the majority of pupils feel that they are getting support and they can manage and they have good models. They know people who also have dyslexia. Maybe the teacher himself or herself has one and can talk about it openly.
So, and also we have to remember, as everybody person struggles with writing, even without dyslexia. It is because that the written language has nothing to do with our biological adaptation, contrary to the speech, which we actually is a biological property. So this alone is a struggle, and think of those pupils who are left alone without any help, technological as well. So maybe you have to would like to comment on each other very, very briefly before we take questions from the audience.
I would like to comment on one thing that Lina mentioned about parents and teachers relation. In Norway, parents of children with special needs get homework from teachers. At home, they must, for example, if a child is autistic, it is difficult for him to express emotions. So parents have to play certain games or read stories in order to make child feel something or express something. While in Lithuania, this relation between parents and teachers is a bit more passive. if I asked one teacher, all the teachers, how is their relation with parents? One teacher said, I mean, it's okay. I don't get any negative comments, so I think it is really positive. So the understanding of good relation is also different, and it's really important also to have a active relation.
Okay, I continue with the slides from quotations from reflections of our students. Maybe some more comments on each other? No? So far? So maybe the audience, do you have any question? Comment? Yeah? Yes, please. Yeah. You can take it in Lithuanian, yeah, we can manage.
We are looking to each other with Edita because it shouldn't be this way, actually. In Lithuania, it shouldn't be. And you should contact someone who is, there must be someone in your administration who is responsible for every child's well-being, or Vaiko gerovės komisija in Lithuanian. So they have to do something, actually, what we do in school, and I think that should be our practice. If you see that child needs some adjustments, some different things, and parents, for example, they're blocking this, we're saying, no, our child is in all the standards as way, and we won't do anything, we won't go to institutions that confirms that it needs some help. So we go to child services. I don't know if Vaiko teisės is the same word, but like we say that this is the child's right to have adjusted agenda for him. So maybe I see that you want to add up something. Administration.
Who have to inform you, yeah?
Your school leaders. No, it's your school leaders.
Bet aš lietuviškai, aišku. Aha, supratau. Tai iš tikrųjų jūs, jeigu pastebėt, matot, kad tikrai yra problemų, tai tikrai pirmiausia turit kalbėti. Kalbėti su tėvais. Pirmas žingsnis. Ir daug kartų. Aukštosios. Tai su aukštosios, su studentais, ar ne? Aha, tai aišku, su pačiu žmogum, su pačiu studentu kalbėti. Taip. Tai jeigu jūs matot, kad turi problemų, bet jis jų nepripažįsta, tai vienareikšmiškai vertinti, duoti užduotis, mokyti taip, kaip ir visus studentus, kaip ir visus. Bet tai tada jau lieka jų problema, suaugę žmonės turi galvoti. Nėra kitaip, o kaip kitaip. Jeigu viskas man gerai, aš galiu moku. Ir tada vertina taip, kiek jis padaro, kiek jis gali.
And this is a problem of our society in general. We have heard it repeatedly that you have to recognize the thing, you have to be open about it. It is not your problem, it is society's problem, yeah? And Ivaras, I remember a quote from your bachelor's, what the Norwegian teachers, they said this. People with special needs, different people, they are a value for society.
Yeah, like a gift to society.
Gift
because many
society,
people can learn so many good things from them, tolerance, empathy, which is really important in
And
the
also
human life.
differences, because it's normal to be cognitively different. And here is a shame of to talk. Families are ashamed of talking about those things, and of course the students then afterwards. So what we can do, we can really speak to those persons and change. Otherwise, how do we change the society if not talking and overtly about this? Yeah, we had one more question. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask. In your bachelor study,
a little bit louder, yeah.
Sorry, yeah. In your bachelor study, you just mentioned how Norwegian parents get homework for their kids' development, and I wanted to ask if you could maybe, if you did any research on that, could you expand on it? Because you mentioned games and stories, and you studied a point in your study where children with behavioral special needs, right? So essentially what was the purpose of that homework for the parents? Was it for the parents to understand their children better, or was it for the children to understand themselves, essentially?
I think it was for the children benefit, because as I mentioned before, if autistic child has problems with expressing his emotions, so he has to work on this at home, and parents should be responsible at home for his child. So I think everything is being done on child's benefit according to my research.
More questions? Yes, please.
Gal aš galėčiau biškai plačiau apie tą praeitą temą, nes aš pati esu žmogų, kur tipo reikėjo daugiau pagalbos ir mokykloje, ir universitete. O ką jums galvojate, kad galėtumėt daryti, nes pačiam man problema bus administracija. Nes administracija, nevint aš jau ten ir diagnozę turiu, bla bla bla, viso to, administracija pati nenorėjo man duoti pagalbos. Ką čia galėtumėm daryti, kaip galėtumėm pakeisti sistemą, kad nebūtų dar kartą ta situacija kitiems žmonėm. Aišku, sisteminė problema, bet gal kažkokia mokymasi, nežinau, iš tikrųjų, nes aš nesu dėstytoja, nei mokytoja, tai ir...
Jūs kalbat apie mokyklos administraciją. Is it a school administration? And also university? Mm-hmm. Do you have a good advice? What can we do to change the attitudes of administration? Education, yeah, you proposed yourself education, to educate them in this field, yeah?
I think there was a thing about training the people, but I think it's, I will tell one of the renkuosi mokyti, or I choose to teach the secret. It's about selecting the right people with the right attitudes towards inclusion. Because it's something that's very hard to change, and it's the beginning is about mindset. Am I open to inclusion, to really believing that everyone is worth, that I can learn from someone, even though they don't see the world in standardized way, they don't give speeches in a standardized way. So I think it's about selecting people that are in those strong positions, leadership positions, that have the attitude.
And education is one of human rights, so I think you should maybe tell the higher authorities about it, maybe.
But probably. But we have this first. We have to change this attitude to diversity and to learn that, we can only guess that it probably comes from the Soviet education system, when everybody had to be uniform in all respects, and here there is a diversity which is a challenge. But now we have been here in a free country for 30 years, so it's almost a time to change the attitude. More questions? Yes, please.
Okay, so to talk to the mic. Thank you very much for this discussion and thank you for your thoughts. At one point I got even a little bit sad because I have dyslexia and I was one of the child, even though I was diagnosed pretty early in the first elementary grade, but the information was not moved forward and I did not get enough of support in a way. And even when I went to university already when I was starting my master's, because I was studying reading, writing and talking humanitarian subject, they said that like, oh, the only thing we can do is basically write recommendations for your teachers and that's it, and maybe they're gonna give you more time for something or will give you less reading. And I was like, I'm studying political science, like less reading means I'm not able to participate properly in the seminars. That was 2 years ago, so that was the reality that I was met with. And then yeah, talking to teachers helped more than talking to administration, but I also understand it's not a new topic, but it's a new mindset that we're trying to actually deal or do something with it. And you talked about changing the mindset, and for me it would be interesting to know from your perspective what kind of questions you give to teachers or to specialists for them to try changing their mindset. Because for me, yes, I can come with my personal story and be like, yes, even when I was working as a teacher in the last years of high school and in the first years of university, I was able to see children who were like, maybe they're dyslexic, but I was not a specialist, I was not trained, I just had it myself. And I had a lot of these issues with parents where they were saying, no, my child is perfect. And I would say, yeah, but maybe go see. And some of them actually had dyslexia. So what are the questions, or what are like maybe the main like points that you kind of approach people to start changing that mindset? Thank you.
Sato, you teach future teachers. How do you change their mindsets?
It's a hard question. You have to do it in the system. You have to have processes, and you have to have a clear vision how the whole structure, how the whole university works. You have to have procedures, and you have to think about it together, and you have to have written down documents and like what are they called? Like ways to handle a certain or this issue and other issues. And what could I now say? What kind of questions? Well, my first answer is that it's not question of an individual. It's also a question of individuals, but it's more a question of the whole system and what the system and what the university as an institution has as its values: equality, equal opportunities for everybody, and the right for education, as Aivaras brought up. And then you start like splitting it into smaller pieces and steps to go forward and to reach the vision. What about you others?
Aš gal norėčiau truputį irgi apie tą požiūrį jūs klausėt. Kaip pakeisti požiūrį? Mokytojai, tai irgi mūsų visuomenės dalis. Tai reikia, aš jau minėjau, keisti visos visuomenės požiūrį. Vaikas ateina turintis ypatumų į klasę. Vaikas bijo prisipažinti, tėvai bijo pasakyti, kad vaikui kažkas tai yra, kažkokių sunkumų turi, sunkumą, sutrikimą turi. Mokytojai nežino, kaip kalbėti su tuo vaiku, kaip pateikti visai klasiai, kad jo neišskirti, kad jo nepažeminti. Tai yra daug labai niuansų, bet kol nesikeis visos visuomenės požiūris į žmonės, kažkuria tai prasme kitokius, į žmonės turinčius vienokių ar kitokių sutrikimų ypatumų, tol bus didžiulė problema. Nors dabar įtraukusis ugdymas deklaruoja tas idėjas, bet įtraukiojo ugdymo kultūra Lietuvoje iš tikrųjų dar yra labai labai žemam lygyje.
I was doing my own research, like a simple one, just talking with people and trying to find out how we shifted their mindsets in some ways. So it's usually
main thing is that they had a friend who had this experience, or you by yourself, you had this experience, or something between that. So I think like the most powerful way is through your own reflection. Maybe I had something, maybe in different field, maybe it's not dyslexia, maybe it's not autism, maybe it's something different, but I can relate through my own experience. I think this is like the fastest pathway to shift.
Yeah, so for instance, this example, have you read of it? There was a huge protest in one smaller town. They were protesting against those people with disabilities to be the school to be, or the community of them to be placed in their town. But afterwards, when they measured opinions, it was like, it's okay. They are also people. We can live with them. They are nice. So this is about having a contact and talking about it. Yeah, Ivar.
And really important to mention that we shouldn't leave teachers alone, because in Lithuania they're facing many challenges alone. They just get some directions from administration about how they should do something, but they, for example, in Norway, everyone is at the same level. Special needs child could get support from even school's principal if he wants. He could go to school's principal room and talk with him, and he will get support. So it's really important to actively cooperate for whole school's community.
Across hierarchies, which are not there. In Nordic countries, there are almost no hierarchies, isn't it? Right? Yeah. There was one more question. Yes.
Hello. I have the experience that I have ADHD, and the situation in Lithuania, what she was talking about, was only for people who are diagnosed before they are 25 years old. If you are diagnosed after 25 years old, the PPT does not have the ability now to make recommendations for you, and there is absolutely nothing you can do but talk to your teachers on an individual level. The teachers, and this is my experience, that a lot of teachers do not know what learning disabilities are. They do not know what ADHD is. And the whole society generally thinks that people with autism, ADHD, dyslexia are less intelligent than other people. I've even had somebody ask me, like, well, wait, if you have ADHD, how is it that you're studying at university? Like, this is so far from, I mean, what you're talking about, where you're already at the level of people mostly understanding what it is, and you just need to change some things in the institution. We are so far from that. I don't think. I mean, most of the teachers I talked to, and I went and said, like, okay, well, I have ADHD, so I'm going to, and because I grew up in Canada and I studied university in Canada, so I have a very good idea of what kind of accommodations can be made for someone with ADHD at the university level. That is not making anything easier for me, that is not making it, and it's just accommodating so that I will be able to participate like everyone else. And they didn't understand that. They didn't understand that this is an objective thing, and this is, oh, you just want this. Like, some of them understood, some of them didn't. And some of them said, oh, well, everybody else has to do this, you should have to do it too. Or like, oh, you can't do this, well, just try harder. So
thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your story. I hope everybody will go home and share the stories, yeah, and share this knowledge at least. We have to spread this knowledge, yeah. But now I want to ask you, all of you, to just to give the very last comment. What is it we can do? What is it the main thing to do today?
It's been mentioned here already. Teacher education, I think, is extremely important. That teachers get the theoretical backgrounds and viewpoints, and also see the empirical situations in classes. So that's one point. And then I think in the end, how not to leave anybody behind or out. I think it's in the end a question of very simple things, like looking your pupils or your students in the eye and
asking them how they are, and like opening the channel between you two, because if the channel is open, if there is real interaction between you two, then everything is possible after that.
And I will continue. It's very important to have the time for that channel. And I think in today's Lithuanian context, to have this challenge, one thing that I would change, I would start with assessment system and exams, and thinking that it should be universities thing, not so much related with school, and not making all the decisions about exams and not having time for those soft things. So I would start with this, because that's something teachers are debating a lot.
As Otto mentioned, teachers training is a crucial thing. I think it will be a huge step forward in Lithuania to invest in systematic teachers training. For example, invite psychologists or specialists that specialize in working with pupils with special needs, explaining how human brain works in certain situations and how they could use strategies and methods in order to fulfill child's needs.
Aš manau, kad ugdyti įtraukio ugdymo kultūrą, keisti požiūrį į žmogų turintį vienokio ar kitokio ypatumų reikia nuo pat mažens iki mokyklinio ugdymo įstaigos. Nuo ten prasideda vaiko nesupratimas, vaiko nepriėmimas, vaiko atstumimas, patyčios ir taip toliau. Tai labai labai svarbu tai suprasti, kad vaikas nuo mažens augtų įtraukio ugdymo kultūrai, kad priimtų į tokį, koks jis yra, ir norėtų kiekvienas esantis šalia tam žmogui padėti, nesityčioti, kad jis negeba užsirišti batraiščių ar nesusisega sagų, neužtrauktuko, arba labai lėtai rengiasi, kad padėtų jam. Man atrodo, tai yra labai svarbu.
Okay, so short translation of Lina's thoughts. So
you don't need to translate. Give your thoughts. I have translated.
Okay, perfect. So my thoughts actually mirror Sato's and Aivaras thoughts, because no year count of experience at school as teachers mean that we know everything and we can work with everyone. No, we have to keep educating ourselves, and we have to keep learning about different type of disabilities and special needs, and to not forget why we are in the school, why we have this role as a teacher, not to be a figure or something, but to help each and every child.
Thank you so very much, dear audience. Please help me to applaud those wonderful people. Thank you for everybody. Thank you for coming.